Bootcamp, and today, as promised, we're going to complete everything from JavaScript to React, and everything will be completed by me. Only yesterday, Mosam helped me, but today, everything will be completed by me from JavaScript and React. And JavaScript a bit was remaining. I thought to complete it by 2 p.m., but maybe it will extend till 3 p.m. Most probably, we'll get it completed by 3 p.m. Okay, so you'll be free by that time, and all those things will be there. And someone was asking to me on the WhatsApp group. Okay, someone was asking me that, okay, again the camera is not working. Maybe I have to buy a new camera today only. I'll buy, no problem. The camera is not working. Okay, so someone was asking that if they have not attended yesterday's class, what to do. Okay, so I will tell them, aim high. Aim high. If you're not attended yesterday class, aim for the completion certificate, not for the participant certificate. See, there are two kind of certificates which we are giving. By today end, we are going to give the participation certificate. Most probably by tonight, we are going to give the participation certificate. Okay, so again, this is not working. Okay, so let me, okay, so by tonight we are going to give the participation certificate. And what is happening, it will only say that, just like the certificates which we give, it will say that, okay, you have completed this thing, this 2 days bootcamp, which covers almost everything, which covers everything which you need to become a web developer. So that will be there. Okay, good morning. Okay, good morning all. So that will be there in the participation certificate. But the thing is that we are also giving a completion certificate, and completion certificate will take time for you, for not us to do, for you to do. Because what will happen, we're going to give the assignment there, and we want you to make 3 projects, the from some playlist which we are going to give you 3 projects, one in CSS, one in JavaScript, one in React, so that we know that you have understand something from this, all these 2 days, 2 long days which we are doing. Yesterday it was 9 hours, and today also it will be a lot. It's today always also, it will be more than 6 to 7 hours. So we are putting so much effort, so we want some effort from you, and there will be rewards. So there will definitely, there will be rewards for that, and those rewards I have already told. Those rewards are like those rewards are, okay, so benefits of, let me paste one thing. Benefits of doing assignments on assignments. Okay, so benefits of doing assignments is this. Okay, you will get a completion certificate. Okay, you will get a completion certificate which will be much better. Actually, it will also say that you completed the projects. After that, also the first 5 people to complete this will get my book, my international best-selling book worth 2,500, delivered to the Indian address. It's a physical book, or so it's not an electrical. It's a physical book, so it will be delivered by speed post to their address. Okay, so that will be there. And the other thing is that you'll also get a personal one-to-one with me. Okay, because I know that you are serious. If you complete the assignment, you're serious. You're not just coming here and watching the movie. No, it's not like that. You're doing the assignment, you're serious, so you'll get a personal one-to-one with me, which I generally don't know. I used to do a lot, but now I am very much busy, so I don't do those personal one-to-one. So you will get those personal one-to-one, and you will love it. Means you, I will. It is not like a technical doubt out I will solve. No, not the technical doubt. I'll solve your career doubt. What the way you have to go. See, everybody is different. So everybody's path is different. So what path you have to take? What path you have to take? I will tell that in that one-to-one. One-to-one means we will directly chat or call. We'll have a call on a Zoom. Most probably on a Zoom we'll have a call. Okay, we'll have a video call on Zoom, and we will talk what to do. I'm a very good career counselor also. I have more than 16 years of experience. I've counseled around more than 100 students nowadays, and whoever I counseled, they are doing very much great, because you'll get a path, what path to follow. Although the path I'm telling here also, but you will get a personalized path. See, everybody is different. Somebody is having a 5 years gap. A lot of students, I have done hundreds one-to-one, so someone is having a 5 years gap, someone is having like maybe they are just graduating from engineering, someone is from a mechanical background. So all those things are there, so all those things will be solved in that one-to-one. So that will be there. And the other thing is that you will also get access. See, from Wednesday I'm going to start a YouTube live at 10 p.m. for everyone, for to solve a career doubt. But what is the benefit of that? What will benefit for these people? So I will also invite them. I will also invite them in that. I also invite means in my software is like that, my broadcasting software, that I can invite also. So YouTube's are generally one-way broadcast, but I can invite them and they can ask the questions directly there. So these people will be part of my inner circle. They will be go to a different WhatsApp group also. Those who complete the certificate, because I know you are all action takers, and the action takers will get benefits. Okay, so I hope everybody's target that participation certificate, or not participation certificate, but a completion certificate. Participation certificate, anyways, we are going to give, I think, more than 50-60 people. Today also we are going to give to your attendance sheet that you're okay. And the completion certificate, one more thing is there. Please try to do the okay, please try to do the whole 2 day and try to fill the completion set. Okay, that also I will mention. See, because we want you to learn from here only, not to go outside at 100 places and learn from there. So those who want to get the completion certificate, it is not like that they have to do the completion certificate now. Now they can do it after 1 year also. That doesn't matter, but at least try to do it in under 1 month. And in that, you have to also go through these 2 days, completely go through these 2 days, and also fill the participation certificate again. Also fill the participation certificate, because there will be total 5 participation certificate. Three were given yesterday and 2 were given today, because all these videos will be on YouTube. Both of these videos will be on YouTube. Okay, so that is there. And let let me get started now. Okay, we can get started now. And we were to have one part of basic JavaScript left. There was one part of basic JavaScript was left, and after that we are going to do. So today's itinerary is like that. After that we are going to do JavaScript DOM, which is a DOM programming which you do. After that we will do async JavaScript, which is a JavaScript which you need to learn to do the API calls. Then after that we are going to do ES6. Okay, ES6 is very, very important. We have to do that also after that. Okay, so ES6 we are going to do after that. And okay, yeah, ES6 we are going to do after that. After that we are going to do React and React DOM, not React DOM, React class based and React hook based. Okay, so a lot of things to cover. I don't know whether it will be over by 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., but we'll complete it anyways. And we'll have the appropriate breaks also, because today I am only going to take it, and in a stretch for me also to take for more than 3 hours, it's a pain, because it's not possible to continuously take for 9 hours, and you also need a break. And those who miss something during the live, they can check the replay also. During the live also you can check the replay. There is a feature in the live, and when live is completed you will anyways get the YouTube video. But sometimes the chats are enabled after 1 day only. Okay, so today let's quickly start, because we have a lot of things to cover in JavaScript also. So the first thing which I want to tell is the conditional. Okay, conditionals is something. So we are, and then the loops and all those things. So yesterday I think you have the JSBin also for that. So so I have updated in the channel. Means if you see, one sec.
This is in the heart.
Okay, so see, this is yesterday's video. This is yesterday's video, and this is yesterday's video, and GitHub is also there, and JSBin is also there. So all those things are there. So please do check it out. Okay. So let me also paste yesterday's videos if someone want it. Okay. Okay. One video. It is stuck again. Okay. So we'll start with conditional now. So let's start with conditionals. Conditionals means what? So if else statement, see the for loop and all which we have learned, it runs for some iteration. It also have a condition to check, but the if statements, the most important conditions are the if statements. They will only run once if the condition is true. So suppose, and we're going to learn two things here. Okay, one is a condition and one is a different thing in JavaScript which we are going to learn. So suppose we have a const x equal to 10. I have x equal to 10. And what we are going to learn? We are going to learn conditions. Const x equal to 10 have done. And if x double equal to 10, then so okay, so one thing is there. See what I have done. There are two things I want to explain here. First thing is that I have made the x equal to string 10. X is the string 10 I have made. So what is the means x is string 10? Means it is not a normal 10. Okay, that you should understand. That is not a normal 10. String is a different. I given this course as a string 10, it's not equal to normal 10. So this is like a conditional operator which we have seen earlier. Also greater than equal to is also there. So equal to is also equal to is also conditional operator. And okay, one more thing. This is an assignment operator. What it does, assigns the right hand side to the left hand side, and the conditional operator what is that? It checks both the left hand side and the right hand side and gives returns either true or false. Okay, but what will happen in other programming language and all, this will be equal to false. This will not run. In fact, why this will not run? Because okay, one sec, why it is coming like this? Okay, okay, because console I have not spelled right. Okay, what is coming console right now? Const x is 10 if x equal to 10. Yeah, existent. This JSBin is doing something weird stuff. Okay, but see, existent. So what I was telling, in most other programming languages, this is not true. Actually, why? Because what when this statement will run, what will be done here? So I'll do string 10 equal to number 10. So in most other programming languages, string 10 is not equal to number 10. It will not even run. Okay, if loop only runs. The other thing is that if loop only, if not if loop, if statement only runs when this condition is true. When this condition is true, then only it will come inside. When this condition is true, then only it will come inside, or else it doesn't come inside. Okay. So as I've told, in most of the programming languages like C, C++, Java, this is not equal. But in JavaScript, what happens because of those crazy 3 days of creation of JavaScript, which I told yesterday, in 3 days JavaScript was created, this bug was also, this kind of thing was also left. What happens in JavaScript, developer tried to become creative, and what he did he introduce the compiler to try to equal this thing, in the sense, when I pass something like a string and make it try to compare it with a number, the compiler tries to change it. And what happens, the compiler will change this string 10 into a number 10. Okay, compiler try to change, and it will change the string 10 into number 10, and that's why it is true. So double equality is a very dangerous thing in JavaScript. What happened? So they realized this error quickly, and within 3 years they fixed this error. Okay, how did they fix it? They fixed it with triple equal to, which is just there in JavaScript. No other programming language have this thing known as triple equal to. But in JavaScript, it is always recommended for you to use triple equal to, not double equal to. So what is this triple equal to? Let us check. Const y equal to 20 and if y triple equal to 20, I'm not giving double equal to, I'm giving triple equal to 20, console.log y is 20, else console.log y is string 20. So what I did right now, let me run it now. Why string 20 is coming? Why? So when the comparison will be done now, this is also known as strict comparison, triple equal to, only in JavaScript. So when the string 20 will be equal to number 20, it will not be changed. The thing is that it will not be changed. So what will happen? It is not changed. So what is happening? It is not changing. So it will come to this else part. Okay, else part is something in the if statement. What happens in the if statement? We can have an else part also. So what happens in the else part? If the if part, if statement is equal to it is false, like the string 20 is not equal to number 20, so it will be false, it will be equivalent to false, so it will come to the else part. Else part will run then. If the else if is false, then only the else part will run. So else part will run in this case, and y is string 20 will be done. Okay, y string 20 is done. Okay, yeah, yeah, Hari, you can say it like that. It checks both the value and the data type, but the main thing is that it doesn't change the thing. Okay, double equal to is that okay? It changes the values and not the data type. Yeah, you can say it like that, Hari. You can say it like that. That is good. Checks the value and the data type. But yeah, but internally, what it does does the conversion. This type of conversion it does internally. Okay, so try to use triple equal to all the time. So the next thing which we are going to learn is so we have also checked this double equal to and triple equal, and we have also checked the if statement and if else statement. Now there is another kind of statement which is known as if else statement. So what happens in that? That is very powerful statement, and we use that a lot in programming. Okay, so that is if else. I'm just writing what I'm doing. If else statement. Okay, if now first let me have a const z equal to 19, and if z is greater than 100, and console.log z is greater than 100, else if z is greater than 80, let me make it 69, z is greater than 80, else if is there. Okay, else if z is greater than 80, then z is greater than 60, that is greater than 60, and z is greater than 40, z is greater than 40, and else z is less than 40, z is less than 40. So okay, so let me run it once, and it will give me z is greater than 60. So how this if else if statement is, it is a very important thing. Okay, if z is greater than 100, so it will come here and z is 69. So 69 is greater than 100. No, it is not true. Then it will come to the second one. 69 is greater than 60. No, it is not true. 69 is greater than 60. Yeah, it is true. And it will print z is greater than 60, and it will come out. Okay, it will not even check these things. It will just the moment this any statement is true, it will come out. It will do the things which is there inside the curly bracket, and it will come out. It will not even check the other things. Okay, but this first two things it will check. Okay, so this is like if else if statement runs. Okay, so that is there. Now the other thing is that yes, then we are going to learn a bit more. Okay, so or and operators and const x equal to 20 and const y equal to 30. If x triple equal to 20, so there is a or operator and an operator. We're going to learn that now. Okay, y triple equal to 40, then console.log of any one of the statement is true. If I run it, it will run. So what is the OR operator? This is known as the OR operator. Double pipe we give, and one more thing, there should not be any space here. Double pipe should be continuous. So if I give this double pipe, what does that mean? Double pipe means OR operator. If x equal to triple equal to 20 or y triple equal to 40, so what will happen? Only the first condition is true. The first condition is true because it is 20, but the second condition is not true. Then also it will go inside. So even if there are 100 of conditions, you can give a or operator 100 times also, like this pipe thing. And it is very much used in program, very much used in production projects. This thing is very popular. So if you give it 100 times also, and even if one statement is true, it will go inside. It will go inside and execute the whatever the statement is there. So this is or operator. So there is something else also is there, which is known as AND operator. So let us see that. And in that I will make it and operator is given by 2 and. Again, there is no space. Okay, both. Now it will have both of the statement are true. If I clear it, run it, it will not run, because and an operator, what happens? Even if one statement is false, it will not run. So this is also very much used in programming. So when it will run? It will run only when this is there, like this. Okay, so this is like that, it will run. So this is your or an AND operator. So now we are going to learn a very important thing known as a ternary operator. Ternary operator. Again, I will give this all of this JSBins in the description of the video. Okay, so description of video, the JSBins will be there. So ternary operator is there, and in the ternary operator is a shortcut of if-else statement, but it is very popular in React.js. Okay, where we love one-line sentences. You're going to see today why we love one-line sentences. Okay, so const z equal to 10, let color if z is greater than 10, color is equal to red, else color is equal to blue. So what I'm doing right now, I'm creating a simple if else statement, then I'm going to convert it into a ternary. Okay, so console.log of color see, color is blue is coming because 10 is not greater than 10, so else what will and blue will come. Now we are going to convert it into ternary operator. Okay, so how to do that? So for that, first I will have a const color to new variable z is greater than 10, and then I will have this question mark, then red or blue, console.log color 2. Okay. So here what will happen? So look into this one, second one. If color 2 is there, okay, I will actually comment this out. Color 2 is there, so z is 10 is greater than 10, which is actually not true. So the blue part, so whatever I give in this colon, this is like a this part if part, and this is like a else part, and this is like the condition we are checking. This is like the condition equal to we are checking. So it will be like the blue will come. Okay, if I make it like 11, then red will come. Okay, so this is like this. Okay, good morning all. Please like and subscribe the video, because we are doing so much. This is the second day, and please do like and subscribe so that it can reach to more people. I cannot see much of likes. Please do like the video, okay, so that it can reach to more people. Okay, so this is there. Now the next thing which we are going to do is like switch statements. So switch statements are quite similar to if else if statements. Okay, but they're used at a lot of places, even in Redux and all, which we are going to see. you see that these switch statements are used a lot. So JavaScript and console I'll do, and I will do the switch statement. Those are coming now, they can watch the replay also. You can I think in the live also you can go a bit later on and to watch the replay. Okay, that is known as replay. You can rewind it, like, okay, if you want to see or see the live and see this thing later on. Okay, so we are going to see the switch statement, which is like a if else if statement. Okay, so const color equal to blue and switch color and case is red, console.log color is red. Okay. Red, green, blue, violet, open, no color match. So if I run this, will show me color is blue. So as I told, it is exactly like if else if a statement. So like that, it has got a different things and all. So whatever is true, it will do that thing and come out. But what is happening, the switch statement, for coming out, this break statement is very much required. So color is blue, so color is blue is taking, and then it will, okay, it will check with each of the things. Okay, is it blue, is it blue, is it blue, yeah, this one is blue, and so I'll print this console log. But this break statement is very much required in the switch cases. This break statement, it doesn't automatically does, like the if statement, what it happens, the moment it matches something, it will run all those things and come out automatically, do that thing. Okay, automatically do that thing and it will come out. Okay, so it happens like that. Okay, so that is there, and this is how the switch case work. And if I, and the default is like the else part, if nothing is matched, like then it will be done. So like I will do like a black, so I don't have a black color, so I'll do this, no color match will be run. So this is how the switch statements are there. Okay, so now we'll learn the last topic of your JavaScript basic, and after that we are going to do DOM programming. So what is DOM programming is very important. DOM programming is the programming which we do really, means it is also known as vanilla JavaScript projects, which you have heard a lot, vanilla JavaScript projects. Okay, so those are like the DOM programming. Okay, JavaScript console, and so we are going to learn about functions now. Functions we are going to learn about, and what are these functions? Okay, these functions are, and functions are the main building block of JavaScript. Why they are the main building block of JavaScript? Functions, because JavaScript is mainly a function oriented language. Okay, so what is the use of higher order function in JavaScript? Higher order function, these are all advanced, very advanced stuff, and the main motto of learning JavaScript should be to learn React and get a job. See, I can tell about higher order functions and all those stuff and all. JavaScript is very easy on the surface. It takes hardly, means if you know programming language, it will take hardly 10-15 days to learn. But if you want to master it, going to master it, it will take around 4 years. Yeah, I'm right. It will take around 4 years to master JavaScript. And not only higher order functions are there. There are something known as prototypes. Prototypes in JavaScript. Okay, prototypes are there. This keyword, in fact, this keyword is such a complicated topic in JavaScript. There is a whole book. You don't know JavaScript. And Hari, if I tell you you want to master JavaScript, do one thing: read 4 books of you don't know JavaScript series. It will take you around 2 years to complete them, at least 2 years to complete them. They are very tough topics are there, but you will be like a ninja in JavaScript, like a super powerful ninja in JavaScript. I also have not done those books, but I have got some materials. I've done some materials from those books. Means there are a lot of things on the YouTube are also there. So I have learned some gist of those books, but I don't do those things right now because the main motto is to get a job. If you are learning JavaScript for 2 years, then when is the time to learn React? So that's why don't go for very high stuffs and all, and so it will be good. Okay, so good morning, Ananta. So can I give a num of cases in switch statement? You can, yes, you can have, yeah, you can have any number of cases. Okay, so if someone wants the advanced kinds of JavaScript, I have that advanced kind of JavaScript also on my channel. Maybe I will give the video for that, but nowadays I don't cover even in my paid courses. I don't cover because the main aim for everyone is to it should be to get a job, and those JavaScript are not used anywhere. The higher order functions are not. Even the higher there is some higher order functions. I will answer your question. Higher order function is something like the higher order component in React. Okay, and higher order component nowadays nobody uses because everybody is moving to the functional component. Maybe we'll touch a bit of that also. Okay, so now we are going to learn about the functions, and actually there are 4 ways to create functions in JavaScript. JavaScript was originally a function-oriented programming language. Still today it is. Although in 2015 there was a class-based things was added to it, and we are going to learn that also. We're going to learn that also in the ES6 part, but mainly still today it's the function-oriented programming language also. So there are 4 ways to declare functions. Let us do those ways. So the method number 1 is function declarations. Function declaration, and it is like a function, normal function. How we used to declare function from 1995 is that way. See what happens in JavaScript. The add nums. Okay, and this is like num1 comma num2. Num1 comma num2 is there, and I'll come to the console.log num1 into num2. Okay, and we have to call it. So what are actually functions? Functions are, as I've told earlier, see in bigger programs you cannot write the whole program in one go. There will be some common functionalities, and mostly you divide the program in 2 ways. Either you divide it through classes, which is known as object-oriented programming, or else you divide it through function, which is known as functional programming. So you divide it into different functions, the same common functionality, or even a big program you divide it into functions to have it more manageable. Okay, so that is known as function programming. So add nums is like 20 comma 30 if I do, and if I add num, not multiply num, okay, I'll run it and it will show me 50. So you can see if you're coming from the C++, Java background, you might be seeing that okay, this function is there, function keyword is there. That is only in JavaScript. In the other programming language, we have function in all programming language. Even the object-oriented programming language, we have functions. So there what happens, if there is something known as return type in a function, if there is no return type, we used to do void here. We used to write in C++, we used to write void, void, void. But here there is nothing because JavaScript is actually a loosely typed language. So there is nothing there. You write functions only. You write functions. Okay, you write functions here. Okay, and it will depend upon how it, again the compiler will decide. Okay, function, even if there is a return type. What is the return type? I'll tell next. Okay, this most common way is known as function declaration. Here I'm passing 2 parameters to it, and it is giving me the sum. So I can pass this thing like what is this, like passing these parameters, like I can pass this like 100 times also, like something else. So it's a simple add function. First it will give 50, next it will give 90. So it is like this. You can do 100 times also. So this is what functions are all about. So now the next kind of function is method number 2 is function expressions. Okay, so here okay, first let me do one thing. Let me copy this thing and let me first thing is that I want to tell one more thing first, multi-num, but let me do it multi-nums. Okay, multi-nums, and it will be into. So anyways, I'm not telling function expression right now. I want to tell something else also. So it is taking 600. Okay. So in JavaScript, if you want to return something, so returning some value from the function is a very common thing, which is there almost all programming language, and it is there here also. You want to return something from here. So what we generally do in other programming language, you write the return type here like int or something, but here we don't need to write in JavaScript. Okay, we just do here like this, and I will do a return, return keyword like this. Okay, return keyword like this. But if I run it, see, nothing will come, because when you return something, you have to catch it. You have to catch it. So there are two ways to catch the thing. So it is like throwing a ball and catching it. When you return something means I'm returning something. So I'm returning the ball. So I'm returning the ball. So you have to catch the ball. You have to take the ball. You have to take the ball in something. So in what thing I have to take? I have to take the ball. Mostly in bigger programming languages, what we in the real programs, what we do, we catch it in a variable. We catch the ball in a variable. So I'll do a const multi equal to like this, and console.log multi. I'm going to do console.log multi. I'm going to do and get it, and 600 will come. So I'm catching the ball in the multi. So it is happening like that. Okay. So the other thing is that, so this thing is okay in bigger programs or not. So you might be saying this, instead of this creating a variable and doing this thing, what I will do directly, I will do it in the console log so that it can save me one line. So I'll do it like this, and it will also do something like this. Okay, so now we are going to see what is a function expression. I was just showing the return type. So function expression is also a way in JavaScript to declare the functions. So what happens in the JavaScript? What happens in JavaScript? JavaScript is a function oriented language. Okay, so there is a term. Functions are first class citizens in JavaScript. So they have got multiple things. In most other programming language, we have only one way to declare function. In JavaScript, we have three ways to declare function actually. So the other way is like the function expression, in which what happen, we'll have this function. Okay, I will cut this out and have a const multi function multi-nums equal to this. I will make it equal to a variable. I'll make it equal to a variable. See, it will be equal to a variable. So it is variable. It is the same thing. It is equal to a variable, but it will run like that, like the same only. So this is known as function expression. I'll make it equal to variable. And with this function expression only, function expression is also from the starting of JavaScript, means from 1995. But in 2015, in ES6, there was a new kind of things. A new kind of method to declare function were invented, was given to us, and not invented, they invented us, and they gave it to us in ES6, and that is known as the arrow function. Okay, so what is the arrow function? Arrow function. What is arrow function? So arrow function, let me change it like modnums. Okay, so I'll do a modulus here. Make it a 40 here. It will give me 10. Modulus will give me 10. So what is arrow function? See, there was some problem with the normal functions in JavaScript, and the problem is not with the functions and all. When we have this keyword inside a function, which generally we have when it takes something as a class-based component and all, class-based were also introduced, and this keyword is used a lot in class-based thing, and sometimes in old JavaScript programming also this keyword is used. This is a special kind of keyword in JavaScript in which if you make a variable as this, you get access to various points. This is a very difficult to understand in this. It takes around 3 to 4 hours to even teach what is a this keyword, and I have a separate video for that in Discord. Maybe I will give it if someone wants that this keyword video. And so there was a problem with the this keyword. So in JavaScript, what happened to solve that problem, this arrow functions, first thing is the arrow function, the way we give the arrow function to it's a very different way, okay, and the syntax is different. And the problem with this keyword we have solved. When we are going to do React, we are going to see that we will face a problem with the this keyword, and then we are going to solve it with this thing, okay. We are going to solve it with the arrow function, okay. And they are very modern, and mostly nowadays it is said that you should use arrow function only in JavaScript, in React.js, all these places. So arrow function, what happens, this function, I will remove this function, okay. And so it is mainly advanced form of function expressions only, okay. And then I'll do a equal to and this, and this is known as a fat arrow. Please don't give a space here. It's like equal to and greater than in 1, okay. And then I will clear it and run it, and it will give me 10. It will give me 10 like this. So this is known as a arrow function. Syntax is different, and it has got some advanced feature like the, it handles the this keyword in a very good way, okay. So that is there. So now we'll have another thing which is like a method number 4, which is condensed arrow function. Condensed arrow function. And what happens in this? See, in arrow function, okay, now let me do it a different thing, which is a div nums. Div nums, I'm going to do div nums, and which will be like a divide, and if I run it, it will, okay. Sometimes it doesn't happen. So if I run it 1.33, something will come, okay. So what happens in your condensed arrow function, this is there, okay. So if there is only one line, which is there, which is a case, which a lot of times the case is like this, we are going to use this arrow function in filter and reduce and all those things. In that, what will happen, there is only one line, one statement is that like this written. So what we are going to do here, we can remove this thing and this thing. We can remove both of these things, okay. We can remove both of these things, which is like the curly bracket and the return statement, but actually it is there, but we can remove it. It's a shortcut and it will do. So this is known as a condensed arrow function. It is used a lot in React, because React is having something which we are going to look later on, that the one liner codes are very much important in React, okay. So that is how the condensed arrow function are there, okay. There is even more further condensed we can do it. So suppose I am passing only one parameter like this, 40 I'm passing. So maybe what I'm doing here, num2, I am making it by 5, I'm dividing, hard coding it by 5, I'm dividing. So what is the thing here, I can do further shortening here. What further shortening I can do, this num1 is there, this num1 was a parameter, which parameter generally have this normal brackets. I can remove the normal brackets also. So see, this is a complete function, and sometimes people are confused that when they see a variable, when they see a line like this, what the hell is it is. But it's a complete function. It's actually a function like this. It's actually a function like this, a complete function. It is, this line is a complete function, this line is a complete function. So that's what is there, okay. So actually we are done with the basics of JavaScript. Now we are going to go into the DOM, and DOM I teach on your, not here, but I teach it on VS Code. DOM I teach it on VS Code, okay. So it is there, okay. I'll add it here only, and maybe. So I have given this direct the GitHub link for this thing, okay. So you all can get yesterday's code, all the CSS, Flexbox, Grid, HTML basics. This code is there, okay. So okay, so now we'll do here. MK, yeah. Okay, and you all should start learning a bit about command line also. Why? Because in React you need command line. So that's why I'm not going to do it like the way I was doing the basic 3-4 commands you should know. And although I'm using a Mac, Windows also there is a command line, and you should try to use the bash command, not the command CMD. There is a bash thing is there. Try to download the bash. Okay, so I will do a bit from command line so that you can understand the command line is very important, and it is not like some crazy commands I'm going to use. I'm going to use very easy command, and those things you have to know. You should know what is a mkdir, you should know what is a cd, you should know uh, uh, at least those two commands. Okay, so mkdir, cd. Mkdir means, so like there is a clear is also there, and 3-4 commands only are there which are important, not that crazy kind of command like ls I can get all the file folders which are there. So I'll do mkdir. Okay, so I'll do a dom basics, like mkdir means make directory. Instead of doing it manually, I'm doing it like this. Then I will cd into dom basics. I'll do cd. And one more thing is there, I have my VS Code path also set up here. So if I do go anywhere and do a code dot anywhere, it will open a VS Code, and that folder it will open. So this thing I have told yesterday how to do it manually, like creating a folder and then dragging it to VS Code. This is the same thing which I'm showing it through the command line, and you should know this thing. Okay, so how I did this code dot and it opened this thing. So in VS Code there are a lot of features, like there is one thing known as a path variables in VS Code. It is very easy to set up. Control Shift P you have to do, and you have to see do this path. It will come. Install code command in path. PATH you will do. PATH you will do. It will come. Okay, so it is like this, and you will install it. I have already installed it. So that is like this. It is there. Okay. So okay. So what is DOM basic now? Basically, what is DOM basic? So JavaScript basics are okay, but JavaScript is like a very vast thing. JavaScript is used in backend programming also, a lot of different programming, also almost every programming it is used. So, and front end programming also it is used. So front end programming, it can be used in two ways. Okay, two ways it can be used, either through the DOM program, which is there from the earlier days also. Okay, and earlier days the DOM programming was used to be done with either the basic JavaScript, or there was a thing known as a jQuery. Jquery is nowadays nobody uses that. So both those things used to come in the DOM programming only. Nowadays nobody learns jQuery or teaches jQuery. Okay, so those things, and that thing is also known as vanilla JavaScript. Okay, vanilla JavaScript, and you do that programming and all those things are there, and that is a bit tougher. I feel like that, and the DOM programming is a bit tougher. So what is it, what is this libraries like React and Angular and Vue? They are actually replacement of that vanilla JavaScript kind of code or DOM program, and they are much more easy. See, I'm going to do this DOM programming. Then we are soon going to start with React.js, and you'll find that the React.js is actually 10 times easier than this DOM programming. Okay, so you'll find that thing. A lot of time, what happens in my paid classes also, I start telling this DOM program, and people started getting scared of it, because a lot of people are from non-IT background in my paid classes also. They're from non-IT background, like mechanical engineers and all. So they find anyways HTML CSS very easy, and when JavaScript starts, they start getting means nervous and all. And DOM programming, they makes them even more nervous. And I tell them, okay, so DOM programming is making you nervous. Understand a bit, but the main thing is to understand React.js, because the DOM programming is not going to get you a job. See, if your main aim is only to learn and learn, then learn it. But if your main aim is to get a job, get an internship, get a high paying job, get an internship, then you have to learn React. JavaScript won't give you a job. HTML CSS will give you a job. HTML CSS you need to learn. HTML CSS will give you a very basic job. JavaScript will not even give you a job. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. So JavaScript also you need to know, because see, when I'm going to start with React, you'll see that almost every JavaScript concept I'm using, almost every ES6 concept I'm using, because it's a JavaScript library. React is JavaScript library, so all the JavaScript concept will be used. So it is not like you can skip the JavaScript part, skip the HTML, CSS, and go to React. Some people ask that also. No, you cannot skip those parts. You have to do those things. So only four things you have to learn to get a job. I'm not telling you to learn 100 kind of things. Though there will be some gurus out there who will, or some other things out there, they will tell you 100 things to do to get a job in Python and all on, and all this blah blah. No, you have to do only four things in a good way, and you'll get a job. My surety is there. Okay, so that is there. So let's do the DOM programming. So here I've opened this and all. So I will keep it here, and I'll create three files: index.html, style.css, and main.js. Not, and it is like js for beginners, link style.css, and do, and then let me have some other things here. I will actually copy this thing, and let me explain it. So first thing is that I have a header tag. Okay, so what is a header tag? Header tags are like a semantic tag. They, you can treat them as a cs, as a div only, but header tag, section tag, you'll see them a lot nowadays. So they are semantic tags, and they are something which is released nowadays, because what happens, earlier we used to use div and span a lot. Okay, so div and span have got no spatial meaning. Okay, for the means, what is a div? Most of the HTML tag have some meaning, like form is a form, label, input, list, item, OL, ordered list, UL, unordered list, all those things have a meaning. But div and span doesn't have meaning. Just a div is a block element, span is an inline element. So the semantic tags were invented. In semantic tags, what happened? These have got all of, I think, have got some meaning. The header means the header part will come in. Section means the section part will come in. And why they were invented? They were invented because they were introduced, not invented. They were introduced in HTML because uh, there is accessibility thing is there. Accessibility things means anyone can go to a website and see it. Accessibility things means even a person who have difficulty in seeing and all those things, they can go to a website and see it. How they go to a website and see it? So they see it through something known as a screen reader. There is something known as screen reader. They go and see it through the screen reader. They ask in their mobile to open any website, and the screen readers go through the website and reads the whole the website. And screen readers need these tags like header, section, and all those things. So it finds it very difficult, the screen readers program, if we have a div or a section. So that's why the European countries, you all of you know, European countries are very strict. European countries and I think Australia also, they have made it mandatory to use the this semantic tag, although it is not mandatory in India and all those things. But and also means it is much more easier to see, okay, this is a header part, this is a section part, like this. Okay, so I have a header part in which I have written a h1, and then I have a section part, a big section part, in which I have a, and all of these things have a classes and IDs, which we have told yesterday also. So this form is there, this form has the ID of form. Okay, and then I have a h1 and empty div of message, and two other divs are there, in which label and input is there. One sec. Okay, so, and all of this div is there, and one submit button is also there, and one is ul is there, which is like a empty id, empty ul is there, and one ul I have commented it out, we are going to use later on. Okay, one more thing, I have used the JavaScript file at the end. Why I have used the JavaScript file at the end? Okay, so the JavaScript file at the end, oh, I forgot to give the first attendance. It's okay, anyways we'll have to do attendance only today. Okay, mark your fourth attendance here. First three attendance were given on day 1. Okay. Okay. So this script is like the main.js. Okay, script is main.js. So yeah, I was telling why we are telling the script. Okay, why we're giving the script, which is actually the linking to our main.js. Okay, the main.js is the file which we are going to write the JavaScript. Like the CSS file will write the CSS. So main.js will be the file in which we will write the JavaScript. So why it is at the end actually, and like the style sheet is at the starting. JavaScript is actually a blocking kind of a language in the HTML CSS context. So what will happen if we have given the script? We could very easily give this script here also after this link tag. So what happens till the JavaScript has been loaded, the website doesn't get loads. Okay, and sometimes JavaScript is very huge, like hundreds and thousands of lines. So it has got a lot of code, and if it is if that will take, so what that happens, so that makes the website very slow. Initial load will become very slow, and it will take around 3 4 5 seconds to load, and that is a lot of time. Okay, in 3 4 5 seconds people stops the website, people get out of the website. Okay, that's like that. If a website takes 3 to 4 seconds to load the initial time, it is a huge loss for the people. Okay, so JavaScript blocks those things, and JavaScript is required mainly for what? Mainly for some clicking of something, some other things it is required. Okay, so if the website itself is not up, there is no button is there in the website, then where the user will click? So we always do that thing. First let the website be loaded, then we'll have those click and all those things. Okay, so that is there. So I've created this, and let us have some styles also, and we're going to directly start with JavaScript because that is the thing which we are going to do. So I'll do this in the style of CSS also, and in HTML I'll go live like the way in which we were going earlier. Okay, why it is 60%? Yeah. So we have a nice form and all. So now the main thing which we are going to do, we are going to go to the main.js and start doing a JavaScript part. Okay. So and start learning DOM programming. So what happens in this DOM programming? The main thing in a DOM programming is to first select the select anything, like select whatever the user types here, whatever the user types here. So that is the main thing of a front end programming, and then we do something on it. So this is a simple form and all those things. The first thing is to learn how to grab something, how to grab a single element. Okay, then we'll learn how to grab multiple elements. So I'll do grab single element const form equal to document dot query selector, and there is from is there document dot query selector, not query selector, I will use get element by id, get element by id. And so what is this document dot get element by id and all? So document dot get element by id, which is something which is been given to us by JavaScript DOM. Okay, so get element by id. So see here this system get element by id. So it is something like by id is there. By id means we can get any elements by the id, so it should have an id in it. So my form is actually a id, so all the other elements which have an id I can get them also with this document dot get element by id. Now after this, if I do the console dot log of form, then I will save it, and I have to open the console here. Now I have to open the console here. So see this console.log form, the whole form is been selected. The whole form is been selected. So similar to this document.get element by ID, we have something known as a query selector also. We're going to learn that query selector now. And in that, instead of creating again another variable, I will directly going to do it in the console.log. So I'll do it in the console.log of document.query selector, and dot container and console.log document.query selector and h1. So the thing is there, query selector is like get element by id, but what is happening in get element by id, I can only get the elements which are ids, but in query selector what I can give, it is a generic thing. Okay, like I can give a class, I can give an id, I can give a element. Like dot container I have given because container is a class name. If I want to give ids here in the query selector, I have to give a hash. I have to give the like something like, I will show. So something like maybe this thing I'm going to show, I'm going to do it here. So I have to do a hash of my form like this. I have to do. Okay, so this is how query selector works, and I can also directly select the like h1s and all this thing. But one thing is there, when I directly select something like h1 or something, the first thing will be selected. See, there are two h1s in this page, h1 and this one and this one. Only the first one will be selected. Okay, so if I save it, you're going to see that section is getting selected, form is getting selected, h1 is getting selected. This is how this works. Okay, so that is how we work. We show grab a single element, so we can grab multiple elements also like this. I have uncommented it out, and now we are going to learn how to select these multiple elements. So let us go back there, and I will actually comment them out. Grab multiple elements. Here console.log document dot query selector all. Query selector all. There is something known as query selector all. Document dot query selector all dot item. Okay. Query selector all dot item I'm done. So this is there. Okay. So this is to select multiple elements. Query selector. It is query selector. It is query selector all. Query selector and query selector all. Okay. Query selector and query selector all. So this is how to grab those multiple elements. Just like this query selector all. Okay. So okay. So what I'm doing here, item, this item is there. I'm choosing this item class dot item. So there are three items classes. Three items classes are there. Okay, three item classes are there. Okay, three item classes are there. Okay, one sec. So this okay. So see, when I save it, see what happened. Something known as a node list has been opened. So what is this node list? And you might be seeing, okay, it is like something like an array has been done and all those things. All those three items are selected, but they were selected in an array actually. Node list is something which is like an array, but not an array. But it has got a lot of features of an array. First thing is that the square brackets are there, using those square bracket. So I can select all those things. And the second thing is there, like if I do here, this prototype thing is there. It has a three items, 1 2 3, and if I go to this prototypes and all, so you can see prototype is nothing but it will show whatever is there in a node list. Node list is like an array. Okay, so constructor, entries, for each items, and all those things are there in your this thing, in your node list. Okay, so that is there. And the now we're going to see one more thing. Okay, and that is the get one thing. So like the query selector, there is a variation of get also to get the multiple elements. So we're going to see that now. Okay, so console.log document dot get elements by class name item, and console.log document dot get elements. It is s is there, elements is there, s is there, elements by class name and elements by tag name. Okay, so that is there. I will save it and see now what is coming. Something known as HTML collection is coming. HTML collection is coming, and this HTML collection is actually, it is also like an array, but it is not an array. Again, it is not an array. And see, HTML get elements is like you have to give the complete thing at elements by class name. So class name I give, get elements by tag name. I have elements is there, so li I have given, li and item I have given. So that is like that. That is like that I have done. Okay, so now what is there? Okay, so one more thing I want to tell. Again, you will come here, and if you see the prototypes, in the prototype you'll see that there is one thing more. Yesterday I think I told about for each also a bit. So here you'll see a lot of things are there in which the for each is also there, but here a less things are there. One more thing I want to tell now. Okay, so let me comment this out, and I will have one more thing here. Console.log of an empty array. I will take an empty array. I want to show something of empty array. Empty array will go, and empty array the prototype will go. See, in empty array prototype a lot of things are there. So these are the things, the array methods which are there in an array, which are there in an array. See, there are a lot of array methods in an array. For each, includes, index of, join, all those things which I have told, all those things are there. But in the HTML collection and a node list, they are not there. Okay, so I'll actually remove this thing. In fact, in the HTML collection there are lesser things. Okay, so lesser things means we cannot access through for each and all. So I will do one thing now. This thing, okay, okay, I will put this thing is in a variable call items equal to like this. In a variable I'll do, and node items. And for each, as I've told, for each is a better way of for loop. Okay, so call items dot for each, and item is console dot log item. I'll do, and see, I'm able to get all these three li items. So similar thing I'm going to do it with the node items. I'm going to do, so I'm going to come here, node items, save it, and see, comment this out. It actually gave me an error because for each is not a function. Yeah, for each was not a function in the HTML collections, which we have already seen that it's a this is a HTML collection. So how to use this? So you will use a normal for loop. Why to use something like this? We'll use a normal for loop here. So, and that is the problem. Normal for loop is not that much misused, and that is a lot of complicated syntax is also there. If you're easy with a complicated syntax, it's okay, but if you are not okay with that complicated syntax, then it's like for I less than node items dot I plus plus, and node items I have to do, I will save it and it will show me all these things, three things. Okay, so it is like that. Okay, so this is like this thing is there. Now we will be going to the next thing, next part. Okay, so here only. So here we are going to learn about DOM manipulations now. Okay, DOM manipulations, and which is very important thing. So JavaScript is actually very much powerful. Not only selecting, you can remove, you can change something, a lot of other things which you can do here in JavaScript. So I'll do a DOM manipulation. So const ul equal to document.query selector.items I've done, and then so again the query selector I'm doing. Okay, document.query selector, and I'm selecting this dot items means this one I'm selecting. Okay, then I will do ul dot ul dot remove I'm going to do, and save it. See, it is all removed. So how powerful it is. I'm able to remove also. I'm able to remove also. So this is done. Then what we can do? Okay, then now we're going to see how to manipulate this thing. Okay, I remove this thing again. I will get this item 1, item 2, item 3. So now I want to change the item 1 here. So I want to change the text here, and that also can be done with JavaScript. The changing the text here, item 1, item 2, item 3. I want to check those. I want to change those things. Okay. So let us do that, and for that I will have a ul dot. There are many ways to first let us change the item 1. So I will have a first element child dot text content. I will make it as html dot text content. I will save it. See, it is changed to as html. ul dot first element child will actually select this thing, and then there is something known as text content is again a property of JavaScript. Text content changes the text there. Okay, so this is one way to do it. Let us see the other way to do it. Okay, so that is like the ul dot children one dot inner text. So this there is children property is also there. What is there in the children property? This is children 0, this is children 1, this is children 2. Okay, like this array. So children 1 is the second one because I want to change the second one now. This one. Or inner text. Inner text is something which is like the text content only. You can use any one of them. Okay, and CSS I'll do, it will change to CSS. Now we are going to do the ul dot last element child I'm going to do, and dot inner html. I'm going to do inner html java pt javascript. So inner html. See this thing now. Last element child, of course, last element child will select the last one, and I'm not using the inner text here. I'm using something known as inner html. Inner html is actually more popular than the inner text now, because what happens now inside this course I can give a html thing. In fact, I can give the whole of the html site also there, because html the indentation is only for us humans. For computer it is not required. I can use the whole site here also, and it will be quite fine. It will be quite fine to give the whole site also there. Okay, so whatever I give here in the html, it will print. Okay, so like if I change it to inner text, see this h1 and h1 is shown. It is not interpreted as html, but when I give inner html, then only it will be interpreted as javascript and as html. Okay, so that is there. So this we have learned the DOM manipulation. Now we are going to do one of the most important thing now in javascript, which is like the event listener. See, JavaScript was created for one reason only. When JavaScript was created, the main reason was that how to add functionality to this button, and when a user click on this button, I need to do something. And the first thing is that I need to listen to this button click, and there should be some mechanism through which I'm always listening. Okay, this button click is happening. How is this button click happening? And that is what JavaScript does. It was originally invented for this thing only. So I need to have an event listener which will continuously work in the background and keep on listening. So that is known as event listeners, and we are going to learn about the event listener right now. Okay, so event listeners and const btn equal to document.querySelector.btn have done. Okay, document.querySelector.btn. Okay, so this button, I'm selecting this button, document query selector button, I'm selecting this button, and then what, then this btn dot add event listener. I'm doing this add event listener, and this click event listener I'm going to do. Okay, so what is this click event listener? Click event listener is something, and one more thing. I am okay. So this is button dot add event listener will add an event listener to this button because I'm selecting this button, and a click is written here. So click means it will wait for the click of this button to happen. So there are different kind of event listener. One of them is click. So it will wait for the click to happen. The moment I click something, this part will execute it. This is known as a callback function. I'm adding this function here also. I can call a different function from here also, that we're going to see soon. And but this is mainly a function, but after comma I am calling a function. See, this is an arrow function. I'm passing the e here. E is a very important variable. I'm passing it here, okay, and I'm calling this e. Okay, so this is how I'm doing it, and then I can directly do a console.log of e. E is a very special variable in DOM programming which gives us access to a lot of things. Okay, so I'll do a save, and I'll do inspect console, and now I will click on it. See, the e has actually console.log e has come, but it is refreshing. It is refreshing. It is refreshing very fast. It is refreshing very fast. Okay, so why it is happening like this? Because when I was teaching your HTML, I taught one thing, that what happens when you have a input of class button inside a form, input of class button inside a form, it refreshes the whole of the browser. Why? This is coming from the old PHP world. Actually, PHP earlier, what used to happen before 2010 and all, PHP was a major backend language there. In fact, Facebook was written in PHP. Facebook, the backend was in PHP. So what happened in PHP, when you submit some form, there used to be some PHP form attached here, and it used to go through that there. So it always used to refresh the browser, but that is a very bad behavior in JavaScript world. JavaScript world, React.js, all those things, because when you refresh something, the variable goes away. In JavaScript, the variables are very important. It should not refresh, and the variable should not go away. So what we do in JavaScript, we have something to prevent this behavior, which is known as e dot prevent default. It's not e dot prevent default, and if I do this thing, it will not refresh the browser. So see, if I collect here, click here, now it is not refreshing the browser, and I'm getting the e. And as I told, e has got a lot of things. We are not doing seed right now, but e has got a lot of things, and we are getting the e now. So that is there. Now now this event listener is there. Now what I'm going to do actually here, bring it down here. I'm not use e, but I will cut this thing, paste this thing here. Okay, and I will save it. Now what will happen? This is like item 1, item 2, item 3. Okay, now if I click it, it is getting changed. Just I put it inside. What is happening the moment I clicking it, it is running this function, and it is changing all of this thing. Okay, so that is there. And one more thing here I want to tell. I think I forgot. Okay, that is like you can even change the color of something, like color of the CSS also you can control through your JavaScript. Okay, so suppose this button color and all I want to change, so I can easily do it through like, okay, like btn dot style dot background. I don't know what is happening. style style dot background color. So camel casing will be used a background color red. I'll do, so it red color has been done. Okay, red color has been done here. Okay, so like this camel casing will use, and here also the codes is there. So like this also you can use the CSS. Okay, so like btn dot style dot text transform equal to uppercase, it will be uppercase. Okay, so this is uppercase. Okay, so this is how it is done. Now we are going to do a major part of this programming. So what is the major part of the programming? See, the main thing of this whole thing is that when the user types the name and the email and they submits it, it should go to the backend. This is how all the forms work. See, when you go to the Facebook site also, there will be, when you register on the Facebook site, okay, there is a name, email, and all those things. So when you click the submit button, all of your data goes to the backend. But how to get the data with the user type there, that is what we do it in forms. That is which we are going to learn in React also. We are going to learn this thing. Okay, so that is there. So let us now learn that thing. That is the very most important, one of the most important thing here to learn. So for that, I will actually comment this all thing out, and we are going to start fresh. Okay, so, and I am going to comment this out also. Save it. So this is gone. So now I'll have a const my form equal to document. Again, I'm going to select all the things. Okay, so my form I'm selecting, then I'm going to select this name, email, these two things I'm going to select. They also have an ID because I want to get what the user types here. So I will select that, and then this empty class of message, I put it for a reason. I'll tell that reason soon. And this empty UL also I put it for a reason. I'll tell that, but let us first select it. Okay, so const name input equal to document.query select a hash name. Const email input is like this. Const msg is equal to .msg. Const user list is equal to users. So all of this is selected. Now we'll listen for the form submit. So there is a way to listen for the form submit also. Form also have something known as a submit, so we can listen for that also. Instead of listening for the input button to be submitted, we can listen for the form submit. And how do we do that? We'll come here and do a my form dot add event listener and submit and on submit. Okay, so submit is like it will wait again, it will wait for the button to be clicked and submit event listener, because that button is inside a form have a submit event also, only form. And then what is this on submit? See, here I have created the function here only, but I can create it outside also. So I'll go here and I'll do a function on submit, like it will have this e, and then I'll have a first thing, I'll have a e dot prevent d e f u t e dot prevent default I'll have. Then I'll have a console dot log of name input dot value and email input dot value. So what is this? I want to actually get the data whatever the user types, and see this name input dot value and email input dot value is there. So if I come here and write, that's it. So I'll get both of this. This is how you get the user value. So now it's up to us what we do with this. Okay, so what we want to do with this, we want to first do a bit of validations. We want to do a bit of validations. So let us do the validations first. Validation in the sense means if the user didn't fill the name or the email field and submit and click on the submit, we want to give some error and all. Okay, so let us do that. Come here and do a if name input dot value, and this I'll remove right now. Name input dot value is equal to empty string, or email input dot value is equal to empty string. Message dot classlist dot add error, and message dot inner HTML or maybe inner text also I can take add text is please enter all the fields. Let me first tell what it is all about. So first thing, this thing will only be called if I pass any one of them as empty. Okay, see, it is checking either this is empty or this is empty. So if I come here and I'll remove it. It is not going. Okay, I'll remove it and see there is a empty div of message is there. This is very important to see. Empty div of message is there. So I will actually inspect it, and this inside this form there is an empty div of message is there. This one is there. Okay. So now what will happen? Message dot class list dot add error. See in this command, what did this command do? This message is choosing this div, and class list is a command. Class list dot add I am doing dot add error. So new class of error will be added here. And what is this error? Error I have already created. Error is a class which has got a background and a color and a padding, so it will create a square kind of a box. And then what I'm doing, message dot inner text. Inner text we have already seen. Inner text means it is an empty div now, so even if it was having something, it would have overwritten it. Inner text I'm changing to please enter all the fields. So if I see, suppose if I enter my name, if I not enter the email, also see closely here, see please enter all the fields. See what just happened. uh First thing, it got inside the if condition because the email was empty. It has got inside the if statement. Then what it did, message of classes dot add error class was added, like this error class was added. So it is red color thing was added. Then inner text was changed, so please enter all the fields. So we are getting this error. So that is okay. This getting this error is okay. But one problem here is that I want to remove this error. I don't want to keep on showing this error. I want to remove this error after 3 seconds. So what I need to do to remove this error after 3 seconds? So there is something known as set timeout. Set timeout is message.remove. Message.remove. The whole message will be removed after 3 seconds. It means message means this whole message will be removed. So again, I will have this. See, now see closely. Div class of message is there. I'll submit it. Submitted. Message error. 1, 2, 3, go. Gone. It is removed. So this is the validations which we have done. Now suppose the user enters all those things. So in the ideal scenario, what we need to do, if the user enters all the things and click on the submit, all the data should go to the backend, like the Facebook backend and all those things. But right now we are not created any backend or something like that. So what we are going to do, we are going to just show it below. Whatever the user have entered, we're just going to show it below. And for that reason only, we have taken this UL of ID users, because we want to show whatever the users are entered below. So for this, what I'm going to do, we are going to have a 10-minute break after this DOM. After this DOM, we are going to complete. There is Async JavaScript we're going to cover, and then we are going to cover ES6. Okay, Async JavaScript and ES6 we are going to cover after this, and then only we are going to go to React. Okay, so maybe React after lunch, but I'll try to cover it before that. Okay, so now else is there, and JavaScript is very powerful. We can even create some elements like this. UL is empty. I will create li in it. Okay, so I'll create a const li equal to document. Okay, document dot create element li. I'm doing first. Then what I'm doing? Then I'm doing li dot append child. Append child is there. So this is a two different statement. Document dot create text node. Create text node is something like this li. In this li, I am appending this thing. So document dot create text node is something is record which creates a text kind of node, and this input field in name input dot value and email input dot value. These two things I'm just showing them and appending it in the li dot append child, appending it in the li. And then in the user list which I've done it here, I'm appending this li, and also I'm making it as empty because it was, see, it is still showing. Okay, so to see this, actually we have to again open this thing, and it is much better understanding. You will understand it much better in this way. So in this section, I'll go and this, see this UL, empty UL is there. Okay, I'll enter the Nabindu, and like this I'll enter and I will submit it. So the moment I submit it, what happens, else statement will be running because I've given both of these things. So first thing is that a li will be created, like create element li. Inside the li, this document name input value and email input value, which is this Nabindu and supertext, this were included. And this it it was appended to it. And then this li was appended to the user list, which is this ul. It is appended to the user list, which is this ul. And then also I'm making it empty. So see this name super test, it is coming. Then I will again do this submit, and see this is coming like this. So and this, see, another li has been added here. Okay, so this is all about the DOM programming and all. And we are going to do async JavaScript after this, and we have a lot of things to cover now. Okay, async JavaScript, and then there is ES6 is also there. ES6 is very important. It is also known as modern JavaScript, which was released in 2015. So that also we have to learn before moving to React. Okay, so right now we are going to do async JavaScript, but we are going to do it after a break of like 10 minutes. Okay, after a break of, so 10:40 will connect. We will start. So we'll start with async JavaScript after a break of 10 minutes. So please be there. And okay, so here's something for the 10 minute. So we will start now. Okay, let me share again. Yeah, so we'll start now, and we are again going to see everything in a JSBin. We are again going to do the everything in a JSBin. So now the thing which we are going to do is the async JavaScript. So what is this async JavaScript? Async JavaScript is a JavaScript which is again a different kind of a programming, but it is very important for a front-end engineers and even for a back-end engineers. See, some of the code which I'm going to tell right now belongs to the back-end part of the programming. Okay, so it is like that. But the front-end engineer also should know there is something known as promises and all. See, the main way in which the data moves around in a on the internet is through something known as the API endpoints, APIs. The APIs are created by the backend engineers, and they use a combination of, they should know a combination of databases and a programming language like Node.js, Java, or .NET. So that is something which is they create those API endpoints and give it to the front end engineers, and front end engineers hit those API endpoint and get the data and show it on the website. So that is how the internet works. Whole of the internet works in that way only, no other way. Okay, so that's why in almost, even if you go in a 10 people company, the backend engineers and front end engineers are different. But in a smaller company, or sometimes also in a 10 people company, nowadays what happens, the MERN stack is very much popular, and I do teach the MERN stack in my personal workshops, also this paid workshops, paid boot camps also. And MERN stack you can also learn from a channel. There are a lot of things. Only the thing which you have to add in the React is the Node.js you have to add. Okay, Node.js is a backend, and Node.js, in fact, it is much more easier than React actually. So it is very much easier. So let us now start with the async JavaScript and why it is required and all. So again, we are going to use the JSBin here, but this time, what we are going to do, we are going to not use the JavaScript and console this time. We are going to use the JavaScript and output this time. And now let us let me make it as 150. Okay. So as I've told, the main thing is like the something is coming from the API endpoint. Like this, some JSON placeholder is also an API endpoint. Like the famous API endpoint is like this JSON placeholder, which I think I have told yesterday also. JSON placeholder, and this API endpoint, this array of object comes. So we are going to mimic something like that. Okay, so let us create something like that, and const post equal to array of object like title is JSBin and summary is like this post contains the basics of JS. Okay. So this will be DOM basics. DOM is there, and then so I have a just mimic like this array of object I have done, in which the title and the summary is there. So now whenever we hit some API endpoint, it takes around 1 or 2 seconds to get the data, because API endpoint is on a different server. So let us mimic that. Let us mimic that by having something like a function get post. We'll have a function of a get post, and inside this I'm going to have a set time out. Set timeout is again a function which uses a lot of time. It runs after a defined set time. Okay, set timeout I'll do, and here I'm going to do a 1000, which it will run after 1 second, and I will write some code. I will explain that code. So what I'm doing here, let output equal to this empty string like this, and then post dot. We again using the for each. I'm going to explain in detail this for each, but it is anyways we should know it, because I have told the arrow function also. It have the arrow function kind of a thing. Okay, so what I'm doing here, for each, don't want the auto thing to happen. Post dot for each. I have a variable output is empty string. Then post. I'm taking this post dot for each, and here post and output plus equal to h4 dollar post dot title and h4 and p post dot summary like this. I have done. Then what I will just done, let me show. Console dot log off out. You open the console here. Sometimes it doesn't shows it well here. Okay. Okay. Anyways, I have to run this function. I have not even run this function. Get post. Now I'll run it. And after 1 second, actually, what happened, this function ran, and after 1 second this set time ran, and this set output, it is initially a empty string. Then the post dot for each post, so each post will contain this object, as I've told earlier. Then output, what I'm doing, output plus equal to means output equal to output plus equal to output plus whatever it is there. Okay, so output equal to output is now empty string plus h4 post dot title. Post dot title is JS basics, and the p is like this post contain the basics of basic of JS. This post contain the basics of JS is there. Okay, and then this post contain the basics of JS is done. Okay, and then after that it have came again. So this will run again, and again this title is there. Again, this title is there, and title is JSDOM, and this again this h4 JSDOM will be done and p will be done. So I will have a long string which will have the h4 and a p, h4 and a p. If I have third title also, it will have something like this. So my output will contain that thing. So now what I'm going to do, instead of console logging it, I will do a document dot body dot inner html equal to output equal to output. Then I'll run it, and it is not showing. Yeah, after 1 second, yeah, it will show. So like this, it will show in the output. It will show because in the body now the inner HTML, it is having this inner HTML. We have just seen that it will it can show the h4 and the p. It can show that thing. Okay, so h4 and a p it can show, and it is showing that thing in the our output. And this output is like similar to what we see in the browser. So it is something like that. So this is a normal thing which I have done. This is nothing like async or something. It is not something like that. Okay, okay. So it is not that. So then what I'm going to introduce, and one more thing I want to tell here, JavaScript is a single threaded language. Java, those who are coming from the Java background, Java is a multi-threaded language, not like JavaScript like a single-threaded language. No, it is not a single-threaded language. So it is much better to do the backend thing. So right now, some of the code which I am telling, they are part of a backend also. I will tell which part is the backend part, which part is the front-end part. And if you are not understanding the backend part, please don't give much weightage on that. Understand the front-end part. Okay, so that is there. So now I will have another function like function create post, and it is post and set time out so posts dot push post is showing like this. I'll run this after 2 seconds, and this create post is a function which will actually add a post to this post variable post array of object. So it will add another post here, post dot push also we have seen. So post this. So when I call this thing, I will call it like create post. Okay, create post, and here I have to give a object like sync basic and async. And now what I'm doing here, see, one more thing which you should know, that this is running after 2 seconds, this is running after 1 second. So I'm first calling the create post will do all the stuff and run this and show this post. Then I'm doing this get post, and then after doing this create post will go here, give this post here, and post will be push also here. But there is a problem in this statement. Okay, I'll run it with JS. See, only this JavaScript basics and DOM basics have been shown, not the async basic has been shown. So this is the problem with the normal thing. See what is happening when this get post is running. So get post is running, and then the create post is also running. Okay, both of them will be fired at the same time, because that is how JavaScript works. But this will execute after 1 second. So after 1 second, this will execute. So what will happen at that time? Post dot for each and output and all those things will be there, and it will, at that moment we only have these two things. So these two things will be shown. But after that, 1 second is over. That when the 2 second mark will be done, then post dot push, then the new item will be pushed here. But when the new item will be pushed here, now the problem is that I already have done the output. I already have done the document.body.inner.html. I have already done that. So I cannot show that thing anymore. I cannot show that thing. So this is a problem in the normal way. This is a normal code. So this problem is solved by three ways. One is known as a callback way. Callback way was introduced means in 1995 only, and two of them are new ways which was introduced in 2015 and 2018. So okay, what happened? So let us see the first way, which is the callback way to solve this thing. So this is the problem. Okay, so sync JavaScript problem. Yes, then and now we'll solve the problem in the first way, which is the callback way. So in callback, what happened? This get post, I'm not going to call it like this get post like this, okay? And in this create post, I am going to have a second parameter known as a callback, and this can be anything else also, but industry standard is to give it callback. And what will happen after this? I'll have this callback like this. What is this callback? Actually, callback is a function. I'm passing a function in JavaScript. JavaScript is a function oriented programming language, so you can pass a function also in a callback, function also in a function also in a function parameter. So this can happen only in JavaScript. So I will pass my get post, but see the way I'm passing it. I'm not doing it like this. I'm not doing like this. If I do like that, it will be executed at that place only. I'm just passing a reference to the function. So it is going here. So what will happen right now? Right now, this program will run. It will come to this create post. It will go to this create post. Create post has got two parameters. One is this post. So it will go here, and one is this get post. It will go here, set timeout. After 2 seconds, it will run, and then this post dot push will be done here. So this new thing, this thing will be added at the end. Now after that, the callback function will be run. So callback is what? Callback is get post. See, so in the runtime, what will happen? This will change like this and this. So the callback, that this get post will run here, and now it has got three items. So those three items will be printed, not the two items. Okay, so like this. Now I will run with this, and okay, it is again. Sometimes this thing doesn't take. Okay, I run with JS. Okay, I know the issue. It is not like the get post. It's like the get posts. Yeah, so it is coming. So this is how it works. So this is one way to solve the issue. Okay, and there are two more ways to solve the issue, and one thing more I will tell. Okay, that is later on. So in 2015, this callback was having some issues when we do a lot of callbacks, and there is something known as callback hell, which you can learn about that. So in 2015, with ES6, again with ES6, we are going to learn ES6 after this. ES6, something known as promises were introduced. Okay, what are these promises? Promises internally they use as callback only, but there are better ways to do these things. Okay, and I'll do the JSBin. And nowadays you should try to use promises only. You should not, means I will tell who should use it. Okay, so I will again have this whole thing like this. Promises. And actually promises are one thing, but there are two ways to use the promises. One is the then and catch block, and one is the async await. So then and catch, is there. We're going to learn that now. Okay, then and catch we are going to learn. Okay, so that is there. And so the promise is what happens here. This get post won't be there. Okay, so and this callback thing also won't be there. Okay, so this is there. And now what happens in promises? Promises are a new concept. And in promises, what happens, promises are like the promise in the real life. You either complete the promise or you don't complete the promise. You either resolve the promise or you reject the promise. So in promises, what will happen here, I'll come as a return new promise and resolve, reject. Hmm. Resolve is there. And here, so I've wrapped everything in a promise. I've wrapped everything in a promise. And the thing with promise is that there is something known as resolve and reject. Okay, so it will either send a resolve or a reject depending upon some condition. In bigger projects, what happens, those conditions are generally complicated, but here we cannot have some complicated logic. And here I will just have like a dummy kind of a logic, like I will have something like const num equal to 5 and num is greater than 4, which is true. Then it will have a resolve or reject. Error, something is wrong. I'll have now what will happen in this thing, when the create post will be called, it will see this promise is there and the set timeout is there. After 2 seconds it will run, post dot push will be done, and then it will come here and it will see the okay, num is 5 and 5 is greater than 4. Then it will send the resolve. So it is something like that. When the resolve is been done, so resolve will be sent back, resolve will be sent back. And when the resolve is sent back, it is like caught by a special thing known as a then block. Okay, known as a then dot, then will catch this thing. Okay, dot then will catch this thing. And if a reject is been sent, then there is something more known as a catch blocks. The catch will be caught, catch it. Okay, catch will catch it when the reject is sent, which is not sent right now, but we will soon send it. So if the then is been caught, then here I'm going to call the get post. And if catch has been done, then I'll do a error and document dot body dot inner html equal to err. Yeah. Yeah. So this is there. So err is there, and document.body whatever the error will be there, error will do. I will show that. So right now, if I run this with JS, now after 2 seconds, see, I am getting this resolve. So this then is executed and it will be shown like this. I think this is the most modern way to do it. And if I do it like 4 is not greater than 4. So what will happen here? Reject will be done. Reject will be done. And if I run it with JS, and okay, there is some error in this JSBin. So error, something is wrong is been done, because the reject was sent here, and error, something is wrong has been done. So this is how this works. And one thing I want to tell here right now, this much code is generally the thing of the backend. See, if you have something like Node.js or Java, not Java, but Node.js. Why? Because we're doing JavaScript. Node.js, this part will go to the Node.js. This promises and all these things will go to the Node.js, and this part will come to the front end. We are soon going to see how to use the front end and all. So this part is generally done in the back end, in the Node.js part. And right now I don't want most of you to learn Node.js, because right now do HTML, CSS, JavaScript and React.js and get a job. Node.js can be addition afterward. Okay, I know a lot of people who have become a React.js developer first, and then they have become a full stack developer, and then their salary was like doubled. Okay, so this is like that. But first get that minimum salary, then get the double salary. So that is like that. Okay, so that is there. And so okay, so there is another way to do the same thing, which is known as like Async JavaScript promises only will be there. The backend part will be same, and this was introduced in 2015, and there is something known as Async Await, which was introduced in 2018. Okay, and sometime you will use that, and sometime you're going to use this one. And I'm also going to sometime I'm going to use that async async thing. Okay, and sometime you're and this done and cast, and sometimes I'm going to use a async await. There is something known as async await. Okay, async await, that is known as, instead of then, this is known as async await. Async await. Okay, async await. Let me make it 5 here, and here there will be no thing like this then and catch block won't be there. So what will be there here? Here we will wrap everything in a function like this init. A function will be there, and I will call that function. So a function init, and here after this statement I'll call this get post. But if I do it like this will be a normal thing, and this will actually, if I try to run it, this will actually not show my this thing, because it is like normal thing it is running. So how to make it async await? So what happens is the async await, we always have to wrap it in a function, and the function I'll make it as async, and whatever I want that to wait, I will make it await. So what will happen, this I have made it at await. So until this is finished, this won't run until first this will be finished completely, and this will be finished, create post, and then only this that post will run and all. Okay, so do this here, and then I'll do click here, and see this is run like this. So this is the async await. Okay, so this is again, as I've told, this part mostly is done in the backend. So we are now going to see a real kind of a code, means this is the code which is the most important code. I have a lot of JavaScript projects also, and that will be part of the assignment also for you to get the completion certificate. Okay, so JSBin I'll do, we'll see a real kind of code. See, in JavaScript or in React, the main thing is that as a front-end engineer, you have to hit an API endpoint, and hitting that API endpoint, you have to hit the API endpoint with something known as a fetch API, or in React.js case, you can use another libraries also like Axios. Okay, so async await, this fetch library, it is inbuilt in the browser. Okay, so async await fetch, and the code which I am telling right now, this is the one of the most important code. With this you can even get a job only with this 2-3 lines of code. Only the thing is that you have to show it in a different way in a different job. So this is how you do the API endpoint. In the API endpoint, we are going to hit the inbuilt API endpoint of JSON placeholder, this one post, which you have already seen. This post endpoint we are going to hit, and when we hit this endpoint, it will give us a array of object, and this, even this post endpoint is created in Node.js by this company. Okay, so we're going to hit this API endpoint, and we are going to use something which is inbuilt known as fetch API. Okay, so that is there, and I will have a function fetch posts. I will have, because we are going to use async await also. Okay, so this fetch post is there, and we are going to make it as sync and const res equal to await fetch like this API endpoint we have to give it here. Then what happened, fetch generally is a two-step process. Here we'll get the const data. So this is how it works, equal to await. I have to do the await two times. Rest dot json, I have to do rest dot json, and if I do a console dot log of data, if I do that, and if I run this with JS, and if I go to this console, if I okay, okay, I'm getting the data back. I'm getting the data back, and what is this data? I'm getting the whole of this back here. Okay, whole of this back. Okay, so instead of just getting this back and showing, this is how you get the data. So these three lines of code, this 4 5 lines of codes are very important code in JavaScript. In fact, it's one of the most important line of code for a front-end developer. This is, with this you can hit any API endpoint, in the world which a backend engineer gives you, or which is already inbuilt. There are a lot of endpoints which are freely available on the internet, like the temperature endpoint, and a lot of endpoints are there. Most of them gives an array of objects. Some of them gives a different way also. So if you do my JavaScript projects, you're going to see some of them are given a different format. So but you have to hit it like this, and you will get the data. Then you have to show the data in the front end. So that is different for JavaScript, that is different for React. Both of those things are different for both of those platforms. Okay, so till this much code will, you'll see it is mostly same in React also. Now we have to show the data, and we will show the data when using the same way means we are going to show the data using like this only, because this is the most common way in JavaScript to show the data. So let output post is output plus equal to h4, and what are the things here, post dot title and post dot body, post dot title and post dot body. There is no summary, post dot title and post dot body, and then we have just did the inner HTML and output and all those things we have done. Now I will run it. Why it is not coming? Okay, because this is not post, it is not coming because this I made it as data. So let me make it as post. Okay, the moment I make that post, it is coming. So this is post. Okay, sometimes you copy paste, these things happen, right? Yeah, it is coming fine. So this is post, and that post dot data we are doing a for each and showing these things. Okay, so this is async JavaScript is also completed for us. Okay, and as I told, this is the, if you even don't understand the rest of the things, at least understand this thing. And why I have teach this promises and all. See, this API endpoint actually returns a promise, and to get the promise, mostly you have to use this fetch API which is inbuilt. You have to use that thing. So that is there. We are done with async JavaScript. Now we are going to jump into ES6, which is one of the main concept before moving towards your React. And that is a very important concept, because almost everything from ES6 we are going to use in React. Okay, so but it's ES6 is known as ECMAScript 6. Why ECMAScript 6? ECMAScript 6 it is called because JavaScript official name is ECMAScript, and yeah, ECMAScript. And even when in 1995 it was released, it was called JavaScript because Java was very popular at that time. So they want to make it popular, so they have to use their scripts and all. So right now it works in almost all browsers. See, whenever some new features has been released, that doesn't works on the browser the moment it is released. So at in 2015 it was not working in Internet Explorer and all. Right now there is no Internet Explorer itself. Microsoft had retired Internet Explorer, that is not there. And the other thing is that it is 7 years now, it works in everything. Okay, so that is works in everything. So we'll see different things here. So first thing is this let var and const. Okay, let var and const. So some of the things I've already taught, so those things I'm not going to teach again. So like this let we're finally able to use the blocking scope in JavaScript, which we have already seen. What is the difference between let and var? But const, we have not seen the real difference. The const, we cannot assign a new value to a variable after the initial declaration for primitive type like integer and string, but we can add values for non-primitive type like array and object. This is a very important statement. What does it means? So let us understand what does it means. Okay, so here again we are going to do it in JSBin only. So const first age equal to 6, and so we cannot do like this first age equal to 8 like this. And if I do like this, it will give me error because we cannot do this thing in a constant. So we cannot do this thing. Okay, now const child ages equal to 5, 6, 8, 10. So again, if I want to add something here, I cannot do something like this. Suppose I want to add something here, so I cannot add something like this 12. Okay, so it will again give me error. But I can use all of the array methods to add something like push, shift, all those things I can use here. So let us use that here. Okay, child ages dot push 12 and console.log child ages. I will do, and it is pushing it. So this is the way we can do it. So constants are actually very powerful. So this is one of the reason we use constants a lot in JavaScript. So nowadays, so you should not even use let nowadays. Constant, I generally use const a lot unless you have to change some variable. Generally you don't change a variable, and this is what constant is all about. In the object it is even more powerful. So let us have an object now. So const person obj equal to name is Bindu and skill is JS. And here, what I'm going to do here, we can again directly we cannot use it, but we can add something to the key. We can update a key also, means keys value, and we can add a new key value pair also. So let us do that. Okay, let us do that. Person obj dot skill equal to react. So I'm updating it, skill equal to react, and dot profession equal to console.log person obj. See, profession is trainer is added and the skill is updated from JavaScript to React. So this is the beauty of constant. You can means in objects also you can modify something or add something. Okay, and objects and array are the most important data types. Okay, so in a programming language, especially in JavaScript, you're going to work the most in arrays and objects only. So this is the thing which is there. So now after this, let us go back here. What is there? Fat arrow function. Fat arrow functions we have already seen, so we are not going to see it again. Now the next thing is the default parameters. Default parameters, again, this function default parameters is used a lot in array. So this default parameter will be used a lot in array, not in array, in React. Okay, in React we are going to use the default parameter. So what is the default parameter? Now default parameters can be used in parameter which takes no value when no values are passed. Okay, this applies to both normal function and arrow function. So that is there. So I will go here and JSBin, and ES6 is very much easy. Don't worry about it. ES6 is very easy. So JavaScript console I'm going to do, and here I'm going to do a default parameters. Default parameters I'm going to do, and const is equal to num1 comma num2. So we can use it in arrow function also and normal function also. I'm using it in arrow function. Okay, so return num1 num2, and I want to do one more thing here. I want to do a console.log of num1 console.log of num2 call this function console.log of is equal and 10 comma 20. So see, num1 is 10, num2 is 20, and this is false because it is actually I'm evaluating something. Num1 triple equal to num2 means 10 is triple equal to 20. No, it is not there. So it will send false. If I send 10 here, it will be true. Okay, if I send 10 here, it will be true. So, but what happens in JavaScript if I just do something like this? See, JavaScript is the functional programming language. It is not like strict like Java. If I don't pass a second parameter, I'm not passing a second parameter. In Java and C++ and C, it will fail. If there are two parameters, I have to pass two parameters. But in JavaScript, it will not fail. Okay, it will go num2 will go as undefined. Again, it will be false. Of course, it will be false. Okay, so that is there. But again, this is not a good behavior. If I'm not passing anything, something should be taken, and that is where default parameter, which was introduced in ES6, came into picture. Here, what happened? If I go here like equal to 10. To 10 I will do. See, I'll clear it and run it. Okay, it is again some JSBin issue. Maybe I will change this JSBin. So this 10 is coming, 10 is going here, and 10 is in the num2. See, I'm not passing anything here. I'm not passing any parameters here. So in num2 it is going as 10, and then it is true. But if I pass, okay, so but what happens if I pass something here like comma 20? If I pass, okay, again it is showing that thing. So if I pass something here, see, 10 is been passed in this is the second case. 10 is been passed, and here 10 was overwritten by 20. This 20 overwritten it. So this is the default parameter, and it came false. So this is known as the default parameters. If you don't pass anything, then whatever the default parameters has been taken. If you pass something, then it will overwrite, and this is very much used in programming. In React also it is used a lot. So this we have done. So now the next thing which we are going to do is this: object literal extension and dynamic fields. Okay, so both of them are actually different things. Object literal extension, we can have an extension of a key of an object. First learn the object literal extension, and both of these things are used a lot in React also, used a lot. Okay, so first thing which we are going to do is the object literals extensions. So here, what will happen in the object literal extensions? I will have a object name. So like this, I will have a ES6 object. Nothing different in it. Okay. So what I can do here, if let me move this outside, move the value outside. Okay, so I'll move the value outside with let name equal to there. Let age to 8. Now I have to show both of these things. Name, age. Again, just showing the whole thing. So it is normal, it will show this thing normal, because see, this name is this name, this age is this age, and this is the key value pair, so it will show like this. Okay, so but what is the difference here? This is not object literal extension, this is a normal thing. So object literal extension is this: if you have the same, the name of the key value pair is same, see here, name age is, so what we can do, we can remove this thing, we can remove this thing like this, we can remove. Okay, we can remove this thing and it will show like this. We can remove this thing. So this is known as object literal extensions. Object literal extensions. Okay, this is known as object literal extensions. Okay, then there is other thing known as dynamic fields. Dynamic fields are actually very important. Dynamic fields, we can assign a dynamic value to the key of an object. What does that mean? So now we'll come here and do a let age field equal to age let dynamic obj name and here age field, right? So what I have just done, okay, console.log see. So age field, I have given a bracket, it's not an array. I have given a bracket and given written something, and I'm controlling it from the outside. So I'm controlling the key from the outside. This is a very important concept in React. We're going to use this thing. I'm controlling the key from the outside, not the value. I'm controlling the key from the outside. So on the runtime, it will be changed to age. Runtime, it will be changed to age. So this is a very powerful concept actually. Okay, this concept is known as dynamic fields. Let me write that also. Dynamic fields, because we're going to use this thing at a lot of different places. Okay, dynamic fields. It's there. And then okay, so this is done. Now we are going to learn a very important concept. Okay, so which is like known as rest and spread operator. Rest and spread operator we are going to learn now. So there's some new concept which is introduced. Okay, so this rest and operator, we can pass argument to a function and it gets converted to an array. Okay, and what does that mean? We're going to see that. What does that mean? Okay. JSBin. First, we'll learn about the REST operators. REST operators. We're going to learn. Okay. So, why do we actually require REST operator? As it is written here. So, in REST operator, we can pass arguments to a function and get converted to an array. Suppose what is happening. Suppose I have an array func equal to, and in this array function, I am passing like 2, comma 6, comma 3, comma 4, comma 9. I'm passing this thing. Okay, I'm passing this thing, and here my main intention is that whatever I'm passing parameters, it should be converted to an array. So it is not that much easy to do it in this way. Like A, B, C, D. I have to do 4 parameters, and I have to write at least 10 lines of code, which I'm not going to write right now. Or but more can happen. I can The parameters are not always like, it is not sure that always 5 parameters will be there. There can be 6 parameters, there can be 7 parameters. So instead of doing all those things, what we can do, I can do a dot 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 arr. I can do this dot 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 is there, and then console dot log arr I'm going to do, and if I run it, it will be converted to an array. It will be converted to an array. 6, 2, 6, 3, 4, 9. It is converted to an array. So this is how it works. Array func. Okay, and not array func. This REST operator. In the argument, you do this thing. So this is the REST operator. Okay. But the most important thing is the spread operator. It is the opposite of REST operator, which takes an, okay. And the other benefit is that after here I will give it as 13, and then 12. I added 2 more things. So okay, anyways, this is a bit shit. Okay, 13 and 12 are also been added. Okay, so that is there. So now we'll learn about the spread operator. Spread operator is the opposite of REST operator, which takes an array and converts it into a list of argument. Okay, so spread operator. Operator. Suppose again, let a equal to, we take this array only. There is a function uh, known as min function, and this is a very useful function. It is used to get a min of the past parameters. This is very important to understand. Min of the past parameters. Okay, so but I want the min of this array. I want the minimum of this array. So how to use the math.min or math.max in that condition? First thing is that math.min, how it works, it only takes a parameters. It only takes a parameters. Okay, like this. And okay, it takes a parameter, and it will give me the minimum like 2. But my problem statement is not like that. My problem statement is that I want to find the minimum of the array. So I cannot pass the array here. I want to pass the maximum of an array, but I cannot pass the array here. So here the spread operator comes to a rescue. So what happens is, the spread operator, you can pass an array and it will get converted into an argument. It is the opposite of the REST operator. Okay. So how I will do here? Console.log math dot min dot a. I'm going to do, and dot max. I'll do, clear it, run it. So see, 2 and 13 are coming. So when I do this dot a, this array will get converted into something like this. Okay, and we can use this thing. So this is how this is work. But spread operator, there is one more very important concept in a spread operator which I want to teach. And if you are from computer science background, you must have heard something known as call by value and call by reference. You're not from there, just let me, I will explain that thing. See, call by value and call by reference, it's a very old computer science problem. See what happens in the computer science, computer languages and all, the way it is stored in the computer memory, which I've told earlier also, that it is stored, every variable is stored in the computer RAM. Yesterday I've told that thing. Every variable is stored in the computer RAM, and the pointer points to that thing. Okay, and that's the problem. Okay, and there is a problem system of call by value and call by reference, which all of us, if you are done engineering in computer science, you have to know it, and if you don't know it, I'm going to tell it. So what's the problem? Okay, so call by, okay, call by reference problem we're going to see first. Okay, so I have a, again I have a let x equal to, same thing I'm going to have. And suppose I want to do a let y equal to x. I want to have another array y. I want it to equal to x. So most people will do like this, y equal to x. Okay, and y. So let us work on the y. Y dot push 5. Then I'll do a console dot log of x and console dot log of y. I'll do. See, both of those got changed. Both of those got changed. And this is not a good behavior. If I'm copying something, I don't want the original thing to be changed. And this is a common thing in all programming language. I don't want the original thing to be changed. But here, the what happens in most programming language, even in JavaScript, there's a call by reference. See, when I write this statement, as I've told earlier, that continuous memory will be allocated in the RAM of the computer, and the MAC address, something related to electronics engineering, and the MAC address of the first one would be stored in the X. So now when I do the y equal to x, it actually doesn't copy this thing. It actually copies the reference of it. So whatever the y's MAC address is there, it will copy that MAC address here. So a pointer kind of a thing has been created. Pointer kind of a thing has been created. So if I now from now onwards, if I do any operations on y, it is actually it is pointed to the x only. So it will be reflected in the x, and this is not a good thing in programming languages. Which you do means you don't want to affect the original one, because there will be 100 times when we are going to take copy of something. I want a real copy in which those doesn't belongs to each thing. This pointer kind of thing should not be there. This should not be like equal to this pointer kind of thing. Okay, this should not be there. So to solve this problem in JavaScript, earlier it was very difficult, but now with spread it is very easy. So we are going to do solution with spread and call by value. So call by value, again, this is something which we all know what is a call by value and all. So call by value is there. So here what happens, suppose like let c will be there. So like this, c is there. Now I will create a let d, a variable d. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm not going to directly do it with c, then I will have the same issue. I will have a dot c, which is a spread operator, but then it will make it as an argument. No, I want it inside an array. So what I'm going to do, I have to wrap it in a array like this, dot c, and wrap it in an array. Now I will have again d dot push of maybe 18 and then console.log of C and console.log of D. Okay, so console.log of C and console.log of D we are going to give. And now let us see this thing. Let me comment this out. See, C is only having till the 13 and D is having, we added the 18 here. So it is not affecting. Both of those things are not now independent of each other. So this is the call by value, and this we have done the solution with the spread. Okay, so solution with the spread. And with spread, we can also merge two or more array. So like this, merging array with spread. Let x1 equal to like this array, and I can use just a comma to give the x2 equal to x3 equal to, so these three things I have done. Now let p1 equal to x1 comma x2 comma x3. So this three I'll do. So again it will spread all these things, and then I'm wrapping it in a array. So this is how this is done, merging array with spread. And without this spread operator, it used to be very tough. Okay, console.log of d1. It is coming at 2.6 and this is coming. Okay, so this is how this is done. And now we are going to learn. Okay, this spread operator can be used in objects also. So let us see how it is been used in objects. Spread operators in objects. So here I'll have a let obj1 equal to foo and bar x is 42, and let's have like this first. And now if I want to have a clone of it. Okay, what is this clone? Means the call by value or copy by value I wanted. Clone, it is the clone what is used because if you clone just like in real life the cloning is done, so they will be two different individual. Although the clone is same, when you do the same they will have the same thing, but they will have two different like Dolly the sheep which was cloned. So it is like they are two different entities. They can go different, they can think different, all those things are there. So that's why this cloning thing is, this word is used in programming. So to when you copy something which is like the same copy, but they are two different entities, like the what we have done there, what we have done there here. So we'll use this let clone obj equal to obj1. I'm going to do just like this I have to do, and console.log. It will show this thing, clone obj will show. Now I want to merge it. We will see the merging also now. So for merging, what we are going to do, we are going to introduce another thing. Like, okay, we are going to introduce another thing like obj2 equal to like this. Who will be same, but y will be like 12. Y will be like 12. So now let merged obj equal to obj1 comma obj2 I'm going to do, and then console.log merged obj. Get it running. See what just happened. By merging it, the foo was common. So foo was taken one time only, because there's a property in object that the key should be unique. So foo is taken one time. And y and x, they were different, so it is taken. So this is how it worked. Okay, merging it works in object. Object property is there that the key should always be unique. So this is done. Now the next thing which we are going to do is known as a template little. We have already done the backtick string thing, so we're not going to do that thing. Now the next thing which we are going to do is the array and object destructuring. So array and object destructuring is again very important thing. Array and object destructuring. Okay, so okay, array destructuring. Array destructuring we are going to do here. What will happen in array destructuring? So array destructuring is again a shortcut, kind of a thing. So const, but it is used a lot in React. Okay, array destructuring, const RGB equal to 255 comma 200 comma 0, and const r equal to RGB of 0. Suppose I have this array RGB, and now I want to see each one of the elements. So how I'll do? I will put it in a normal variables. Then I will show it. Okay. So const g equal to RGB of 1, and const b equal to RGB of 2. Then I can show it console.log of r comma g comma b. I'll show it like this. Run it, and it will show this thing. Nothing difference. But what is this array destructuring? Array destructuring is the shortcut. Oh, okay. How I can do that? So first thing is that I will comment this out. Okay, and in React we love shortcuts. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, const r comma g comma b equal to RGB. I have to do like this. Const r comma g comma b equal to RGB. I have done. Okay, so this is like this RGB, and this is a different kind of format, but internally it means this thing only. R will be equivalent to 0, G will be equivalent to RGB1, B will be equivalent to RGB2, but it's a shortcut. See, instead of the 3 lines, I'm using one line. And in React and all, we learn shortcuts. We love shortcuts. So this is a kind of a shortcut. It will work like this. This is known as a array destructuring. One sec. Array destructuring. Okay. One sec. So we will complete this ES6. After that, maybe we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we are going to do with React, and start with React, and then this ES6 we are going to complete in another 15-20 minutes. Okay, then it's too early to have lunch. Then we will go till 1:30. I think 1:30 will go. and 1:30 or 2 will go, and then we'll have the lunch, and lunch for half an hour. Then we're going to complete the React rest of the thing. Maybe we'll have a evening break also, because React is also a lot is there in React. So JavaScript is also taking a lot of time. I didn't thought that it will go till this like 12:15. It will go till the 12:15. It will go. Okay. So now after this array destructuring, we are going to do the object destructuring. Let me copy something. So okay. So okay. So here we are going to have an object like this: developer, first name, last name, and country. So the normal way, again, I want to show the three variables. Okay, so how I will do: const first name. So any variable name I can take, but generally people take the same variable name as the key. Const first name equal to developer dot first, okay, developer dot first name, last name, last name, country. So this is how we will show it. Console dot log off first name, last name, and country. Yeah. Okay. Showing as undefined. Oh. That was okay. Got it. So it is showing like this. So this is a normal way. And again, we are having three statements. I don't want three statements. So I will do the object destructuring now. So here, what will happen? Const object destructuring will have this kind of structure. Okay. The array destructuring have this square bracket. Object, since object has the curly bracket, will have this curly bracket. So now we'll have this first name, last name, and country we are going to have, and then it will be equal to developer like this. There it will show like this. Okay, so this is the object destructuring. So now the next thing which we are going to learn is a bit complicated thing. The only complicated thing here, which is classes in ESC. See, if you're coming from a computer science background, it is very easy for you. But if you're coming from non-computer science background, the classes are a bit tough. But in React also we use classes, but React we use classes in a very easy way, and classes are very important to teach. Okay, so in 2015, JavaScript introduced classes also. So they have like a concept of inheritance and all those things like that, Java and all those things. I'll try to tell about this classes also here. But the thing is that if you don't understand, don't put too much pressure, because the classes which you are going to use in React is very easy. But this concept is also not that much complicated, and JavaScript we don't go crazy in classes, because in Java and C++ it starts with classes like objects and all those things, polymorphism and all those things are there. And classes is a complicated concept, and because of classes only, Java, C++ are 100 times more complicated than JavaScript. Okay, if you're coming from non-IT background, if you're feeling that JavaScript is tough, then once try Java. Okay, then you'll see what's the complexity in Java. Okay, so in fact, JavaScript and Python are the most easiest language in the world. They're considered as the most easiest language for beginners to learn. Okay, Python doesn't have much more takings because Python is not used that much, but JavaScript is means it's a bit tougher than Python. People say it's a bit tougher than Python, but they two are the most easiest language to learn. And JavaScript is the thing in which everything runs. So you'll get a job with JavaScript only, not with Python or something. Okay, That is there. So we are now going to learn classes. We are going to learn here. Let us have a class create room and constructor is like name. So classes have something known as a constructor. I'm going to tell about them. And one more thing is that classes have the concept of, okay, classes have the, okay, classes have the concept of constructor. Okay, constructor. Okay, so so if you are attending here the first time or if you're learning, okay, so whoever filled those certificates, filled those attendance forms. So 3 forms were given yesterday, and 2 forms will be given today. One is already given, and one will be given towards the end of the class. And if you all filled all these 5 forms, then we will give you certificate, participation certificate, towards the end of today. Means we are send it on your mail, because you're taking your mail ID and all, we have sent the participation certificate. But if you miss the participation certificate and you want a better certificate, or you have done the participation certificate and you want a better completion certificate, I've already written what are the benefits of getting a completion certificate. And then you have to complete the assignment which I'm going to give towards the end. And for completion certificate also, I need the attendance on the participation certificate. So those who want to do the completion certificate, first thing is that they have to fill all the 5 attendance forms also. And from where to get the attendance form, if you're not attending this session, you will get from the chat. So you have to, it means that you have to go through the whole 2 day again. So those who want to apply for completion certificate, I will ask them to wait for 1 day. Anyways, I will declare that on my LinkedIn and all those platforms and all. At least wait for Monday, because what happens in YouTube, the live chat will be enabled after 1 day only. So that is there. Okay. No, Hindi it is not available, buddy. So a lot of people from south of India also attend. So Hindi it is not available. So because the problem is that in Hindi you cannot get a web app developer job. You can get a development job like maybe HTML, CSS, WordPress developer. But yesterday also only I was talking with a very big person from Indore. Means he's having, so if you are from MP, I will tell that a very big person from Indore. Indore is like the hub of the IT hub in central India. And he was telling me that okay, only one thing is required from your student: they should be good in communication. So if you are bad in communication, you have to increase the communication. No other way. See, this is one soft skill thing which is required in IT. Someone will not pay you 10 lakh per annum if you don't know English. That is a fact. I cannot help out with that. If you can't communicate in English, because the most of the clients are from the US. So if you cannot communicate in English, do learn it. English is not that much tough. You do learn English, and you will easily get a 10 lakh job. English is very much important. And the things which we are learning here, like JavaScript things, that are available only in the big companies. See, HTML, CSS, and Boots and your WordPress, they are done by small agencies and all also. But JavaScript, React JS, you need to go to a good company for that, or you need to do freelancing with American clients, and for that English is required. So please, I tell you, please do learn English, and it is not that much tough. Please do learn English. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so that is there. And if you want to learn in Hindi, there are very good channels. I will tell you to go through the channel of Code with Harry. Is there one channel? Is there Code with Harry? I think Yeah, Code with Harry and Thapa Technical. Go through those two channels. They are very good. Code with Harry and Thapa Technical. Okay. And okay. Okay, let me write the channel names also so that it will be easier for other people. Go go to very good Hindi channels. Code with Harry. Code with Harry and Thapa Technical. Thapa Technical. So please go through those two channels. They're very good. And if you can understand in Hindi, means it's at the end of the day, you have to understand the concept. You are easy to understand the concept. You understand the concept and learn English by the means in the sideways. Learn English also, because without English you will not get a job as a web app developer. That is for sure. Okay. So constructor name, what are these classes? Classes are a way in which we, again, it is like a functions only. We divide the bigger programs, and as I've told, it was there in Java and all those things, and now it has come to JavaScript also. So here we have a constructor thing. I'm going to write the whole of the code, and then I'm going to explain it. Okay, what is this constructor and all? So I'll have a clean room now, and it will have a soap and console.log of cleaning on this dot room with column soap const. And so let me write the complete code that then I'll explain. So I can have this clean room here, and then I can have a domex. If I'm running, so it is coming like this. So let me explain the code now. So classes are like something, if you're coming from IT background, you might have heard this. Classes like a blueprint. So there is a classes are like a blueprint, like there is a blueprint of a car is there, and then there is a factory preparing cars. So that blueprint will be fitted to a machine, and that will create the car or different cars. So cars are like the objects, and it is actually like that only. Classes are a blueprint. Okay, classes are a blueprint, and this blueprint means all the things are there. And what is the constructor? Let us come to the constructor first. Constructor is something which will run whenever we create an object, and this is a different kind of object than the JavaScript object. This is a different kind of object, and they are like created. We have to create the object, and whenever the object is created, whenever the see, I have written this statement. Whenever I do this statement, it means the object has been created and a new keyword is there. So I'm calling this create room. Okay, and with this variable like this, so what will happen, this constructor will run the first time, and this name, the Nabendu, will be in this dot room. Nabendu's room will be done. Then I am creating another variable in this dot room. Shikha's room is there. In this Hriday's rooms will be printed. See, classes basically one thing you need to understand. Classes, what happens whenever I create an object, it creates a, it have its own value, it's have its own constructor, own function. See, this is, I have created a function inside it. It have its own constructor. It have its own function. So those things happens there in the classes. It gets its own constructor. It gets its own functions. That's why the objects are there, and these objects are like this. Objects are different objects, like the car, which I've told. The car is there. Car is, we are creating car from the blueprint. So these objects are there. Okay, so that is there. And okay, so when I create this thing, so new, whenever I create an object, a constructor, a private constructor sort of thing, you can understand. Private constructor of this thing, objects will be created, and a private function also will be created. Okay, so that is like it. After that, I will come here, nabs.clean room. So, and domex I'll do. So I'm calling this thing domex. But what is this dot room? And again, one more thing, the concept of this is there in classes. The concept of this is mostly used in classes. So this concept is used in classes. So what is happening in this is like a variable. This is like a variable, and which we can use throughout the classes. So this dot room will be now cleaning. This dot room is like Nabindu's room, because when we add this constructor, this name was already Nabindu. So cleaning Nabindu's room with Lysol. Then I'm domex. Then this Lysol I'm passing, but it is going here Shikha's room. This dot room is having the Shika's room here, because when you created it here, then Hriday's room is like this. So this is how the classes work. Okay, don't get scared too much. We are not going much deep into classes, because JavaScript is still a functional programming language. Because if you go into Java, they have like a lot of other things also here. A lot of other things like inheritance. Inheritance is there in JavaScript also, but not that much. Inheritance, polymorphism, and a lot of other things. Method overriding, and all those things are there. Okay, so that is there. So okay, so now we are going to learn about the array helper methods. Array helper methods. So they are very important. Like the for each is there, map is there, filter is there, reduce is there. Okay, these are very important array methods, and they are a must. They are a must before learning React. They are a must before learning React. Okay, so we'll learn the for each. Okay, we'll learn the for each. Okay, so for each is, as I told earlier, for each is a replacement for a for loop. For each is a replacement for a for loop, and a very good replacement. But for each only works on arrays. All of these are array helper methods, because they are applied only to arrays. So this is there. Okay, so here I'll have a let family equal to or let I equal to 0. So this is the normal way in which we do. I is less than family dot length I plus plus is there, and then console dot log family I. So this is the normal way. Okay, so this is how it works. Okay, so I'm just going to this family dot length. Okay, Etienne, I'll do that thing. And one more thing I want, just which I've already told earlier also. So I will try to help on LinkedIn and all, but I want to help people more. I want to help people more, but I want committed people for that, and that's why we are giving with this participation certificate. We're also giving the completion certificate, and for the serious people will complete 3 projects, 3 assignments which we are going to give. And if you complete those 3 assignments, I not only I'm going to help you on LinkedIn and all those things, that I'm going to help everyone, but I generally don't have time. I'll do a one-to-one with you also, career guidance one-to-one with you, whoever completes, so whoever get the completion certificate from us, I'll do the one-to-one from that. I used to do a lot of one-to-one, people used to love it, but I right now I don't have time. I am a corporate trainer also, so my whole day goes in corporate training and all. Okay, so I'm taking time out from my family time to do all these things for my personal things. Okay, so this personal YouTube and all these things. Okay, so I want committed people, and I'm going to definitely not only guide you and mentor you, I'm going to make sure that you get a job or whatever what you want in life. You want an internship, I'll make sure. But if you want to be a part of the inner circle, you have to do the commitment from your side, and that commitment is like you have to complete those assignment, or else how I know that for the 2 days we are like doing all these things, and you people are coming, you most of you are coming and just seeing and going and getting the participation certificate. It is not helping any of you. Just getting the participation certificate, I know in India the participation certificate and all are means people like it all, but that doesn't give you a job. Okay, that doesn't give you a job. Skills give you a job. Doing projects give you a job. Showing those projects on LinkedIn give you a job. So I want all of you to do projects. I'm going to give you those assignments from my YouTube channel. It is not like that you have to use your own brain and create those projects and all this. No, that will be you have to do it from our YouTube channel only. And only 3 projects we are asking. Only 3 projects. One in CSS, one in JavaScript, and one in React.js, which we are going to cover later on. So that is there. But anyways, you have sent me on LinkedIn. I will going to check it out and I'll trying to guide you. But as I told, better guide I can do it on one-to-one also, and those people will also get access to my YouTube live, career counseling YouTube live, and they will I will call them on the hot seat also. Again, they can ask anything there also. So that is there. So this is the normal way, like the normal for loop, it works like this. And so now the for each we have already learned a bit. Let us learn again for each. Like what happens for each, we use the arrow function. Okay, so I will come here and I'll do the family thought for each. I'm going to do family for each, and here I'm going to do member, and I can do anything like member I'm doing, and this arrow function. And in these things and all, uh, arrow function, a single line arrow function are used a lot. Okay, single line arrow function is used a lot. Console.log and member, console.log and member. Okay, console.log member. I'll do, maybe I will comment this out and see it is coming like this. Okay, so this is how it works. Okay, so I have an arrow function, like I have an arrow function, and inside when I have an arrow function, I get directly access. So in it also the loop runs, but we cannot, we internally it loops run. So when I have this member, I can instead of this member I can give I anything, so I get access to this. I don't have to write this complicated logic like I family dot length and family. I don't have to write those complicated logic. Okay, so this is the for loop. Okay, for each loop. Okay, so now the next thing which we are going to do is the map. So map we are going to do next. So here also we are going to see the map uses. Actually map is one of the main thing which we use in React. When we are going to learn React next, we are going to learn that map are the main thing. Map is the main thing in React. Okay, so but let us learn here. Let numbers equal to 6 comma 8 comma 10 I'll have. And then suppose I want to double this number in the sense, I want to get an array back in which all these numbers are doubled. So I will have as this, let doubled nums equal to an empty array. I'm going to create an empty array. I'm going to create, and then for let I equal to 0, I is less than numbers dot length I plus plus. Then, so this is the normal way in which we will do. Okay, so this then doubled nums dot push. Actually, before ES6 came, we used to do like this only. In ES6 came in 2015. So what I'm doing here, so I am doing this let I equal to 0, I is less than nums dot length, numbers dot length, which is like 3. Numbers dot length is 3, I plus plus, double num, which is an empty array, dot push numbers I, which means it will give access to 6. It will be 6. 6 into 2, 12. Then the next time it will go 8 into 2, 10 into 2 it will do, and now my array, this double nums will be full. Okay, so I'll do this console.log and doubled nums I'll have, and then see it is coming like this. Okay, so it is coming, but again the map is much more easier to do. See, I have written so much logic here. I have written this much logic to only do this thing. Instead of that, we are going to use map. Okay, we're going to use map, and in the map we are going to have a let and doubled ES6. So one more thing in map is there. See, for each it doesn't return anything. It's just like a normal for loop, but maps always return something. Okay, so what maps return like this double DS6 have done, then I will do this numbers dot map num. I can take anything. Mostly you should take like this is a plural is there, you should take a singular thing like number, but I can take num also. So I'll do num here. Num I also I can take num into 2. I'll do. So now I'll do a console dot log and doubled ES6 I am going to do, and clear it and run it and see. It is coming like this. Double DS6 also coming like this, 12, 16, 20. So how does it run? Like same thing, like it will go here, and the first item it will put, and the first item it will do it equal to 2, and it will store it internally. It will do do like this one. It will store it. Second item it will go and do it double and store it. Third item it will go do it double and store it. So it will be like this. It will make it 20, and then double TS6 is there. And one more thing is that it returns something. Map always returns something. For each doesn't return this. That's why I have to catch it in a variable. And actually what it does, it never touches the original numbers thing. Okay, it is not updating it. So that's why I need to catch it also. So it is a new variable, and original numbers is not been touched, and a new variable is created that is there. So this is known as, this is a map, which is a very important thing in React. We are going to, in the React code, you are going to see I'm going to use maps a lot. Okay, so that is there. And now we are going to see the next thing, which is the filter is again a very important thing. Okay, filter is again a very important thing. So we are going to see that filter now. And filter is also used in React a lot, in vanilla JavaScript projects also a lot. Okay, filter use case we are going to see. So now this time we are going to have a array of object like a products, like as I've always told that in the, if you go to the Amazon front page also, you will get something like this also. There is a fake API endpoint is also, which I have shown yesterday. So you, all the products which you get on some e-commerce site, it generally comes as an array of object. So suppose I have an array of object, and which is coming like a name is there, and the category is there of something, like most cases the prices and images will also be there. So, but only the name and the category, name and the category, it is there. Okay, so now what happens in Amazon front page is also, if you go, there is a drop down or something is there in which you can, okay, let me show that thing. Okay, so in Amazon you go. Okay, what is happening? Okay, Amazon you'll go, what will happen? Okay, I have Amazon business account. So this is like this is there, all everything it has been shown. So some API endpoint is on. The moment I go here and do the computers, okay, see, it will, it will filter all those things. This is known as filtering. I don't, it will show only the computer. I don't know, it is stuck or something. So it will filter and show all the computers only. So this is something like this filter. So filter logic has been written by a Amazon front-end engineer. Front-end engineer, I'm telling, not back-end. Front-end engineer have written this logic. Whenever I will click that thing, that filtration will be done. So as I've told, in the front page of the Amazon, there will be a big API endpoint. Okay, let me show the, if someone has not attended yesterday's class, they will understand what I will say. Fake product API is there because Amazon will not expose its API to me. So Amazon API is also something like this. Products API is there. So it is like this. Again, this is not showing in a correct way. Again, one sec. Actually, my Firefox Developer Edition, I'm showing it in the Firefox Developer Edition. It doesn't show in kind. So see this array of object is there. Amazon also is having something like this. In the homepage, array of object is like that. It will come, and then we can filter according to that. So filtering thing is something which we are going to learn now. Okay, we are not going to take such a complicated thing. So something like this we have done. So suppose the user on the Amazon side clicked on the smartphones. So I will get all the smartphones. So without ES6, how I used to do, and with ES6, how I used to do, let us see that. So let filtered equal to an empty array. So without ES6, we always used to take this empty arrays a lot. And then for let I equal to 0, I is less than products dot length and I plus plus, and if products I. So products I will give me access to this object. Products I will give me access to this object, and I want to find all the smartphones. So products I dot category triple equal to smartphone. Then we come here, and then a filtered dot push and okay. So let tackle this ISS and products dot length I have done. So I'm looping through all the products, and each of the products I see first time it will come here, and you will see the products zero. Product zero is this thing. Product zero dot category smartphone. Yeah, it is smartphone. So it will go inside this if loop. Inside the for I have a if loop. Filtered dot push products I. It will push this thing. Then Samsung M31 also it will push. Then it will go to MacBook here. Here products it will be product 2 dot category is like laptop is not equal to smartphone, so it will not go inside the if loop. So it will, what it will have in the filtered, now I will have only two things, and which is like this smartphone, and this smartphone only I will have. So this is how the normal filter work. But with ES6 again we have simplify everything. So this complicated logic you don't have to write with ES6. Okay, all this complicated logic you don't have to write. So with this I'll have a filter. Again the filter returns to something, so you have to catch it on filtered ES6 equal to products dot filter and product. When I do this product, I get access to each one of the product. I can, okay, let me write it item also. Item, I can write anything, item, and item dot category, item dot category. Let me do the equal to laptop. I'll do the laptop, and then console dot log of filtered ES6 is like this. And now I'll clear it and run it, and see the laptops are coming. So this is like this, the same thing, means all this computed logic is done. So what it does, filter also loop through all of this thing, and whatever condition is true, like item.category is equal to laptop, whatever condition is true is only this two categories, it will put that only in the filtered array. So that is how shortcut it is there. So this is how it works. Okay, this is how it works. Okay, so the filter works like this. Now the thing which we are going to learn is the last thing here, which is known as a reduce. Reduce was earlier considered to be very powerful, but nowadays nobody uses reduce that much. But then also we should know what is reduce. Okay, why is reduce is classical. Okay, use case for reduce. Let numbers equal to 20, 30, 40. I have three numbers. Suppose I want to get the sum of all these numbers. Sum of all these, not an array, the sum of all these numbers as a simple like 40 plus 30 plus 20 I get. So how I'll do it without reduce? Okay. So var sum equal to 0. I will take a variable sum. Then I will loop through it for let I equal to 0. I is less than numbers dot length, and I plus plus I'm going to have, and then sum plus equal to numbers I'm going to do return console.log and sum. Console.log sum is there. Okay, so and it will give me 90. So how it works, numbers dot length is 3 will be there, and then sum plus equal to means sum equal to sum plus number side. And when it this will be done, the first loop it will come, so sum will be 0 and number side will be 20. 0 plus 20 will done. Second time iteration it will come, so it will be sum will be now 20 and numbers one will be 30. 20 plus 30 50, then 50 plus 40 90, it will be done like this. So reduce, we can do the reduce instead of this. And reduce, we are going to reduce all these things into one, but reduce is like const sum reduce is equal to numbers dot reduce. But reduce is one thing, reduce takes two parameters, not one. And when it takes two parameter, acc comma curve, and you can name them something else also, but one is known as accumulator, one is known as current. And we need to have this thing here, like return acc plus curve, and we generally pass a parameter here 0, and then console.log of sum reduce is there, and then I will clear it and I'll run it, and 90 is coming. So one thing very important to know in reduce is the how does the reduce works actually. So one reduce works like this. Okay, so let me show it here. There is an accumulator and a current, and this 0 is also very important. This is something like sum of 0. The initial value is 0. So what will happen, the first iteration it will come, the accumulator will be taken as 0 0, and current will be taking the, so first loop the current will be taken as 20, so it will be equal to 20. The second iteration will come, the accumulator is now 20 plus the current is now 30, it will be like 50. Then the third iteration will be like 50 plus 40 equal to 90 will be there. So this is how the sum this is how this works, this is how the reduce works. Okay, and one more thing is that in the reduce, this initial value I can change it to 10 also, anything I can change. If I change it like this, it will be 100. Okay, so this is like initial value also you can change. Let me make it back to this, because I'm going to give a lot of JSBins have been done. I think we are not going to work on JSBin anymore, because we're done with JavaScript. We are done with whole thing in Java. We have learn everything in JavaScript, and I've teach you everything which I teach in my paid batch also. Everything has been taught See, we are not keeping anything to ourselves. Everything from HTML, from yesterday what we have started, we have taught everything from HTML, CSS, everything we have taught. JavaScript also we have taught everything. Now React also we are going to teach everything. That's why it's such a long thing. Like yesterday we had done 9 hours. Today also it is going towards 9 hours only. So we are putting so much effort. So please do like and subscribe and tell your friends also to see this video, because we're not only giving participation certificate, we're going to get completion certificate also. Yes, friends can get this completion certificate afterwards. Okay, and those things are there. I'll give more details towards the end of this class. And we're done with JavaScript, and as I told, we are going to take a 10 maybe a 15-minute break we're going to take, and we'll join at 12:45. We'll join at 12:45, and then we will go till I think 1:30. That I will tell 1:30 or 1:45, maybe 1 hour we'll go 1:45, and then we'll have a half an hour lunch break, and then we'll complete the React. Okay, so that is like that. So we'll have a 15-minute break now, and we'll join at 12:45. And with React we'll do, and I have to do some setup also. So we'll join with React at 12. Okay, let me mention that. Okay, yeah, it will upload it in YouTube later. It is already going on YouTube, so it is getting uploaded in YouTube. Okay, it is getting uploaded in YouTube. Okay, we'll join at 12. For all of those who are watching on LinkedIn, please do come on YouTube, because my chat doesn't goes on LinkedIn. Maybe I will tell it on LinkedIn also. We'll start at 12:45 p.m. with React. Some people are talking, watching it through LinkedIn, and I think from okay. We will start at 12:45 p.m. IST with React JS. So do come, and yeah, we will. Okay, so 12:45 will start. So we'll start with React.js now. Again, I think I am stuck and all. So this thing is happening. So we'll start with React.js now. We'll not have much of theory and all. So my system is again doing these things and all these things. Okay, one sec. Okay, no problem. Okay, so what is React.js? Okay, React.js is a JavaScript library, and it is the thing which the main thing is that all the JavaScript library and all those things are like nothing. The main thing is that it will get you a job. As simple as that. Only having that in your resume will get you a job. You don't even have to ask for a job, you will get a job. So that is the thing. Because that has been used by almost every startup in the world. All the products, everything is a web app nowadays. So all those web apps are as created using React.js on the front end. Angular is also there. Angular is very much complicated. Actually, Angular is used in big companies. Now also I get a lot of requests for Angular trainings and all those things from big service-based companies in India. You know which are the big service-based companies in India, because sometimes big companies it well in less than a week, but for Angular it will take a month to teach, because Angular has got so much stuff and all those things are there. Okay, so React.js, always go for React.js unless your company requires you to learn AngularJS, then go for AngularJS, because a lot of service-based companies use AngularJS. So at that time, you go for AngularJS. So we are going to start with React, and React. React will be mainly, you have to learn a bit of command line for React. So that is a must. Okay, so I'll share my screen. Anyways, my camera is hanging a lot and all. Maybe so it is taking my different expressions and all. Okay, so people will think it is stuck, but it is not stuck. The camera is getting stuck. Okay, so for React, you should have Node.js installed on your system. That is for sure. You should have Node.js installed on your system. How to install the Node.js and all? You can go to this Node.js here and go here and install Node.js, and this will be like, it is showing me for Mac OS. If you're using Windows, it will show you for Windows, and install this thing. And Node.js comes with npm package, and it will be done. Okay, Node.js will be installed, and then the thing is that once you install Node.js, you have to head here, create React app. So React is a different kind of programming. We have seen the DOM programming, which most of you might have find a bit tough. So it's a different kind of a programming, this React JS. Okay, and it is much more easier than DOM programming, I will tell you that. Okay, and why do we use React JS? All those theoretical part, you can ask me that what's the benefit of using React or vanilla JS? First, the code is much more simpler than vanilla JS, as simple as that. And it is used in startup because you cannot use vanilla JS is not scalable. One of the main thing is that it is not scalable. You cannot scale it to something like very big. So I was leading a team of 10 front-end developers. Okay, and that it is very easy to use some frameworks or library like React and Angular, because you can divide the code, you can divide the component. React and Angular, both those things have a component kind of a structure. So that is there. So how to create this React? You have to go to this thing, and actually you don't have to go always there. React is completely open source and created by Facebook, and that's why it is so much popular. And Facebook, it is used inside Facebook also. And Facebook, those who don't know, Facebook has got bigger problem than Google, because Facebook is being used by 3 billion people on the planet. So 3 billion people on the planet means how much? Half of the world's population uses Facebook. So what's the problem then? So Facebook is very difficult to maintain. The problem is that if half of the billion of the world population is on Facebook, and even you, if you say it gets 10 million requests, 10 million means 1 crore requests a second, and which it gets, it's very difficult to maintain a site like that which gets 1 crore requests at time. Those who don't know, sometime back in 2015 when Flipkart started, during the big billion days, Flipkart site used to crash. It used to crash. So that is the thing. So Facebook is not that much easy to maintain. It is one of the toughest site on the planet to maintain. So a lot of things happens in the backend, like DevOps things and all those things. But React also plays a major part in it, because React is very fast. First thing is it's very fast. If they were using vanilla JavaScript and all this thing, the Facebook site will be like that slow. So React is super fast. That's why it is used in all startups and all. Everybody starts with React, so they can scale it to Facebook level. They can scale it. So that is there. Okay. So after this, as I've told you, Node.js should be installed, and I'll do one thing: cd dot okay outside. Okay. So as I've told, you need to know a bit of command line once you go even with JavaScript. Also, React, it's a must. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take this command, npx create React app, my app, and my app I will do it as Bootcamp, like this. Okay, Bootcamp. Okay, anything you can take. Npx create React app. So you install the latest Node.js. You don't. You have nowadays we do it with this. Those who know little bit of React also, they might know one thing, that earlier we used to use this command, npm install -g create React app globally. Then we used to use this like npm create React directly create React app. But now they are telling that if you have previously installed create React app globally via this, you have to uninstall it. And a lot of you who have done this thing, you will get the error if they have not touched React.js for a long time and they're doing it now. And a lot of you are even going to, who are doing it the first time, you're going to get errors, because Windows sometimes have some error, Mac sometimes have some error, everything has some error. Mac also have nowadays a lot of error because the M1 Mac has come, so I also get a lot of errors because of this M1 and all. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so npx create react app, and it will not take much time to do, but I'm streaming, so sometime it will take. Mhm. So it will take some time. It takes generally some time to do this thing, so let it do it thing. And what else, what else is there? Yeah, so oh, one sec. Okay, if you get this message, means everything is done correctly. This famous message that we suggest typing this and npm start and happy hacking. So this message you have to get. So it means everything is done. So after this, what we are going to do? We are going to cd to this thing, cd my app bootcamp. But I will not do npm start because I want to open it with VS Code also. So I'll do a code dot because my VS Code is installed on the path. Okay, so I can do this thing code dot, and then it is open, and the whole of thing is open. And I will also do a, as they have told, I will do a npm start. See, in React you don't have to do any hot reloading and all those things. You don't have to do, you have to do a npm start. I'll do, and npm start will be done, and it will open in somewhere. It will open in this thing, localhost 3000. It will open and it will show the famous React logo and all. It will show this thing. Okay, so now even before starting React, we will start as, we'll start with, okay, am I visible and all? Okay, okay, one sec. So okay, so even, yeah, before starting with React, I will tell you about the structure of the React, which is very important to learn. See, when we are doing HTML, CSS, JavaScript project, a very small number of things which we were doing at this time. Okay, but at this time we are going to do a lot of things. There are a lot of things are here. So a lot of things are created with this Create React app. And Create React app is from Facebook. So React is actively maintained by Facebook, but it is actually open source, completely open source. But a very big team from Facebook works on React. Okay, and React was created by one person known as Dan Abramov, so he leads that thing. Okay, so that is there, and so let us go to the structure. README is like README. So package.json is a very important file to be there. Okay, so package.json. Okay, let me have it like this. React.js is actually a package, it's like a Node.js thing. Okay, so what happens here? A package.json is there. In the package.json, we have all the dependency of React. React recently moved to React version 18. It moved. So version 18 is there, and all the other things and all those things are there. Okay, so that is there. Then the SRC is in the SRC. If you go, where does a React project actually starts? Okay, a React project actually starts from your, if you go to this public, this is, there is an index.html. See, React is nothing but at the end of the day, React project is compiled as a HTML, CSS, and JavaScript file, because the thing is that a browser only understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So see, it is index.html is actually sort of the starting point. Actually, sort of the starting point. Okay, so how it is the starting point? This actually only is shown here. So what are there in this index.html? First thing is that, see, this title is React app is shown. So this React app has been shown here. I can change this title, so I can change it like app, save it. Now app has been sold, sure. But from where this thing is coming, so there is something known as div of id root. Again, a bit of JavaScript, it's all JavaScript anyways. Div of id root is there, id root is there. Okay, so where this id root comes from, if I go here, actually the React project starts from this index.js file. Index.js file, you'll go. All right, index.js file, you'll go here. There is a something is written as const root is react dom.create root document.get element by id root. So document.get element by id root, this is quite familiar with the DOM programming which we have recently done. Document.get element by id root means it will get this thing, get element by id root, it will get this thing. And then what it is doing, it is making it in root, and then root, it is taking root dot render, some strict mode is there, root dot render, it is rendering it to the rendering the app, rendering the app. So rendering the app. So actually this is the starting point of React, this app.js. And you'll see all these things, this logo and all these things. This logo is somewhere here. See this edit, this thing is there, anchor tag is here, logo is here, and all these things are there. So what it is, the instead of this id root, the app is shown. Actually the whole of React app is been rendered in this id root only, rendered in this id root only. So that is how the React works. Okay, if you do some of the projects, JavaScript projects, you will learn about this bit more also, that all this rendering is done in JavaScript projects also. Okay, so that is there. And so let us come to the app.js. And in app.js, see, most of the time you will start with app.js also. The index.js and index.html which I've taught, it is a theoretical part. It is how the working of React is there. But you will start with app.js only, because app.js only has been shown here. But in app.js, you see it is a weird kind of a code. Okay, it is saying that .javascript is there, but I'm writing HTML inside it. What is this? Actually, this is what is React. React is having a kind of a language kind of a thing, which is known as JSX, which is known as JavaScript XML. When it came earlier, people used to think that nobody was going to use it. It's a weird kind of a language. It's not different kind of a, not a difficult kind of a language. Like it is much more easier than DOM programming. So most of the time it will happen that like you'll have a HTML code only here, and some of the things which will be like this thing is there, this thing is there, which we're going to learn later on. So those things will be like variables and all, which we can directly show inside the HTML. So it's actually a combination of JavaScript and HTML. JSX is a combination of JavaScript and HTML. Don't need to worry about it much. Not many differences there from HTML actually. So that is there. So that things, and again we are going to learn. And in React, what happens, the HTML and JavaScript are combined in one file, and CSS is like normal CSS, like this. See, you can see it is like a normal CSS only. Although there are other ways which we are going to learn that to have some different kind of CSS also. So app.js is there now. Now React is there. Okay, so one more thing. So now we'll start with React. React is actually divided into two parts. One is a functional component, one is a class-based component. If you see, this is a functional component. When React started in 2015, everything used to be class-based component, and functional component only used to be the supporting part of the React. Okay, it used to be having this supporting part of React and all. Okay, so supporting part means functional. React has got two very important concepts. One is known as classes, not classes. One is known as a state, and one is known as a lifecycle method. Earlier, they used to be there in class-based component only, and functional component were only the representational component, only used to just show the HTML. And you'll know why state is very much important. But in 2020, React has gone through major upgradation. React was having some problem with the class-based component. Means first thing was the class-based component were a little bit complicated, not that much complicated, but little bit complicated. And React team doesn't want to make anything complicated. They want to make everything super duper easy, so that more people can adopt React. So it follows a different path from Angular. Angular keeps on getting complicated because they keeps on adding more things there, and so the people have to learn more. React follows a different approach. React follows the approach that it have to make it more easier, So more people can adopt. So with class-based component, the problem was that there is a this keyword is there, which we have seen when we are creating the class. So this keyword is a complicated topic. Then they internally also some error were, some issues were there. So they started to moving toward functional component, and the major concept of class-based component, the state and the lifecycle methods were introduced in the functional component. So nowadays, everybody, any code, you go to YouTube and you look into any project, you see that the guy is using only your functional component. Nobody touches class-based component nowadays. So people think that okay, you don't have to learn class-based component. No, you have to learn class-based component because a lot of the logic like lifecycle methods and those things you will not understand. And what happens? Functional components were introduced in 2020 only. People don't understand the production project goes for 10 years. So if a production project is using class-based component, there is very less chance that they will switch to functional component because old people don't want to switch to those things and all this. Although you can use a mixed match of both of the things. You can use functional component also and class based also. So functional component earlier were called dumb component. They were not having the concept of state and lifecycle method. And we're going to learn class based component, and we will consider the functional component like that one. Later on, the concept of hooks were introduced. Okay, so hooks were introduced in 2020. So we will learn both of this in class based React and hook based React also. But first class based React will be done, and then the hook based React will be done. So both of them are important. Although I will also suggest that if today you are going to start a project, if you're going to join a startup and which is starting a project today, they will not touch class-based company. They will work completely on function also. If you're going to do your own project, you are also there are 90% you are going to do it with functional only, unless you want to learn a bit of class-based. Okay, so that is there. So let us start with this and uh, okay. So although this is a functional component, okay, this is also functional component. Again, you can see a JavaScript function is there. JavaScript function is there, and we have everything here. So, and this is the starting point. So let us create our own functions, our own components now. And generally, we take this as starting point and create our own components. So in SRC, I'll go and do a components folder here, and I will come here and do a greet.js. I'll do. Okay, and I will write a kind of a functional component here. First I have to do import React from React. I will do first thing, and then I'll do a export const read equal to like this. So I'm using an arrow function. You can use arrow function also, and you can use a normal function also. Both of them are okay. So I just prefer to do arrow function. There are some benefits of it also. So return, which we are going to see, return. So functional components always have a return statement. Okay, return statement is there, and inside the return statement we write the HTML. We write the HTML. H1 hello world, the famous hello world. Okay, so now I'll save it. Now I need to show this component. So this React, what happens, we divide everything into small components. I've divided it. Okay, I have to show this component now. Okay, so what I will go here. I will actually remove all these things. All these things I'm going to remove, and then I will going to go here and do a read. And actually, this VS Code gives us this thing like it would give us. You have to import this thing actually. So and React, these are React components are like HTML elements, but they are mostly self-ending. Like you will go soon going to see it will have an ending tag also, but I'm self-ending it like this. Okay, so grid is there. I have include this grid. Logo is not used anymore, so I'll remove it. And see, I have to use this component. First thing is that this is a separate component. I have to export it from here, and here I have to import it. So importing it like this, import, you have to give the path, and grid I have to give it inside the curly bracket because there are two kind of export. This is known as a named export and named import. I will save it, and see hello world will be shown like this. Hello world will be shown like this. So that is there. Actually, this is known as named import. Most of the time you're not going to use the named import and named export because see this export default app, this is how we use this is known as default export and default import. So how we are going to do this default import and default export? We're going to go to this grid here. Okay, so what is this named export? Named export means from one file you can send multiple exports. Okay, and sometimes we use this thing at least 5% times we use it. 95% of times we are using the default thing, and default thing I'm going to show so soon. So this I can do write actually another function here like this is there, like I will name it react greet hello react. And if I do this, I can actually show it like this react greet, and see this will be added here. This will be added in this curly brackets. I can have hundreds of export also here. So that is like this. I will save it, and react rate has been shown. But we generally don't do it like this. Most of the time we have only one export. And how do we do that? In a functional component, I will come here and I will make a new component known as greeting.js. Greeting.js I'll do. And one more thing, here I written everything by my hand, but generally we don't write everything with your hand. There are something which gives us the skeleton. For HTML projects we get directly a skeleton from for HTML project with that not and that. But for React we don't get directly a skeleton and all. We have to install a small extension. That extension is this thing, ES7 React Redux, and by this person. Even so it has got some snippets, and you when you started using React you learn those small snippets like that. Those are on back of my mind. I'm doing React for the past 7 years, so those are on back of the mind, and it is from the starting. So functional component you create by extension, shortcut, which is React RAFCE and see a React functional component. The structure of it has been created, and the same name of greetings which is there in the file, it has taken that thing. So this is how it is done. Okay, so I don't want to write everything. And as I've told, this is the default export. We generally do default export, like the app.js also having a default export. So there is a difference with that. Okay, so I will use the h1 again, and greetings from React. Greetings from React I will do. Now I have to use this thing here. So I'll come here and I'll do the greetings here. First thing, that is known as default export, and this is known as default import. See, there is a certain difference in this. Okay, hello, greetings from React is coming. How I import it, I don't have any curly bracket here. Here I have a curly bracket. Here I don't have a curly bracket. So this is known as a default import. And the thing is that you can have only one export. So the whole function can be done only once. So you cannot have multiple things like here. Okay, you can have only one thing. And generally it's the same name whatever is there. So this is known as that. Okay, so now we will learn about the class-based component, which are the thing which you are going to learn for the next, I think, more than 1.5 hour to 2 hours. We're going to learn for that. We're going to learn that only. Okay, so that is there. And so now welcome.js I'll do, and welcome.js there's again a shortcut. I don't want to write the complete thing, so I'll do RCC. RCC is a shortcut for class-based component, and I'll do that. Although the shortcut is completely okay, but generally we don't do the default export here. So I'll do the default export. You can do that, but nobody does it there. Okay, like this. Okay, now this is a class-based component which was used heavily from 2015 till 2020. It is heavily because it is having the main functionality of React. Okay, how the main functionality of React is having in this. So see, this first thing is that I'm doing import React. Here also I'm doing import React, but I'm importing another thing known as a component from React. I'm extending this component. What is this extend? Extends is the inheritance in class-based thing. Okay, in JavaScript the classes, in any other programming language also, extend you do, it is the inheritance thing, means there will be a class like component from which I am inheriting, but you don't have to learn much thing because of this inheriting only. In the React class-based component there are so many features are there. And there is one more difference is that we are going to see constructor also soon. Constructor is not mandatory, but we can have constructor, and we don't have the crazy things like we create a object with a new keyword, and no, we don't create objects here. Okay, although the classes is there, but the render method, one extra method is there which is known as the render method. Here we only have a return, but here the render is also there. And render have a concept like this, it can rerun. Okay, it can rerun. We're going to see how it can rerun. We are going to see. So return is there. Here again I will have a h2 welcome to React. I'll do. Okay, then I'll go to the app.js, and here I'll do a welcome, right? Welcome. Okay, see, it is like a, we don't get any object or something, but and we import it also like this because it's a default export. I will show it and it will show welcome. And React has this when you do npm start, it has got this hot reloading thing. Okay, hot, you don't, I'm not touching anything, hot reloading has been done. So that is there, hot reloading thing is there already. Okay, so that is there. And so we're liking all these things. So we are still, means how much time we have done, let me see. We are 4 hours we have completed today. So please do like and subscribe. Please do support the channel by liking and subscribing the videos and telling to your friends so that it can reach to more people. Please do like and subscribe. Okay, so now the thing is that let us understand a bit of. So as I've told, we were using a lot of this JSX things which we are using. So there are not much different in JSX. Only one or two differences there which we have actually, I have removed actually. Okay, I have not removed this thing completely. See this class name you are seeing. What is this class name? Class name is what? Class name I've given is giving is that app. What is this class name actually? Class name is nothing but the class only. So this, there is something text align center is there. Because of this, all the text is coming at the center. So we add this thing instead of class. This is the HTML class. HTML, we have this classes and IDs. So this is that HTML class. But we give class name in React, not class. Why? Because if you go to this class-based component, we already have a class. At the end of the day, this is a JavaScript file, not a HTML file. JavaScript already have a class. So how can I have a class here? So internally, it gets do a lot of harm to React if we use the class. Although we can use it, it will throw a big warning, but not an error. So we have to use the class name instead of class. Okay, because internally whatever it changes after it is done, it will change everything here to a HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Okay, so even if you okay, I'll show how it change. If I right click, so I can see the HTML, CSS, JavaScript code for everything. So if I right click and see, can I figure out it's a React code? No, it is not a React code. Okay, a body, it is showing everything. Body, it is showing this root and h1 and all. I cannot even figure it out. It's a React code. It seems to be having something like this public.html. See, something like from here it is coming. You need to enable something was written here. Okay, no script, something was written here. Instead of this div id root, inside div id root, everything else is coming. So this is how React works. Okay. So at the end of the day, it's a HTML document, or HTML, CSS, JavaScript, it's get created from that. So that's the reason in JSX you cannot use class. You have to use the class name for HTML classes. And the other thing is that there is a on-click handler is there in HTML. On-click handler in HTML is like a small case, and here it's a camel case. C will be captured. That we will going to see later on. For is another case which we can use instead of for. For is what in label we use for. So for is again a keyword in JavaScript. In JavaScript, there are for loops are there. So you can use for directly. There is HTML for which you have to use. Okay, so that is there. So now the next important topics which you are going to start now is the props in React.js. What are props in React.js? Props are basically, people get confused and all. What are props in React? Props are a way. Props are a way to pass data from a parent component to a child component. Props are a way to pass data from parent component to a child component. So app.js will come, and let me actually comment this out. Okay, this is how comment in React. Okay, select everything, control backslash, and commenting inside a JSX is always done like this. Okay, so this will I will also comment this out. Okay, comment this out. So we are going to comment out a lot of things. So first I am going to comment out this also, because first we are going to learn how to pass props from a functional component, props in a functional component. Okay, we are going to learn that. And what are props? Props are basically, okay, one more thing, this is known as the parent component. This is app is the parent component, and this child, whatever is inside it, is known as the children component. It is its child component. Okay, so I want to pass our data from the parent to a child component. There are all the time you're going to pass data, okay, from a child to a parent in all projects. So what I do here, how do we pass the data? Okay, first thing is that I removed everything, only this is coming. Okay. Like 3 times I'm going to pass the data. Here I will pass the data name equal to JavaScript. Name equal to JavaScript. Golang shift. Name equal to JavaScript, Golang and shift I will do. Okay, so what is this name? Name is the props. Okay, so this is the data which I'm passing, which again can be anything, and this is the props, the name which I'm passing, and this again can be anything. I'll save it. So and now nothing is changing, only I've called it 3 times, so 3 times it is coming. So now I want to show that data. So how I will show that data? So that data actually come as a props here. So in a functional component, I can take the parameter here, which is like a props, and then console.log of props is there. Save it. So I will see this in the console.log, and if I see it in the console.log, see it is showing me it as an object is coming with the name of JavaScript. Object is coming with the name of Golang. Object is coming with the name of shift. So actually props is an object. Props is an object. Now I want to show the object. So greetings. Instead of this, I'll show this course. And you want to show some variable inside the return statement. See, the return statement only has been shown here. So want to show some variable inside the return statement. So how do I show the variable inside the return statement? So with this curly bracket I show. But now I want to show this exact thing like this, props like this. Yeah, oh, yes, props dot name. Because I don't want to show the object, I want to show definitely the name. Props dot name I will show. Write it. Greetings JavaScript, greeting Golang, greeting shift. So this is how the props are been done. Okay, here. So now this is how you are going to pass the data 90% of the time. 10% of the time there is another thing which you are going to do, which is known as a different kind of props. That this is the props which is like the children props. Okay, children props as a only 10% of the time I'm going to pass it like that. Okay, so in that what happens? See, this is a component. This is the kind of a element only. So this thing I will going to do like greeting, and I can pass anything between it. Okay, language of the web, and here is for iOS. Okay, so I'll do this thing. I already have a props here. Okay, so anything you can do it like self-closing also, and you can do it like this also. There is no error in this, and I'm passing something inside it. Save it now. See, now I have not written anything, like the props is there in the first two things. See, console log children, something known as children is getting passed. Children, I have not written that children. So that means anything which I'm passing inside this thing, it is getting passed as a children. So now I can show that children here. Okay, so let me try to show the children. H1 greeting, I'll show the children like this. props dot children, props dot children. I have to show like this. I'll save it, and it gave me a big fat error. What error it has? What it is nothing to do with the props. That is completely fine. That is something to do with React, and it is giving adjacent JSX element must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Did you want a JSX fragment? So what happens in React, if something is starting with something like H1, it should not, it have to end with H1 only. It is not like that. So the main thing is that you have to wrap everything with a div or something known as a React fragment, div, span, anything you can do, anything, same thing. So most of the time we wrap it with the fragment. The reason behind that, div is a block level element, and in CSS it messes up a lot. So we have something like this in React. And what does fragment is? Fragment means nothing. Means it will not even show in your browser. I will show that thing. It will not even show. So I will show this thing like this and save it and see. Now what is happening? Props.children shown as a paragraph in these two things. These two things it has been shown as a paragraph. Okay. One more thing is that I will right click and inspect. See this H1 and P. H1 and P. It seems like there is nothing. This has been shown nowhere. Okay. But if I do a div, although there will no problem here, but later on we can have problem. If I have a div here, see, after the app, it has been shown as a div. Inside a div, it has been shown. And it can have real problem in the CSS because div is a block level element. So generally, you should give like this empty thing only, which is known as a fragment in React. So that is done. Now let us see how to do the same thing in a class-based thing. Okay, so class-based thing. Now I will open this thing. Welcome. Let me have a HR here. Welcome. Name equal to. We have a children concept here also. So nothing like this. We don't have a children concept here. So name equal to React Native, and name equal to Java. Name equal to Java you do. And again we will have pass children. And one thing I want to tell, the children which you pass, it is not like the only string you can pass. You can pass anything. You can pass another component also. Now we are not going to pass another component. We are going to see an easy example. We are going to pass a button here. Okay. Click. I'm going to pass a button here, just a button. So welcome to React. It will not show anything because I have not used this thing yet. So using this thing again will be done like that. But one thing to notice there is that there is nothing like this. There is, I cannot pass the argument here because it's a class-based component. And here the concept of this comes into picture in a class-based component. We don't have anything like that. So here what we need to do, again I'm going to have a P here and I'm going to wrap it in a fragment or else it will give me a error. So I will wrap it in a fragment and error has gone. The moment I do this, the error has gone. Welcome. This dot props dot name and this dot props dot children. I do this dot props dot name and this dot props dot children. Save it and see. So that this keyword you have to use. This keyword you have to use, and props dot children is also coming. So this keyword you have to use here. Okay. So now we will look into the most important topic in React, which is like the state in React. We are going to look, and state in a class based only we are going to look first. So let us do that. For that, I'm going to comment this all out. Here I will go and counter.js and RCC, because we are going to create a class-based component, and export default and counter. And now we're creating just a simple counter here. Now the concept of constructor will come because the state is always done in the constructor. So I'll come here and do a, and again there is a shortcut known as rconst, CONST, and do a press, and the constructor with the props and all will be created. So what is the super props? See, when I extend from React, the super props is required in the constructor so that I can get some of the value from the inheritance kind of thing. Okay, super process, this dot state is there, and I will have a count. So what is this state concept? And first thing is that I'm giving this state with this dot state. Why? See this keyword. The best way to understand this keyword is that this keyword is something which is accessible throughout the class at most of the places. Although at one or two places it is not accessible. I cannot use a var here. Var is having a functional scope. Even if I use a var, it will not go beyond this. But I want to access some variable throughout the class. So for that we use this keyword. We use this keyword. This dot state is equal to this. This dot state is this count. This state is equal to this count, which is 0. Count which is 0. So what does that means this means that object, this is a okay, this dot state is always a object. State is always an object. A object is there, and I am having a variable count which is having a value 0. Key is 0, key is count, value is 0. Now to show this inside the render, how I show this, I'll come here and okay, I'll do one thing. I'll do h1 and count is this dot state dot count. This dot state dot count is there. Okay, so I will save it, and we have to show this counter here inside this. So I'll come here and do the COUNTER counter. I'll show it here, and then like this I'll show the counter again. Okay, so counter of 0 is shown, count of 0 is shown. Okay, so why I'm showing this dot state dot count, because this is how you show the key. This dot state is the object name, dot count will show me the 0. So this is how we show it. Okay, so that is there. Now the next thing is that I want to increment this count, because that is the main thing which you do it states. I have to increment this count. So I will come here and do a button, and the button is there, and increment is there. Okay, and on click equal to this dot increment count. This dot increment count. So what is this dot increment count? This dot increment count is actually a function, and we have to use this keyword a lot in React. That is the problem in class based component. Okay, so on click C, one more thing, on click C is capital. I have told that on click that everything is camel case in React. So on click is a event handler. It will what it will do, it will keep on listening for this event. See, the event handler are also so much easy in React. It will keep on listening for the on click event, and the moment I click on the button, a button will be shown. This increment count function will run. So this is so much easier. So I'll come here and do the increment count here, increment count like this and like this, and I will have a one more thing here. Okay, and I will going to explain this thing also. This dot set state is count is this dot set state dot count plus 1. Actually, whenever I click on this button, I want this thing to be increased by 1. So but why I'm using this dot set state? Why cannot I use directly like this dot state dot count equal to this dot state dot count plus 1? Because it doesn't work in that. I'm going to explain also that how it is. But the thing is, for now you understand this. If I want to update the state and show the updated value, I have to use a special function known as this dot set state, which takes the object, and in that object I am changing the count to the plus 1. So I'll save it, and the button is been shown, and now I will think that okay, I will click it and it will show me. Okay, I'll click it and it doesn't increment everything. Actually it shows a big fat error. Why it shows a big error? It shows a big error because again the problem with this keyword, there is a problem with this keyword. Actually this, although this keyword is accessible at a lot of places in the class, but here this keyword is the problem with this keyword here is that it is not able to update, it is not able to attach with this class. it is this keyword, this is giving an error, and we are going to see in detail why it is giving an error, and we are going to see 3-4 methods to solve it. Not 3-4 methods, exactly 4 methods to solve it. But right now I'm going to show one of the methods to solve this issue, and soon, actually I think after the lunch, because we are done a lot. Okay, so we want to see another method to solve that, but another 3 methods to solve it, including this method. So one method to solve this, there is a, and if you want to learn more of this keyword, I will give a YouTube link, and my only YouTube link, and you can learn about it. This keyword is actually a very complicated, huge topic in JavaScript. So the way, there is a bind function in JavaScript. With that you can do it. Okay, I'll do this dot increment count equal to this dot increment count dot bind this I'm going to do. Now if I, so to fix this issue, okay, we are doing it. If I come here and increment it, it will increment properly. 2 3 4 5 6 7 9. Now coming back to that issue, that why cannot we update the state directly? Why do we have to use this dot set state and all these things? So I will comment this out, and I will try to update it directly only. So I'll try to update it, this dot state dot count equal to this dot state dot count plus 1. I'll also do a console dot log. Okay, console dot log this dot state dot count. I'll do this. I'll save it. Now let me try to increase the state. Increment. State is incrementing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But state is not incrementing here. Still 0. It is incrementing. State count is right now 14. But why the hell it is showing as 0 here? What is the wrong thing here? The wrong thing is that even if the state is getting incremented, unless you use the this dot set state, the render function doesn't run. And the render function is the magic in React class-based component, because when the render function runs, this whole DOM thing, it gets the new value. This is known as DOM. All DOM thing gets a new value. So if the render is not run, this sort of, it does an internal refresh. You can understand it as an internal refresh thing it does. Like in JavaScript also, you need to do a refresh to refresh the component, but it does the internal refresh. You will not able to see that is something to do with virtual DOM and all those things. Okay, so it does an internal refresh. So the moment I do it through this dot set, although the count is getting increased, but this render function is also running, and that internal refresh will show the updated value. Okay, so that is there. And okay. So we are going to convert and change it back, and I'm going to bring this a bit below. After this, save it, clear it, and I will increment it again. 1 2 3. Okay, it is incrementing perfectly. But if you see closely, you see this is 10 right now, this is 11. Although no problem is there, 10 not an 11. Why this is happening? Because React is actually very fast. The moment it see this dot set state, it will go to the render and render it, and then after that, this next line console.log will run. So React is too fast. That's why we are getting this. It's not an error, but we're getting one way behind in the console log. So sometimes in production project, only 5% of that, not even 5%, 1% of the time, what we need is that to run some statement, just before this dot set goes to the return. So in that case is what we do. I will do a Control-X, and I'll come here and do a comma, and like this I'll do, and a console.log. This I'm going to do this dot state.com. So it's a function I'm calling. So now see, and it is not required that I'll do the console, but for this example I'm doing the console. You can do anything else also here. So I'll save it, and I will now come here and I'll do a increment. So it is the 1 1 2 2. It's first it is doing changing this thing, and then it is showing it. So this is the another thing which I want to show. And one more special case I want to show. And that special case, suppose instead of okay, instead of I'll have maybe I'll have another button here. Okay, let us keep this button also. I'll have a button, and I'll have the button as five, increment 5. Okay, increment 5 I will have, and in this increment 5 button, must have guessed, I'll call a different function on click is equal to this dot increment 5. And as always, if you create a new function in class based component, you have to bind this. Okay, this dot increment 5 is equal to this dot increment 5, bind this. It is not things, this is this. And I will come to this increment 5. I'll come to this increment 5 here. I will come to this increment 5, and then what will happen in this increment 5, I will have this dot increment count. I will call this actually 5 times. I'll call this 5 times. I'll call this, and what I expect here. So if I click on the increment 5, it will increment the count to 5. Yeah, so like this is incrementing by 1. Okay, and this is there. But if I okay, incrementing by 1, but if I click here, it should increment by 5, so it will make it 8. But it is incrementing by 1, incrementing by 1, you can see one thing here, that 5 is showing here. It means that it ran 5 times, but it is not doing it properly. What happens, this is the problem with React. So React, when it sees at a very close range, at a very fast pace, the set count has been done and the set state has been called, it does a performance optimization and do only one time. Here we are calling the set state at 5 times. The moment I click the button, the set state, this increment count, this set state will be called 5 times. So that is an issue with React, and React optimize it with. So in this special kind of again, this is only 1% of the time it will do. So we don't have to use this. We have to use a different kind of a count variable and all. Okay, so I will actually change this thing, and we have something known as a previous state. Previous state in React, previous state is like this, and the previous state will go, and in this I will have a count is previous state dot count plus 1. Nothing difference is that it keeps a track of the previous state. The it is also like a bit of a different kind of a thing which you have to write here, different statement we have to write here. Okay, so I'll close this, and with console I've done it. So this is working fine, and this will also work fine, and this is also working fine. This is the special case. So that is done. Now the next thing which we are going to do is like destructuring. Okay, destructuring. For destructuring, we'll again go back to our these components which we have commented it out. So I'll go here and do the counter, and first let me show the greetings only. So what is destructuring is again a shortcut kind of a thing which we can do in a class based and functional. It's a shortcut, but you'll see that all the developers love this shortcut. Okay, so this destructuring thing. So I'll now open the greetings. So what is destructuring means, instead of writing the whole word like props, I can write the shortcut. Instead of doing, I will remove this also. I will directly do it like this. Object and it is an object destructuring. Okay, so I'll write a name comma children I will do, and then what can happen, I can remove this name and this children from here. I'll save it, and no issue is there, it will come in like same. So this is a object destructuring which we have learned. So like the props is coming, we're changing it like this. So this is one way to destructure in a functional component. There is another way. I'll keep the props as props, and here I'll come and do a const. This is a proper object destructuring equal to props, and like this the same thing, no error will come, and it will be like like the same thing will be there. Okay, so that is there. And now we'll do the same thing in a class based component. The classes component, the only difference is there is no first way. There is no function parameters which you can pass. So there is only the second way, which is like this. I have to use this thing like this. Yes, I'll go here. But the thing is that I have to use it inside the render. Inside the render, I have to do it. Okay. And the other thing is that there is no props here. There is this dot props. Actually, this destructuring thing is much more suitable for class based, because here what is happening, I'm going to remove two variables here. It is much more shortcut. So in real project, it is not like one time you have to use this props. You have to use 100 times. So this one statement is very, very, very helpful to reduce a lot of code. So this I will do, and it is like working like same only. Okay, so this is the destructuring. So now we'll learn about event handling. So what is this event handling? So we have seen in the, okay, I'll close this thing again. I'll actually comment this all out again. And then this counter we have seen earlier, that we are having some issues with the event binding, and that's why we use this dot increment count. Actually, there are 5 ways to do this thing. There are 5 ways to do this thing, and we are going to do that in that 5 ways. Okay, so I'll come here and do this new function in the component. I will create a new function known as event bind dot js and rccido const message is there, and it is like the hello world. And now this dot state dot message, and button is there, and button is like click, and on click is equal to this dot handle click I'm going to have, and okay, and this handle click is like this dot set state, and message is hello react. Okay. So again, if I do it like this, we are going to have the same issue which we are having earlier. So I'll have a event find like this. I'm going to have save it, and we're going to have the same issue. So also open it and all. So we are going to have the same issue which we have seen earlier. So this cannot access blah blah blah, it will be shown. So if what is the error actually, why we are getting this error? So we are getting this error if I quickly, if I do this thing, and if I do a console dot log of this, console.log of this I'm going to do, console.log of this I'm going to do, save it, commit here, and then I will click here. This is undefined. That was the issue. This is actually undefined. This is not coming. This should have been this should be associated with the class actually. Inside this should be associated with the class. So this is the problem. So to solve this problem, we have actually four ways to solve this problem. One way we have already seen. So let us first see the first one, which is the first two ways which I am going to show. They are the old ways. They are the old ways. Next two ways we are going to see, they are the modern ways. Old ways means they are from that since 2015. Okay. So, and you should not use that old ways anymore, because this is complicated also. Not bind. So you used to solve with the bind. So instead of giving the bind in the constructor, I can give the bind here also. Bind, I'll give it here, and bind this. I'll do this, and I will also uncomment this out, and hopefully this will be solved. So this is the method number one. Hello world, and hello react is missing, and see, now this is also been the object. It is referring the actually the event bind. Okay, so this is the method number one. So method number two is like method number two actually we have seen. Okay, method number two we have seen. So method number two is like method number two is to this dot handle click, it will be called like this, and this dot handle click equal to this dot handle click the bind this. Okay, and this is this one. We have seen this way to solve the issue. Okay, so this is the method number two. So now we see the method number three. Method number three we are going to see. Method number three is from arrow function, and that is used 10% of the time nowadays, and 90% of the time we use a different method. This is a method number four, which I'm going to show soon. Okay, so in this I will make this arrow function here itself, and I'll call this like this. Okay, I'll also comment this out so that this doesn't comes into play. Okay, so arrow function we can call it here also, we are calling it here itself, and there is a benefit of this way. Sometimes we need to pass some argument, then we use this way a lot. Whenever we are going to see method as props next after the lunch, actually we have lunch break after this. So there we are going to see that in the method as props we pass some props we can pass easily in this method. So I will save it again, and now I will click it, and it will do a hello react will be done. So that will be done. Now that is okay. Now the main way which I'm going to tell, it is the way which you should also use, and it is used in 90% of the cases nowadays, which is not means in that also we are going to use this handle click only, but we are not going to use any bind or an arrow here. What we are going to do, we are going to change this function itself to a arrow function, and this is something which you're going to follow from now onwards. Whether it's a functional component, whether it's class based component, it doesn't matter. Always use the arrow function here. So I'll use the arrow function here, and because it solves all the problem. Do a click, it is solve the problem. So this it solve the problem. So this is what it is all about. Okay, so the thing is that we'll take a lunch break now, half an hour lunch break, because I have to have my lunch, and we will meet at 2:20. We'll meet at 2:20. Let me mention that, and we have a lot to cover in the class based also. So yeah, we will have a lunch break till 2:20 p.m. till 2:20 p.m. Okay, so one of the attendance sheet already I have shared. I think one of the attendance sheet I have shared, and if you go above in this thing, you will see the first attendance. Actually, it is the attendance number 4 which I have been shared. So another attendance will be shared later on towards the end. I will share. I will not share two attendance. I'll share towards the end. Okay. Okay, so that is there, and we'll take a break now. Okay, thank you all. We'll take a break now. we'll start now. So yeah, we'll start now. Okay, again the camera is stuck. It's okay. So we'll start, and let me share my screen. So yeah, so we so we have left here. So the thing which we are going to do now, a lot of things are remaining actually. After class based only, we are going to start with the hook based thing, and now we'll start with the keep joining soon and method as props. Okay, so what is this method as prop? Actually in React what happens, it is so that is there. So we are going to learn how to pass the data in the opposite direction, that is from a children to a parent, and that is also very important thing because you should know how to pass the data in the opposite direction, and that is required. Okay, so for learning that, what we are going to do here, this event bind thing, I will comment it out, and this topic is known as method as props. Okay, so I will come here and do a parent component.js, parent component.js, and again rcc. Okay, and we'll also have a child component dot js. Child component dot js also we'll have. Okay, so this parent component dot js, let us create it, and this parent component will be called from our so that we don't have any issues later on. I'll make it as an arrow function, and what will happen here is it will alert hello, this is not a state or parent name, but it is not that much easy. I'm not going to call it from the parent. Okay, I'm going to call it from the child component, and the child will mainly be a function component. It is not having much EMS things there. So child will be a function component, and then what I'm going to do here I'm going to call the child component like this, and make sure it is imported. So child component will be shown. So see now what I'm going to have here. Now first thing is that I want to have a communication channel, like a telephone line between the child and the parent. I need to have a communication channel between both of them. So how to do that first? Okay, and we're gonna do it easily in the opposite direction. So we take help of the callback functions here. Callback functions concept we take help here. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to pass a props to the child component. From the parent component, I'm going to pass a props, which is like a greet handler. The prop name is greet handler, and equal to this dot greet parent. Greet parent is there. So this dot greet parent. What is this dot greet parent? Greet parent is this function. So this handler, I'm passing not a string, not anything else like that. I'm passing a function. So this is a very important thing to understand. I'm passing a function here, like greet parent. Okay, I'll save it. and then I'll go here in here, and here in this I am in this child component. I'll have a button here. Button I'm going to have, and this button will have this greet parent I'm going to have, and here I'm going to have a on click equal to. So now I will get a props here back. So props props I'm going to get, and then props dot greet handler, props dot greet handler I'm going to call. I'll save it. I'll have this button here. So now see what will happen. I'm passing the props. I'm passing a props here. Okay, this dot greet parent. I'm passing a props here, and this props is like a callback here. So it's a callback. So the moment I do on click, props of greet handler is been called. And what is this props of greet handler? Greet handler is actually this function. So if I click here, see, okay, something weird is there. Click props dot. Let me write the right name. I think the right name is not there. Props dot on click props dot greet handler. Now what is happening here? Did I get an error? No error. Oh, got the issue. Should be like this grid panel. Okay. So I click it. The alert will be shown. Hello. So the actual connection has been established, but still the connection has been established. It is okay. The connection has been established, but I'm not passing the data like that. Here I was passing the data like this name data. Something else passing. I am not passing the data, so I want to pass the data also. So to pass the data, what we do? To pass the data, what we are going to do here, we are going to use another kind of a way to pass the data. So this way I have already told earlier, and as I told, we are going to use in the method as well. In this way, what happens? The arrow function we are going to call here, I can pass some parameter here. So I will pass 𝐶𝐞𝐷 junior. So this is junior I'm going to pass. Okay. So this I'm passing data. Now I will get the data in this. So I can get this data here as a parameter. So child name. Okay. And hello from child name. So I'll do it. See, the main thing is that so this in junior is coming from here. It is coming from the child to the parent component in the opposite direction. In the opposite direction it is coming, which is a very important thing. In the opposite direction it is coming. Okay, so this is a known as method as props. Now the thing which we are going to learn is like conditional rendering. Okay. So conditional rendering is there. So I think today also we will go till 6. So what I'm seeing, because I understand how much time each thing will take. So it will class based only will take till 4, and then from 4 to 6 the functional thing will be done. So it will take another. Today also will go till 6. Okay, so that is there. Be ready for that. Okay, so user greeting.js is there, and okay, export default user greeting. Okay, so conditional rendering means what? In React, how do we render the things? That is the known as conditional rendering. We're going to learn about that now, and this user greetings will come here, and user greetings will come here, and save it, and it will show the user greetings. Okay. So now in the return, I will have like one welcome Bindu and action welcome guest, and here our font is there, and it is like is logged in is false. So what is this is logged in? So I'm mimicking something. See, you might have seen, you go to a website, and when you are not logged in, it will say welcome guest. When you're logged in, it will say your name. So we are mimicking something like this. Okay. So what is that? When the is logged in is false, I want to show welcome guest. When the is logged in is true, I want to show welcome Nabendu. So that is like this. I want to show. Right now, if I do, I will be shown both of the things. So again, there are 4 ways to do this thing in React. Let us see all the 4 ways. So first thing is that first way is that we can use if statement also inside the render. So I will use if this dot state dot is logged in. I'll use this thing, and then I'll have a return statement here. And if I have a if statement have only one statement, I can omit the curly bracket. That is not a React thing, that is a JavaScript thing, and that is a programming thing. Actually, it happens in all the program. Okay, so return, I'm going to do this like this, or else return this. Welcome guest. Now I will actually remove this thing. Okay, so now see, is logged in is false, so it is coming here, checking this condition and returning with this welcome Navin, welcome, and its condition is not true, so it is going to the else part and returning this. And if I do a true, it will do this welcome Navin. So this is how it works. But this is the first way. But having multiple returns in the program is not a good thing to have. So what we are going to have here, I'm going to have a let me _age, that message is there. Then here I will going to have a _age message equal to this, and message equal to this, and then we'll have a return message I'm going to have. So the same thing will come. Only the thing is that I'm having one variable and a returning message later on. So I'll do a false here. So it will show the welcome message. So this is the method number. But the most important method is the one which I'm going to tell right now, and that is something which is used in most of the time, which you are going to use in most of the time, which is a ternary thing. When I was teaching ternary, I told that ternary is one of the most important thing here. Okay, so ternary is the thing which we are going to do now. Okay, so here we'll have this. Instead, I will comment this out, and I will have a return this dot state dot is logged in and not, and this hello and welcome Navindu or welcome guest we are going to pass. Welcome Navindu or welcome guest I am going to pass. Okay, so okay. So that is there, and let me save it. So this is like this ternary operators like what I have told earlier. This dot state dot is logged in will be checked. It is false, it will false, then it will go to welcome us. If it is true, then it will show to welcome. And this is the one thing which we are going to use a lot. And if you have more statement, we are going to have a this kind of a bracket. This kind of bracket we're going to have if we have more statement. This is how ternary works in React and all. Okay, so that is there. And now this is a bit, make it a bit smaller. Okay, so now the method number 4. Method number 4 is also actually not method number 4, because it is only if statement. See, ternary operator is a replacement of a if else statement. Method number 4 is a replacement of only if statement. you'll see what I'm telling. So instead of this, I'll have some space here. I'll have a return this dot state dot is logged in, and I'll have a and here and welcome Navindra I'm going to have. So see, now it is true and it is showing the welcome Navindra. Now it is false and it is showing nothing. That's why I was telling it is a replacement of if statement. It is not a replacement of if else statement. It is a replacement of if statement. Okay, how it is a replacement of if statement. So let us also understand how this and works. And is also known as short circuit operator in React. Why? And has a different way to work. And we have already seen. So it equates the left hand side and equates the right hand side. It will check both of them and do. But there is a way in which the and works actually internally. What it does, if the left hand side is false, it will never go to the right hand side. Okay, so here what will happen, if this left hand side, this is false. Okay, it will never go to the right hand side. It will go to the right hand side only if the left hand side is true. So in false case, what will happen to come here? Okay, it is false. I'm not going to the right hand side, so this will not be shown. If it is true, it will go to the right hand side and it will be shown like this. So this is how it works. Okay, so that is there, and let me save it here, and that is known as the okay. So now the next thing which we are going to do is is list rendering. We're going to do list rendering now. So what is this list rendering? Okay. List rendering is one of the most important thing in React. See, I have told earlier also the maps and all those things are very much used. Okay, so we'll do the list. Maps is used to do the list rendering. So that is how most sort of code in React actually work. So I will do this, and what I will say here, post list post. And as I've told earlier also, most of the data in the internet works as an array of object. Okay, so list rendering, we can do it. We are not going to change any state or something. So we can do it in a functional component also. It doesn't matter where we do it. So let's post this there. So let us take some real list like JSON placeholder and this post. I'm going to take this one only. Okay, what data I will take? Maybe first 3 I'll take. So here I'll have a const post equal to this, and like this error will go away, and user ID I don't need. User ID will go away. User ID will go away. User ID will go away. Title is okay. Title I don't need that much big title. See, this is all lorem ipsum text actually. Okay, maybe. So I've taken this thing, array of object from 1 to 3 and title and all these things are there. So now I need to show this thing. So how I should show this thing in a React app? Let us understand that thing. Okay. So first thing is that I need to map through it. Okay, I need to map through it and show it. So, and this is the way in which React you show this thing. Okay. So return post dot map I will do, and then I'll do a post. Okay, post I'll do. Maybe what they are telling, I'll do that thing. I'm going to change that thing later on. Okay, so okay, let me do one more thing here. Let me remove this key. This key is something which is required. We're going to come back. So I will do this thing, and list post, save it. So it will show me those three list posts. The title it is showing me because I'm showing the title only. Okay, everything is looking fine. But if I do a inspect here, do a console. So see, I got a big warning here actually. Red warnings are big warnings. Red warnings are not a good thing actually. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So in React, what happens? Okay, I'm using map. And why I'm using map? I'm using map because what happens with the map, you can you give an array and you return back an array. So I am sending an array, I'm returning back, I'm getting back an array, and that array will be of length 3 only, but you can evaluate it with div and all those things. So in the title I'm adding the div and all those things I can add. So all those things I can do. So that's why you use map a lot in React. Okay, so that's how you get rid of a same kind of a code, and this is a very common pattern in React, and this is one of the most powerful pattern also in React. Okay, the div title dot post I'm doing, but I'm getting this thing. Why I'm getting this thing? Because React expect for internal purposes again to have everything have a something unique is there. And whenever you get data from a database like this is actually the data from the database in the JSON placeholder. We have got the data from the database. It will always have a unique ID like ID1, ID2, ID3. Always you will always get. So the backend engineer will always give you something like this. So in these cases, what we do is generally I'll come here and do a key equal to the unique thing, which is the post dot id. Post dot id I'll do, save it. And if I do this thing and if I refresh it, I will not get that error anymore. But generally some kind of this kind of big thing what we do, we don't do it like this. We generally, if I want to show the title and the body also, I will make a different component and I will show this thing. So how to do that? To make a different component, and here instead of doing it here only, I will do it in a like a list. I'll do a post. I'll do a new component, and the component will be known as maybe a post item. Item is a good thing. Item dot js, post item dot js I'll do. Then here what I'm going to do, and it will be RAFCE, and then here instead of this div, I'll call this post item. Make sure it is imported. Yeah, it is imported. And post item. Anyways, I am not going to have a ending here like this. Why? Because I'm going to have a self ending is much better here. Self ending I will have going to have. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to pass the complete post. The key is required, but I'm going to pass the complete post as post equal to post. Post equal to post I will going to do here. And it means I'm passing the individual post to a new component. So I will see post item, it is already showing me 3 times. So I will come to this post item and I will just show it. Okay, so I'll come here and I will also destructure it here. So I will destructure it here to post. I will destructure it here like this, and then I will come here, and then I will go here and h1 I'm going to do. His name is like not name. It will be like let me have a let me show the in the h1 I will show the title title as post dot not uh, post dot title. And what is the other thing? Other thing is the body. So in a paragraph tag I will show so that post dot body. I'll show it like this, save it, and it will be shown like so. It is showing. So this is the way in which we do generally. So this is how the render all this is. Okay, so the next thing which we are going to learn is the styling React component. So styling, we already know how to do a styling a React, but yeah, there are some other ways are also there. Okay, so the most common way is we have already seen the app.css should be there, and we are going to we can do it like this. Okay, so the thing is that okay, session will end at around 6. Okay, most probably it will end around 6. because I'm trying to do it quickly, but it is most probably. Okay, so that is there, and okay, so we are going to style it. So styling, I'm going to style this thing only. This thing only I'm going to style. So the most common way to style something is like with the means CSS file. Okay, so let us first do the in the common way, which is like the I will create a post item dot CSS file like this, and I can directly use it like import post item dot CSS. So CSS we do it like this. Post item dot CSS we CSS we do it like this. Okay, and then we can use it like normal, like how we are going to use. Okay, maybe I will add a div here. Div class name equal to container, and this container dot container, and anything I can do. Background color is like disk is good, and I'll give it like this. It will come. Padding is like maybe 10 pixel, so it is doing like this, and margin bottom 10 pixel. Yeah, so it is doing like this. Good. So this is the normal way to give it. So there is another way, which is the inline CSS way to give the CSS. So inline CSS, inline Motsum have to yesterday explained that inline CSS also, okay, in HTML. So here also we can use the inline CSS, but a little bit of different way is there to show the inline CSS here. So here what we do here, I will go to the this h1 and all, and here we'll have an object here inside it. Okay, so const header style, header style will have like this object I'm going to have. Okay, so background color like this I'm going to do, and color is okay, and text align is okay, and so see one thing. Okay, so now I've done this header style. Now I have to show this thing. Okay, so I'll come here and do the style style equal to, in this I have to do show the para no, parent is header style, and show and save it, and so it will show like this. Okay, so background color text align center and all this thing, it will show like this. There is a difference between this and this. So this is like a normal CSS. Normal CSS is like this dash is there in background color, and this semicolon is there. It is like it is actually an object. So background colors, C is a camel case, and there is a comma after, and everything you have to give in a single quotes. The value, if it is a string, you have to give in a single quotes like this. Okay, so this is the difference is there. And instead, generally what happens, people instead of applying it like here, they apply it directly here. What is the benefit of a inline CSS in React? See, React or Java or HTML CSS projects, anything, CSS is always global, and it causes a lot of issue in bigger projects also. If you do it like this, it causes a lot of issue. So people tends to do it sometimes, give it inside here only, so that it doesn't causes that many issues. So this I can directly use something here directly. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, instead of this I will have something like this here, and there also I have to have a style, style equal to one I have to have, and the second also I have to have. So this is like this, I can give the style, but anyways, most of the time you should not give it in 2-3 lines, and most of the time if you are going to use inline style, you should use only one line. Okay, background color and color, and like this, background color or or maybe I will only give the color as dark magenta. Dark magenta I'll give, and see the dark magenta color is been there. So this is how the thing has been done. Okay, so these are the two ways to do it. But nowadays in React there is a very different thing. This is known as CSS and JS library. It is very popular. CSS and JS libraries are very popular in React, and that is the way in which we do. The main benefit of CSS and JS library is that it have all the styles in a component only. So all the styles will be associated with a component. As I told, CSS is global, so the global thing will not be there. Everything will be associated with a component, so it will not go outside. And CSS is really a very big mess in bigger project. I used to handle very big projects, so I used to know what problems are there in the CSS. Okay, so that is there. And now what I'm going to do here. Okay, so CSS, the most popular CSS in JS library is known as what is known as styled component. We are going to quickly look into styled components. Style component is actually installation. You have to install the style component. It doesn't comes by default. So I'll do a Control J and do a NEMI styled component like this. It's a library, external library. You have to install, and React comes with a lot of external. You can install anything. Okay, npm style component I'll do. Okay, so now how to use it? They have given. So the basic thing is that style is localized, but there are some other benefits also. So here what happens? Suppose see here also they have given like this wrapper. You can do like this and all. They've given some good example. So anything you can make it here, and then we'll take this example. In this example, what happens? Suppose I have two buttons component, and those buttons are like similar, completely similar. But the thing is that they're opposite of each other. So how to do that thing? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy from here only button like this, and then and I would do one more thing: import style from style component. Do this, and if you go back, see you're seeing one is this opposite of each other. So how does this work? So style component, how does this work? So see, first thing is that style dot button. So anything which I change, it will have be like a real thing which I'm changing. So button I'm changing style dot button, and style is imported from here, and I'm giving everything inside a backticks. And one more thing is style component is that, see, it is like a real CSS. The real CSS means it is no object or something like this. It is not object or something. It is like a real CSS thing. Okay, so that is there, and I have to close it. And the other thing is that, see, I can have something like this. So what happened here in this button, there is no props is path. And see, one thing is that this props is a different props than the props which we have learned so till now. Okay, this is a different props. So props dot primary, it is the background. It is checking whether props or primary is there. If primary is there, then the background will be made as pale violet red. So in the first one, in the normal, I am getting a background of white, and in the color of pale violet. Why? Because I'm not passing any props. In the second one, I'm passing the props of primary, and so the thing is reversed. Okay, so this is how. And these props are not to be confused with React props. These are like a library props. Okay, so sometimes this library keeps on tends to keep the same name. This is very confusing, but this is actually not the React props. This library props is there. Okay, so we are done with this styling thing. Now we will come to a very important topic, which is known as a controlled component in React. So control components are what? So when I was teaching this functions and these forms, I was telling you forms are very important in JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Forms are the most important part of any programming language. Okay, so you come here, and we'll now learn something as a control component, which is how basically control component means how we are going to show your forms in a use, not show, use the forms in a React. Okay, so for that I will first I'll comment this out, and all of this code you are going to get, and I'll come here and do a demo form dot. Thank you. So this all have been developed in the past 8 months. So okay, so demo form dot js I'll do, and I'm doing this for a long time. It's now more than 8 months. I'm a full time trainer. Before that, I was any other software developer. Okay, so code default and demo form I'm going to do, and this is like this. So this demo form, our class based form is there. I'll go here and I'll show this demo form now. Demo form like this, and the demo form will be shown. Now I'm going to use a r const, actually r const, and here I'm going to use a username. Okay, like this. Form. So I will have a form. Now control component means we're going to learn how to use a form in a React. Okay, so I'm going to have a div, because we know without a div everything comes in a one line. So I will have a label. I'll have a label, and see, there is one thing which I was telling earlier. In the label we have a form for thing. So for changes to HTML for in React, because for is a keyword, for is a for loop in a JavaScript file. So that's why we have to use it. Username I will do, and then here user name I'm going to do, and then here input type text we are going to do, and in React ID I'm going to use the same ID, because I have to use the same ID. Okay, I have to use the same ID as the HTML, so that is how they become a pair. And then value equal to, so like this, and this dot state dot username, this dot state dot username is there. Okay, one more thing I want to tell here. In React what happens, this there is a name thing is there in your normal HTML name, which is used to for the backend to recognize it. That is not required in React. Okay, that I think I was telling in the HTML part, that is not required in React. Normal HTML it is required, but in React it is not required. And value is very much required in React. Value is what it will give this dot state dot username, whatever the username. So this is how you do it in React. I'll save it. Okay, and this username thing will be there, and I'll hope it will come. I'll come here and I'll do a. I'm typing very fast. I hope you are hearing the thing which I'm typing. Actually, I use a mechanical keyboard. My finger pains when I use something else, because 20 years of typing screws up your fingers. Okay, so I use a mechanical keyboard, not because I like that sound and all those things. They leaves my finger. After 20 years of typing, you will also feel this thing. Okay, 20 years of programming. Okay, so I use this mechanical keyboard which is pretty much loud, and I'm typing, banging it up pretty hard. But nothing is coming in this form. So why nothing is coming in this form? So nothing is coming in this form because React doesn't work in this way. Okay, as I've told earlier also, whenever the some state is been updated, this render should run again. Then only some updated things will be shown. So React, what way it actually works is, see, this value is this dot state dot username. So the first time when it is coming, the value is like this empty string. Okay, so now I have to change it. Okay, and I have to change it, then only to run. So I have to use something always in the on change handler. I have to use on change handler, and then I have to use this like this, and this dot handle, any name I can give, handle user change I'll do, and then I will make the function here handle user change equal to event, and this dot set state username is event dot target dot value. Again, I will not use this thing like this. I don't like to use if there is nothing. So event dot target dot value, event e also you can take, instead of event you can take e also, so both of them are the same thing. Okay, so that is there, and value is like this dot state dot user. So now let me tell how it works. I will save it, and I will just type the n, and it is going, n is going. So the moment I type n, see first this all these things will run, and the username will be shown by value. This dot state dot username, which is like the empty string is there. So empty thing will be shown, and it will keep on waiting for the user input. Why it will keep on waiting? Because there is a on change handler here. On change handler fires the moment I type something here. So I am typing n here. I'm typing n here. So the on change handler will fire. On change handler will fire. It will go to the handle user change. Okay, and user change will get, and it will go to the event, and event dot target dot value. Actually, it's a special thing. Event dot target dot value gives us the value of whatever the user types. So I am taking this event dot target dot value and making the this dot state dot this dot set state username equal to event dot target dot value, which is n in this case, and I am making it as n. So one more thing is that whenever the this dot set state runs, as we have learned earlier, the render function will run again. So render function will run again. So what will happen? The render function will run again, and then it will come here and show the value, like value it will show, and the value will be now n. So this is something like that it will run, and it will keep on running like this. The a I will type, it will do like this. So same things, it is like a cycle. It runs, it fires from here and shows the value here, fires from here, shows the value here. This is how it runs. Okay, so this is how this runs, and now we will have something more also here. So the next thing which we are going to have here is this div, and label, and comment I will have, and comments, and text area. I don't need a calls and rows and all. Okay, and name also we don't need, as I told earlier. Name also we don't need. In a React thing, we don't need a name, and we need a value and a on change. Okay, value and a on change is something which we need. So comment, I'll go here, and comment I'll do, and again the same song and dance we have to do. Comment I'll do like this, and value I'll do like this. This dot state dot comment, and on change equal to this dot, any name I can give, handle comment change I'm going to do. Okay, handle comment change, handle comment change equal to event. Again the same thing will be happening. This dot set state, and comment is event dot target dot value. So like this it will be there, and yeah, everything else is same. So I will have this thing. I can type at both of the places, and du, and this is good. So I can type like this. Okay, so that is there. So now let us understand one more thing here, which is like drop down, and there is checkbox and radio box also, that you can see how it is there. A bit difference is there, but most of the time it is like this one. Okay, so now we are going to see the div, and this is like label will be there, and HTML for is 𝐿𝐴𝐁 language, and 𝐿𝐴𝐁 language, and select, and the same thing will be there here. So language, and value will be this dot state dot language, and There will be on change. Okay, on change equal to this dot handle lang change, and inside the select I will have a lot of options like Java, yeah, Java, and JavaScript, Python, C++. Okay, like, okay, so this all I'm going to have. And why it is not giving us our favorite language, like React, and React, and even it is not giving me Angular, Angular. So this is done, and then I'll go here and do the, I'll do comma language. It's like I like Java. I'll do a React. Okay. So here, what I'm passing it. See, in I've also told that value is something which is related to the option value, and it is generally passed to the backend and all. So here I'm taking React, and here also I'm taking the language as React. So see what will happen if I don't take the language as React. By default, the drop down will show me Java because that is the first thing. But now it is showing me React because I've chosen it like this. Okay, so that is the thing which is there, and rest of the thing will handle like that only. On handle change, I will have to create this function, and I'll go here, and this equal to event is equal to this dot set state, and language is equal to this thing, and this is done. Okay, save it, and it will run. Okay, like I can change the thing and all, and change the thing. Okay, so that is there. And now as I told, please do the radio boxes and check boxes on yourself. Okay, so that is there. And now how to submit a form in a React based thing. Most of the time we will have a on submit handler here, okay, in a React. But let us have a button also first. So after this div, I will have again a div I will have, and I will have a button of CPMIT. Input type submit is also okay. Or type button of type submit also, if you go, it will work like that. It will have the submit handler attached to it. Okay, button of type submit I'll do, and then in the form I'll go, and form I'll do a on submit equal to this dot, any name I can give, this dot handle submit, this dot handle submit I'll give. And then I have to make this handle submit like this. I'll go, and this handle submit I'll do equal to event. And first thing which you have to do is the event dot prevent default, and I can directly show the console log the this dot state. I can console log it like this. Okay, I will save it. Or so and if I console logging it, and most of the time what happens after this, you send it to the backend. Okay, so here Angular and C. So this is how it works. This is how the control component work, and we are done with the control component also here. Okay, so now we are going to learn about a very important concept which is known as a, which is the life cycle methods. Okay, life cycle methods are one of the main concept in class based thing which we are going to revisit when we are going to do a functional component. We are going to revisit that at that time also. Okay, so wait a sec, I will need to show something here, some Google slides here, because it is very important to understand from there. Okay, so one sec, Google slides. Okay. This is small only. So what do we have here? So we will learn now life cycle methods. So what are these life cycle methods actually? So life cycle methods are like let me make the slideshow. It will be better. Okay, so there are actually four life cycle phases. Phases are there first. Okay, so what are these phases and all means? See, when a React controls move in a function, mainly in a class-based function, it moves from a place to place. So that are known as the phases. Mounting phase is when the instance of the component is created and inserted into the DOM. What does that mean? What does that mean? Means when basically it means whenever our component is been shown and we don't do any action on it, like clicking on something or writing something or something. So that is a mounting phase. We're going to see that. Updating phase in the component is been re-rendered as a result of change in either props or state, and that will happen only if you're going to change the state by like clicking something or some API call has been done. And API call we have not seen yet. We're going to see how to do the API call and all those things we're going to see. Then there is a unmounting phase is there when our company has been removed from them, which we are not going to see now, which you are going to see when we are going to do the React hooks. Okay, and the error handling, which we generally don't do nowadays that much. Okay, in React. Now the next thing is that mounting lifecycle methods. So in mounting lifecycle methods, there are actually four mounting lifecycle method. Constructor, we all know what is the constructor. Then static get derived from state from project, it's a new lifecycle method. Render is the, we know what is render. Then component demand, it is also new thing which you're going to see, and it runs in this order, in the order in which we're seeing this thing, it runs in that order. So let us learn about all of them, and then we're going to see an example also to see this thing. A special function is called whenever new components will created, or we know this, the concept is perfect for initializing state and binding event handler. We know that thing also. Initializing state, this dot state, we do it here. Event handler, this dot state or bind thing, which do it here. Don't do HTTP request from the constructor. Yeah, that is a very important thing. Don't do HTTP request from the constructor. Need to call a special function super props. Yeah, super props, we call it from here. This is required to have access to this dot props in the component. Okay, so that is there. Can set state directly with this dot state only in the constructor. So that is there. So now get derived state from prop. This is a rarely used lifecycle method. This is actually very rarely used lifecycle method in my whole career. I started React when React was very popular. I started React from the start, from 2015. I started working in React, so that's why I know that much React and all. Okay, so actually 2015 React was like, it has just got out and it became very popular and all. So I have never used this method. Get derived state from in any production project. Those who know me, it's only 6 months I become a full-time trainer. Before that, I was like a developer, okay, like an architect and all. So for 16 years, I was in the industry. So I have never used this get derived state from prompts in my career. Okay, so nobody, and we just, it is there and we'll learn about it. But even in the functional company, we will not see this thing. So this is a rarely used lifecycle method. It is used when state of the component depends on the change in props over time. Need to return a new state or a null. Okay, don't do HTTP requests from this method and all this thing. Render, we know what is render. It is the only required method. Read props and state and return JSX. Do not change the state or internal children component lifecycle methods are executed after render. The main thing is that it is only required lifecycle method. We know that constructor is also not required. Component it on. This is a very important lifecycle method. Actually, we're going to do the API call from this method. This method will be called only once. It is invoked after the component and its child components are being rendered in the DOM. It is a perfect place to interact with the DOM or do HTTP request or do those HTTP requests which we are going to see. Children component lifecycle method are also executed after render. So this is something is there, and we are going to see first this, all these things we are going to see, and then we're going to see the next phase. Okay, so to see all these things, what we need to do, we need to create a different file, and that file will be called parent life cycle.js I'll do, and rcc I'll do, and export default parent life cycle. Const parent lifecycle writing. So I will write a lot of console here because the main thing here is that we need to learn what is the flow. So I will write a lot of consoles here. So after this I will write a console.log of parent lifecycle constructor. Then we are going to have those rest of those things. Okay, so static get derived state from props like this, and then I'll have a console log, and I need to have a return null also here. Okay, so these things will be there, and then I will have a component did mount. It's a very important thing which I've told. Component did mount, and then console.log and lifecycle component did mount. Then I'll have this render. Inside this render, I will have another console.log here, because render is also method. Okay, console.log. Okay, parent lifecycle render. I have all this renders and all, and like this I'm going to have. And this one more thing I'm going to have here, this h1 I will have, and not instead of this I will have it as this dot state dot name. So this is something which I'm going to have, and then I'll come back here, and instead of this demo form I'm going to go here and do a parent lifecycle method like this, save it, and the parent lifecycle method will be shown. Okay, and this has been shown 2 times. React dev backend.js, something is coming like this. I know why it is coming. Actually, React has recently released the version 18. Nothing new was released in this version 18. Some cosmetic changes, some things like internal works were changed, and because of that a lot of issues are coming, a lot of logs are coming. Okay, so there is a way to solve this thing, and that thing is like, instead of this strict component, whenever React have something like this weird kind of thing, I always, this is the solution actually. So see, now this extra logs are not coming, only this. Okay. So this is there, and so now what we have seen there in our where was it? I want to show something. I want to show the order here. Okay, the order is like this. Constructor is ran first, then the get derived state from props is done, then the render is done, then the component did mount is done. So in this order it was running. In this order it was running, as it is mentioned there. In this, because this is the mounting phase. I'm not even touching some. I don't have anything to change the state right now. So this is how it is run. Constructor get derived state from prop, as the component did not ran at the last. So we will have a child lifecycle method also. Let's see, if we have a child lifecycle method, then what will happen? Child lifecycle component, and we'll have all those things. Okay, so I will come here and do the components. I'll have a child life cycle.js I'll have, and here I will have a rcc, and that's all things we're going to have now. Okay, so actually we were going to have everything from here only, so it's better to copy it. Only the thing is that instead of this parent life cycle, I'll have everything changed as child life cycle. Child life cycle, everything is child life cycle, render and all these things are there. So all these things are child life cycle here. So that is okay. And then I will going to go here, and we are going to call this child life cycle here. So after this h1, let me have a this now, and here we'll have a child life cycle method. We'll have like this. We'll have save it, and see, this child life cycle method is thing. No. Now let us see how it will run. Okay, so I will refresh it again. See, the parent lifecycle constructor is run, then get derived state from props is done, then the render is done, then the constructor is run from the child lifecycle method, Get data straight from props is run here, render is run here, component did mount is done, and at the end parent lifecycle matter component did mount is done. So we are going to see soon that this is the best place to do the API call also. Okay, this is the best place. This component did mount is the best place to do. So now the next thing is that we are going to look at the next lifecycle methods here. Okay, next lifecycle method. Assignments will be given when this will end. Assignments will be given at that time, and there will be different form for this assignment. Okay, there will be a different forms for the assignment. Okay. One sec. There will be different forms for the assignment. Okay, so that form also I'm going to give for the assignment, and I'm going to tell towards the end what is that. An assignment anyways it will take all of you to do at least 2-3 days. So you're gonna do it in one day like this. Okay, so that is there that I will told. Okay, so we'll come here, and as I'm told, we are going to do this other thing here. Yeah, so where I was, so okay, updating lifecycle methods, still a lot is remaining, still hooks and all these things are remaining. As I've told, it will go to till 6. Okay, so updating lifecycle method is there now. And updating lifecycle methods, the first thing is that get derived state from option, then a should component update run, then the render will run, then the get a snapshot before update will run, and at the end component did update will run. Okay, so this all things will run. And here one thing to notice is that there is no constructor here, there is no component did mount here, so those things actually don't run. Constructor and component did mount, those things don't run here. Okay, so that is there. And let us go ahead and get data statement. We know what it is. Should component update is a new component which is there, and this is a component which I have used sometimes. This was used to do the performance optimization a lot in React. Okay, performance optimization means what? React, the render method runs a lot like a hell lot it runs. See, what happens if your project is like a small, like 100 maybe 1,000 line, 2,000 line, it is okay. But when a project becomes big, like a project becomes a 1 year old also, the project goes beyond 1 lakh lines. Okay, so at that time, if the rendering is done too much, the project becomes very slow, the web app become very slow. So at that time, some performance optimization need to be done. So we used to use this suit component update at that time, and it will say whether to render a component or not. But nowadays in hooks, we have a better way to do this thing. We're going to see that thing, better way to do this thing. We don't have this also in hooks. And then render, we know what is render. Get snapshot, we know how to, we don't use it that much. Component need update is a very important thing. Called after render is finished in the re-render cycle. It is actually the replacement of component did mount in the re-render cycle. Okay, and we are going to see that now. Okay, this component will unmount, we're going to see later on. And we are going to update a bit. We are going to update a bit so that we can learn about all these things. And okay, so here after this, I'm going to have 3 new functions which we have just learned. It is like should component update, and like this, and parent lifecycle component update, and get snapshot before update. And like this, it will be also having this console.log, and it will have a return null. And the most important thing is that component did update will be there, and it will have a console.log component did update is there. Okay, so all these things will be there in the child also. In the child also, we'll have all these things. And again here, I'm going to change these 3 things. And in the parent, now this updating lifecycle phase doesn't runs like that. Means it is like if I do like this, it will run the mounting lifecycle phase. Updating lifecycle phase only runs when there is a change in state. So for that reason only we have this dot state dot name. So we'll change the state here, and we'll change the state with a button actually. So I'll come here, and here after this after or before this I'll have a button here, button. And the button only thing is to change the state. So when the state is changed, it not only that, that component is been re-rendered again, and the other its children are also been re-rendered. And when it re-rendered, it doesn't run the same lifecycle method. It runs different lifecycle method. Okay, so change state is there, and then on tick is equal to like this, and this dot set state. I'm going to do it directly here also. We can do it directly here also. Name is the web dev, and please do subscribe to the web dev if you're not yet subscribed. Okay, so please save it, and now we can see this thing. So now if I refresh it, this lifecycle method is the mounting lifecycle method. I will delete that. See, all this render and all these things are there. Now I will change the state. It is changed to the web dev. See, now the different lifecycle methods are run. Now different lifecycle methods are run. Now actually these methods are done. So first get derived state from props is run. Okay, then parent should component update is done. Then the render is run. Then the child lifecycle method get derived state from props should component update, render, get a snapshot before update, and then the child get a snapshot with, so it keeps on zigzagging. But the main thing is that at the end component did update is done. We are soon going to see why this component did update is so important. Okay, so that we are going to see. So this is all the lifecycle method, and we are going to revisit this again. This is very important when we are going to do hooks. Yeah. So that is there, and this is the lifecycle method, which is a very important concept in React. So lifecycle method is also done. We are now it will we will now see the refs in React. Okay, so still three more topics are remaining in class base. Class base is actually a huge thing. Actually, I generally take 3 hours to complete the class base. In my we generally have week-long courses also. So in 5 days we complete React. So in that 3 days goes in class based only. Right now also we are taking more than 2 hours, 2.5 hours for this class. So now we are going to learn about refs. Okay, refs are what? And for learning about refs, what we are going to do, we are going to make another thing like refs demo.js, refs demo.js, and rcc. I'm going to do export default refs demo. Refs demo I'm going to take, and this refs demo I'm going to save it, and this refs demo will come like this. Okay, it's okay and all, and then okay. So what are these refs first? By the way, what are these refs? See, refs are what in React. What happens? We are using a different way to do the React code. Okay, this is a totally different way to do React code. In React, we are accessing the virtual DOM, and some theoretical things there. If you want to learn the theory, you can learn the theory. So we're not accessing the DOM directly, but DOM is very powerful. And sometimes we need access to the DOM. So that DOM programming which we have done, sometimes we require some kind of a DOM programming, or sometimes we require some kind of a library in which we directly have to access the DOM. And React people say that it is not a good thing to access the DOM because that makes JavaScript projects also slow, and in React you should not access. But there are some use cases in which you don't have any other solution than to access the DOM. Actually, I've also seen people using the refs a lot instead of using the control component, and they are very good replacement of control component. Control component is in the forms, how we use the forms. React team say knows, but in smaller project, anything you can do. Whenever React team says something, it is for the bigger projects. Okay, so refs allows us to directly access the DOM and use something like a DOM level kind of a programming, which is sometimes very much required because React doesn't have everything as a npm library. See, any new thing in React, you need to have a npm module for that. So everything doesn't have every npm module doesn't exist right now. See, npm modules are also created by some open source developer. So refs, how we need to use refs. First thing is that I will come here and r const I will do, and here I am going to do like this. I'll come, and we don't have a concept of state in refs. First thing is that I will have a this dot input ref is react dot create ref. I'm going to do. Okay, so now I want to open and one more thing. This demo form I want to open. Actually, you can ignore all the, you can change all this demo form, this all this control component thing on change and all these things. You don't have to do all these things because ref give you direct access to an element, very deep level access to an element. So what I can have here, suppose this I'm going to have a input type text again, and ref equal to this dot input ref. Okay. Maybe I will have a name equal to name I'm going to have. Okay, so that is okay. So what is the benefit of it? Yeah, if I save it, I'll come in, I can directly type here. Nothing to do like on change or on thing. I get a deep access to it because of this statement. This dot input refs, this give me deep access to it. This is what I have declared in the constructor. This will give me deep access to this thing, and I will directly get access to no on change, nothing you have to do. Okay, so that is there with this ref and all. And okay, so one more thing here. So let us have, so if I have something else also here, so how to do that? Okay, I'll have a div here and wrap this thing in a div. Maybe I'll have an email, and this I will have as this dot email ref equal to react dot created, just like this. And instead of this input ref, I'll have this email ref like this, and I can have it like this. Now I can press here also and write something here also and write something here also. So this is like this, it will work fine. Okay, so that is there, but so I basically I've done so less out of this. Means we have changed a lot of code, means we have reduced a lot of code. So now what will be there, now we will have another thing is that we get access to this a lot of things here. Okay, so how, if I will have a, let me have a button here, button here, and pick or send, and we can have on click here also, on click equal to this dot handle submit. Now this will handle submit is there. So I need the value of this thing. So whatever the value is there, I want to need that. So I handle submit equal to like this, and like this I'll do, and here I will do a console.log. Okay, console.log I can do and see. and I can get the access directly. Input ref dot current dot value. I can get the access directly like this. So this is known as a ref. So very popular thing, and I've seen a lot of developers using this thing. And beside this, also we can have some other things also here. So there is one more thing, and that is again a DOM level thing. So if I want to have a, in this case only, I want to have a X, directly have a click like here, like directly have a thing like this cursor should directly be there. Okay, so what to do? So there is a focus thing is there. There is a focus thing is there. So what I'm going to do, I'll do a see, this is the first use of component did mount. Component did mount runs after the render and all. So after the render and all it runs, it means after this all thing will run, then it will a component did mount will run, and what it will do will I'll show. So I'll save it, I will refresh it. See, by default this blinking thing is coming here. So a user node, okay, I have to type it here. So or else what used to happen, the user have to bring their mouse and click here. Now they don't have to bring their mouse, directly the clicking is here, happening here. This is because the current dot focus, the current dot focus is again a DOM thing. Okay, it comes from that DOM thing. Okay, so we're done with refs now. Now we are going to learn about a very important concept, which is known as your context API. Okay, and okay, the fourth attendance sheet. I will directly give the last attendance sheet around. Okay, maybe I think the fourth attendance sheet was already sent earlier. Okay, so Akshay, the fourth attendance sheet was already sent earlier. You just scroll a bit. I think it is there somewhere. And the top you'll find the fourth attendance sheet, and I'll give the last attendance sheet towards the end. Okay, fourth attendance sheet you will find. It will scroll a bit. Everyone scroll a bit, and they will find it. The fourth attendance sheet. Okay, so now we are going to learn about context API. What is this context API? Okay, so I have this very good example. This image is there. So what happens in React? See, you pass data from a component to another component through props. Okay, so suppose I want to pass some data from a app component to a component C, and the structure is like that. App component is calling component A, component A is calling component B, component B is calling component C. So I have to forcibly pass the data through A and B. Suppose there are 100 components between app component and C component, I have to pass the data through 100 components. This is a very big problem in React, and this is also known as prop drilling in React. So what to solve this prop drilling, there are two three solutions, actually three solutions. One is like this context API, which you're going to use. Another is a Redux, which is a much bigger way. Redux, I will not teach here. Redux is an external thing which comes with React, and I have a lot of Redux tutorial on my channel, including I have taken a lot of 5 days workshops also on React, so that you can find it out. And beside React, you should know React, Router DOM, and Redux. Those are external library which you should know. Before that also, all of these things are there on my channel. Okay, so that's something you have to do. So the context API is something, with context API what we can do, from that app component we can directly pass the data to the component C. App component we can directly pass the data to the component C. Okay, so we'll do that, and rest demo and all these things I'm going to close. And there is a way to do that. Okay, it is not like this directly we can pass. Okay, so here let us create something like this. Okay, so here I'll go to this component and create a child.js, and it is rcc parent parent.js. This parent will actually call the child. and I will have a grandparent.js and RCC. So this grandparent will call this parent, no, and in fact this your app.js, this app.js will call your grandparent. App.js will call your grandparent. So grandparent will call the parent, the parent will call the child, and this div has been shown from the chat. So this is like this. And now I want to pass the data directly from the app to the child.js. I cannot do it and do the traditional props here. So I have to use the context over here. Okay. Context is also inbuilt in React. Okay. So for that, in the component, I have to create a new file. And we are going to see a different way when we are going to do a functional component also, means hook based also. So I'll do a user context.js, user context.js, and then it's a different kind of a file. IMR is there, and const user context equal to react.create context we have to do, and then const user provider is equal to user context and this, and const consumer, and then you have to export it. Okay, so what happens in this context API, there is a concept of provider and there is a concept of consumer. So from wherever we want to pass the data, that becomes the provider, and from whenever we want to where to receive the data, that becomes the consumer. Provider, there is only one way. For consumer, we have two ways in a class-based component, and the first way is very difficult, and the second way is very easy. We're going to see both of those ways. The first thing is that from where we want to pass the data, we'll have the user provider here. Okay, so I'll come here and do the user provider here and wrap the main component, which is a grandparent here, with this thing. Okay, so like this I'll do, and the grandparent will be there, and then here value equal to 𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 add. So let's save it now. Okay, so now I want to get this data in the child. So I will go to this child and I will get this data. So as I've told, there are two ways. So we'll first see the complicated way actually. So this is very complicated way. This is coming from a pattern known as the render prop pattern, which is actually a very old kind of a pattern. Okay, so in React, and it's a very complicated pattern. User consumer. I will do the user consumer, and then I will come here and do the user. So anything we have to do, and like user I'm taking, then I will do this, and I'll have a return like not user dot email, just like the user I'll have, and this one I'll have as child child component, like this child component. I'm gonna see this. With this, what is this user? This can be anything. This user is actually this Nabendu, this value. And here one more thing I want to tell. This value is a keyword. This you cannot name it anything. Here the name was there. I told you can name it anything. Here you cannot change the name. It should be value only. But this thing I'm passing, this can be anything. So I'm passing like a props, and I'm using it in a complicated pattern known as render props. And here I'm showing the user. So this user you see, I'll save it. Nabendu has been shown here. So this is how it is. It works. The complicated way, use the consumer, the complicated way, and if you add one more, it will be even more complicated. Okay, so that is how this works. But we have an easier way also, so we can see this easier way here. But now what I'm going to do, this value I'm going to see in the parent, skipping the grandparent, directly I'm seeing the parent. So you can have both the ways with you. Okay, so for that, first thing is that we have to export. So this is like the default named export I'm doing. I will do a default export also here. Export default and user context. Export default user context I'm going to do. Then I am going to come to this parent here, and then this parent, what I need to do here, and you do a static context type. This is a keyword static context type equal to user context. I have to do user context. I have to user oh shit cons static context type is user context, and this user context you have to import it, and then you can directly use it like this in the child here, like in the parent. Let this child be there, and h1 parent, and I have to use it with this dot context. This dot context I have to use it, and see, and my value is coming. So directly we can use it with without giving this all complicated thing. Actually, in hooks there is a even more easier way. Here also one problem is there a lot of keyword is there, static context type. This all a keyword. Okay, so this is how the context API, and this is a replacement for props. And props means we solve the issue of props drilling here. Okay, so that is there, and now we'll see the last topic in a class based React, and then we will take maybe a 10 minutes break, and then we will at 4 we will start with your hook based React, and it will go, I think, most probably for 1 hour, not for 1 hour, for 2 hours it will go. Okay, so that will also go, or maybe one, whatever, I don't know, miss, 1.5 hour it will go. Okay, so we'll end similarly at that same time what we have ended there. So I will have a, this is most of the important topic in class based, because we are going to do API call. And API call, as I've always said, this is the API call are the main thing which a front end engineer does. Okay, so I will have this post list, and will have a RCC here and here in this. Okay, I will comment this all out. Comment this all out, and post list I'm going to do like this. Post list I'm going to show, and post list has been shown. So here, how to do a API call, and what, and we are going to do API call. We have not created any API endpoint. We'll use the same API endpoint which we have seen so much in the thing, JSON placeholder, and we are done this API call from your async JavaScript also we did it. Okay, so now we are going to do it from the React code. Okay, and one of the when you do the assignment, you will find a lot of assignments are a lot of projects are like this when we do the API call and all. Okay, so this is there, and now this post list is there. Then I will have a r const is there. Okay, and in this, see, one thing is that I'm getting everything as a array, so I should always mimic that thing, and I will have a post as an empty array like this. Post as an empty array, and as I've told earlier also, we generally do the API call from component did mount. So we'll do it from the component did mount, and we're using the fetch API only. So component did mount we are going to do, and we are going to use the fetch API, and we are going to use the async await here. Okay, async await here we are going to use. And if you want to use the async, there are actually, could have used the access also. Maybe we'll use the access in the React hooks, but here we are going to use the fetch API, and fetch API with async await. So for async await, we have to make the function as async. So component did mount also we can make it as async. Okay, so then we'll have a this thing like okay, okay, okay. So we'll have this thing const response equal to await fetch API to this post, and then I am getting back this post here, and I'm showing it. And this post I'm giving this name. I can have it like post like this, and we are using a lot of React concepts here, and I will remove it because the same thing is there, because my array is also post, so it will be done like this. Okay, and one more thing is that component element only runs once. Okay, so that is also very good thing. And now we will get all these things here, and now just we need to show this thing. Okay, this the status has been done. Now we'll just show it this thing. So we are going to get it in the this.state.post, but let us destructure it. Let us use a lot of ES6 concept. Okay, I'm going to destructure it here right now like this, and then I don't want list of post and all these things. I'll do here like this. Post.map I'm going to do post the same logic which we have used there, and maybe I'll show it in a h2 post dot title I'm going to show, and I need to have a key here. So I will have a key equal to post dot id. I'll show. Okay, something is not okay here. Okay, I got it. Sometime you missed something. Okay, so this is like this, and I will save it, and I got all the titles. So this is how the API. This is one of the most important thing. There are post API also which you can learn, but this is the get is one of the most common thing which you do. So whenever you get data from the endpoint, this is a get API. So this is how you do it in React. We have seen how to do it in JavaScript also. This component did mount and all these things will be there. Okay, so we are done with class-based React, and we are going to start with the hook-based React in another 10 minutes, and try to complete it means maybe 4 to we'll start again at 4 or 4 2 like that. Okay, so and then we are going to start with hook based and complete it. Try to complete it in 1.5 hours by 5:30 maybe, and then we'll call it a day. Okay, so thank you. Means we'll meet in another 10 minutes. We will meet in another 10 minutes. Okay, we'll meet in another 10 minutes at 4:02 p.m. with React. I'll create a new project. Actually, this project's let me share my screen. So React to hooks, I will start in a new project and I will give both of these projects. So I'll close this and I'll come out of this again. I will do a cd dot dot and npx and this line npx create your tab and it will be hooks and bootcamp. I'll do it and it will, as usual, it will take around, you can see all these things, it will take around 10 minutes and all. So let me okay. So yeah, this is done. So why were hooks used? So hooks introduced, as I told that this keyword is a bit complicated in React, and React actually it's a JavaScript concept. So for solving that, only the hooks were introduced, and there are two very important hooks. One is the use state hook and one is the use effect hook. Use state hook is the is not a replacement. Is the use state hook, we can have the concept of state now in a functional component. With the use effect hook, we can have the concept of lifecycle methods in your functional component. Okay, so those are the two things are there. Okay, let me one sec, let me do a bit of more setup and all. Okay, so I will go to cd hooks bootcamp and I'll do a VS Code. It will open it in VS Code. It's a new projects and VM start. So it will show the famous React logo again. I just have to refresh this thing. One sec. So hooks is generally a bit smaller topic than your class-based thing, and a lot of topics which I have talked in the class-based are right here also. Okay, so let us start. So how I teach hooks is a different way. I will create a class-based thing and then I will convert it into a hook-based thing. That is how I teach hooks. Okay, so let us understand. Okay, so first thing is that, as I've told, the state concept has come to the hooks now. Okay, state concept has come to the hooks, not hooks, not functional component. Okay. Earlier, before 2020, there was no state concept in functional component. They were also known as dumb component, but now they are the smarter one because they are being used the most. So they are the smarter one. So here again in the src, I will come here and I will do a components here, and as I've told, I'll do a class based first and then I'll convert it into hook based. So I'll do a class counter dot class counter dot js I'll do, and then here I'll do a rcc because I'm going to make a class base first. Okay, so then export default and class counter is there, and then we're creating a simple counter here which we have done a lot of time. Our const is there, and this will be count will be 0. Then we'll come here and in this render, in this return, we will have this like this, and I will have a button, and this button will have a count will have be, I'll show the count here only in the button. This dot state dot count, and on click, I will change the count with, I will change the count here only directly. Okay, so it will be like this dot set state count is this dot state dot count plus 1 is there. Okay, this is the state dot count plus 1 is there. Then I'll save it, and this needed to go to the app.js as always, because our application starts from app.js. So I'll go here, and this I will go, and class counter is like this. Okay, so this count has been shown here like this, and if I click here, see the count will increase just like how it works. Okay, in class-based component. Now we are going to actually change it to a functional component. Okay, functional component, we're going to implement this thing with a state, and the main thing here is the state. So how to implement the state in a functional component? So I will come here, and in the components I'll create a hook counter dot js, and it is RAFCE, and here we have a button again, and inside it it will be a hook count. So first thing is that how we implement the state in a hook based component, okay, in a functional component. First thing, we don't have any concept of like this constructor, we don't have any concept of this dot state and all those things we don't have. Okay, let me do one thing. So I'll open it here. Okay. So we don't have all this concept like constructor and all this concept we don't have here. And this dot state is also not a this. In fact, this keyword is not there in a hook based thing. So what is there? So React team introduced something known as hooks. So hooks are like inbuilt functions which are created by React team, through which we can have the concept of the state here. Okay. So like here, I will come and do a const count, comma, let me have it a bit bigger, const count, comma, set count is like this. Okay, generally we can use it like this also, but we generally don't use it like this. We import it like here, use state of 0, and in this return this button is there, hook count is there, and I can directly use it as count. Okay, directly use this count, and the on click, I will explain it. On click equal to directly this thing will be called, and set count is count plus 1. Okay, this is the exact replacement of this thing. And if I go here in the app also, I will have this let me first do this hook counter and save it, and you can see this is there, and this is also working fine. So how it is working, and how, what is this? First thing is that we are using the array destructure, array destructuring kind of logic here, and this use state. So what will happen with this array destruction kind of logic? This count will be equal to this 0. See, one more thing to understand here, this count is equal to 0, but in this dot state is actually, it's an object. Here it is not an object. Okay, the count is 0, it's okay, but it's not an object, and this dot state was an object, which it will actually play an important role later on. So initially what will happen, a count variable is created which is having a 0 value, and this set count, what is this set count? Set count is the equivalent to set state here. But in hooks, what happen in functional component, hooks based functional component, what happens, we don't have something like a set state, which is a common thing here in this dot. Here everything is common. This dot state is also common. I can have hundreds of state after a comma here. I can have hundreds of state being changed with the this dot set, but here everything is unique. If I needed to have something else here, I can directly go and handle the name, name, like name will be like this. I can do it. Okay, now what I'm writing? Okay, caps was created. The name I will do like this. But here, if I want to do something like this, I will have this name and set name, and here like this I will have, and then I will have a different set name to change it. Okay, here everything is common. Okay, but here it is not like this. Okay, so everything is separate. Here also I will remove it. So this is how it works here. And the set count is directly changes the count plus one, because 0 is not an object. Here it was an object, so that's why we have so many drama here. Okay, so like the object we have to pass, then count is this dot state dot count plus one. Now we have to do all these things we have for that. Here directly I'm changing it to count plus one, although the rendering thing happens here also. The moment you change the state, this return will run again, so that thing happens. So this is how it is been done here, and this is how the state has been changed. Okay, so now the thing is that with the state change like this, actually it is very easy to do, but there are some issues also here, so we'll see those issues also. So let me close this thing, let me make it a bit smaller. Okay, so that is there. So now the first thing which we are going to do here, we're going to come here and we are going to create a the file known as a book counter 2.js, and here RAFCE I'm going to do, and const of counter 2 here, and then here I'll do a const initial state, anything like this, initial state or initial count equal to 0. I'll do, try to confuse you all. The initial count is equal to like this, and then const count and set count is equal to use state initial count. Okay, that is there. And then in the return I'll come, and the return I will have this thing, and here I'll have the one as count as count like this, and I'll have a button as set. Okay, and I'll have on click equal to set count is initial count, set count is initial count, and and decrement will be like this, count minus one decrement. I'm just having this thing, and let me show this thing now instead of this counter and all. And this increment I'll do, and this decrement, and this reset. So it is working fine, so nothing difference is there. But now we can show it like this. Okay, so now the next thing which we are going to see, we are going to see the same issue which you have seen in the class based also, that incrementing was not working fine when you try to increment it quickly. So let us see that issue here also, because we have that issue here also, and solution is exactly similar. Okay, button and increment 5 I'm going to do, and then on click equal to increment 5 const increment 5 equal to like this. And okay, so we'll have this for loop which is running 5 times, and it will just do the set count. Set count is count plus 1 5 times. I'll do this, and again if I come here, and this all are working fine, do this only one time. It is again doing for the performance optimization which we have seen earlier, the performance optimization, because of that it does it. Okay, React. So instead of this we have to use the previous state or previous count, whatever that thing we have to use. And here the statement is much more easier. Actually we just have to do a priv state is SPATE, and actually it is not a keyword, you can use anything. Like previous state is like this, and if you use it here, it's always advisable to use it everywhere else in here also. Okay, so what is this there? I am doing it like this. Previous state is previous state plus 1, and this one is minus 1. Save it. Now if I increment it 5 it will increase. This is also working fine. This is also working fine. So all of these things are working fine. So that is how it is working. Okay, so that is there. Now we are going to look into one of the issue which is there, because we are using this use state. Use state is a bit different than when we are using this dot state in a class based component. This dot state, what is happening, there is a object is there. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me open this thing. See, this dot state was actually an object. Inside that everything was there, but by default here in a hook based thing, it is not an object. It is not an object. So what happens there, it can be an object, it can be a variable, it can be a string, anything it can be. And when we do it as an object, we face one issue. We are going to see that issue now. Okay, so I will go here and I will do in the components, I'll do a hook counter 3.js. I'll do hook counter 3.js, and here RAFCE I'll do, and then I'll have a const name comma set name equal to use it, like this it will call, and then the first name and last name. So I'm going to have an object, and this object is going to have a first name and a last name, two key value pairs. Now in this return statement, I will have this form. Okay, and then beside this I'll have two input fields. Okay, input type equal to text, and value equal to name dot first name, and on change is equal to, I'm doing it here only, set name first name is e dot target dot value, e dot target dot value, and last name is like this, e dot target dot value. Then I'll have this h2 first name is name dot first name, and last name is name dot last name. And actually this is going to have a issue, and first let me have this thing here, hook counter. I'm going to save this thing, and as I've told, it is going to have an issue. So what we are going to do before that only, if I want to do some console log here, I can do a console log. But if I want to, because this is something which is rendered on the state, but I can easily do some JSON.string file. This is a way to do a console log in a React, not only in class base, or not only in a function base, but also in class base. So I'll do a h2, and I'll do a JSON dot stringy file, JSON dot stringy file, and name I'm going to do name. Okay, so I want to see what is there in the name. Okay, I'll save it, and so it will show me the first name and last name is there. So now what I'm going to do here, I will come here and do a bindu and do a biswa. See what is happening here. The moment I'm typing something in the first thing, the second one is going away, and the first one is coming back. Okay, and if I do something here, it is like this. So why this is happening? Because in normal React, what happens, this upgradations, this is the state. See, in normal class based React, what happens, this the state is an object. So there is something known as the merging of an object, which we have seen in the ES6. Merging of an object is done automatically, but here the merging is not done automatically. So if the merging is not done automatically, the moment I type something in the in the first name, the last name goes away, and last name, the first name goes away, because it doesn't know that what is this this name is equal to. This name is equal to the complete thing. For that, we have to take help of the spread operator. What we have to do here, we have to come and do a dot name. I have to do, and here again I have to do a spread operator dot name dot name. At both places I have to do this thing. Dot name and dot name I have to do. Now if I type something here, see, the first thing is the last name is not going away. This was, it is also not going away. Again I'll come here, it will not go away. So what is happening right now? See, the moment I go here and I type something here, it is doing the destructuring. It is doing this spread operator, and spread operator, what will do, whatever there is there in this name object, it will take it and destructure and put it there. We have seen this thing in the merging of an object. So this thing you have to do it. So this is some of the drawback, not a drawback, a small thing which you have to keep in mind when you have to do this thing. Okay, so that is there. And of a state. So now the state is done. Now we are going to do the use effect hook. Okay, use effect hook, as I've told, the use effect hook is the hook through which the lifecycle methods were replaced. So lifecycle methods were replaced. So we are also going to see the lifecycle methods again, and in a very practical way. So in a practical situation, how it is used, we are going to see that. Okay, so let us first have a, again we'll have a counter. Okay, again we'll have a counter. So let us have that. And the thing is that with use effect, they have replaced all the lifecycle method. So there are 3-4 configuration in the use effect which we have to learn. Class counter.js. Okay, so then I will have a RCC here. So default class counter 1. R const, and I will have something as count as 0. I'll have a button again here, and this button will have this tick is this dot state dot count times, and this will have a on click equal to this set state count is this dot state dot count plus 1. So class counter 1 and all. Okay, so this is something we have already seen. This is something we have already seen, and again have this thing like this. It is working fine. Okay, now what is there, I want to change this thing also. I want to change this thing also, this thing which is shown here, and I think I need to make a more space for this. I do need to change whatever is there. Okay, I need to change this thing. So what to do here? Okay, one thing is there, it is coming. I'll do one thing. I will do this Firefox Developer Edition below, because I want those things. Okay, so I'll open it in Chrome only. No, I can move it a bit smaller. So I need this React app to be changed to the whatever the counter is there. And for that, what I need to do after this count is been changed. Okay, so this is going fine. Then I need to change it. So for that, I need to add it in the component did mount because I want to change it after that. So I'll go here and do a component did mount, and in that there is a something known as document dot document dot title. With that I can change it. Document dot title, click this is the state times, I will save it, click 0 times. Okay, then I will increase it, but it is not increasing because why? Because the document component did not only run once during the initial render. After the state is changed, I'm clicking this, that means the state is changed, it doesn't run. So we have to use a component did update also. Component, this is the real use case scenario. Component did update, and prev, actually it takes prev props comma previous state. Actually we are going to use this soon, prev props and previous state, so I'm using, and we are going to have the same thing. Okay, so which is like this. And now if I come here and do it, see it will also change, it will also change, it is also change, it is changing fine. So that is there. So now we are going to change this in a hook based thing. So hook based thing, hook doesn't have something like the component did mount and component did update. We want to change the component, we want to see the what is the component did mount and what is the component did update. And for that, first let's have this basics things there. So here I will come and do the hook counter, I think 4.js, and it is quite similar to this. So I will have this thing. Okay, so this thing will be like this only. I don't want to show this thing like click this times. Okay, so this is done. And there's no click 0 time. So this is working now. I have to implement this. So in hooks, we don't have this like lifecycle method like this component did not component did update, but we have everything changed to one hook, which is known as a use effect hook. So we'll use that. So use effect we are going to do, use effect we are going to do, and what how the functionality is there. It is like this. It is there, and then I'm go here and do a document dot title, click count times, click count times I'm going to do, and I'm going to save it and see. Click 0 times, it is coming. It means what? It means it is running in the just now something like the component did mount ran. And if I click here, it's also increasing. So something like the component did update also ran. So what is this thing? What is this use effect and all? So use this in the most basic way. Actually, it has got certain configurations which you're going to see. In the most basic way, a use effect is a combination of a component did mount and a component did update. Means whenever the initial mounting is happening, then also it will run. Whenever the updation is happening, then also it will run. So it is a combination of both the things, okay, so that is there, the most basic way. So now we are going to see 3-4 different configurations of a your use effect. So because use effect single-handedly it replaced all the lifecycle methods, so we're going to see all of them. So now we're going to see the conditional use effect. Conditional use effect is something like which I was telling that should component update, like the performance optimization. It is use of performance optimization. Okay, so maybe we're going to use something like this only, but okay, so me let us do here only. Okay, why to create a different different function? Anyways, who's doing this thing, they should go through this whole videos all also. Okay, so I will have something more here, like first we are going to see this thing in a functional class-based component. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me make it again here. So save it. Name, one more thing is there, name is there. Okay, now I will have this name also. Yeah. Input type text and value is equal to this dot state dot name, and on change is equal to e. So spams have also started coming. Set state. Can one of my admin remove the spam, or I have to remove them? Can Mosam or Abdul remove this spam? It is very easy to remove it. Just click on it. You have admin rights and delete them. Or okay, it's I should delete them quickly because the spams are coming. Okay, one sec. Let me delete the spam. This always come. Okay, block user. Have to block in restaurant. Okay, so just deleted the spam. Okay, so input type text, this we have done and all. So now in the one another input type is there. Okay, this e dot target dot not value, e dot target dot value. Okay, so this is okay. Now I will have a console log also here. We need to see something, console dot log, and it is updating document title. Updating document title is there, and I will inspect here, and the console I will go and see. I will click here, and this updating document title is coming, which is fine because the document title is getting updated. But if I write something here Nabindu, then also this updating document title is running, which is not a good thing. Why this is not a good thing? This is not a good thing because what is happening here, I'm not actually updating the title. When I'm writing something in this text box, I'm not updating the title. Okay, and I'm not touching this dot state dot count. I'm touching this dot state dot name. Then this thing should not run. This component did update should not run at this time. So this is like a performance optimization thing. It should not run at this time. So what we need to do here in a class-based thing to solve this issue, we have to do this thing. If state dot count not equal to this dot state dot count. Okay, so I will move all of these things inside it. So previous state dot count not equal to this dot state dot count. I'll save it, and first let me show. Let me tell me whether it is coming or not. Again, I'll click it. See, updating document title is coming. But if I type something here now, Bendu swaz, it is not coming. It is not. Why it is not coming? It is not coming because of this statement. This statement, what it is doing, previous state dot count. So previous state is a way in which you can get hold of the previous state. So previous state dot count at, see, suppose it is 11 right now. It is 11 right now. So and the moment I click it, the count become 12, but the previous state is 11. So previous state dot count not equal to this dot state dot count, not equal to this dot state dot count at this time, because one is 11 and another is 12. So this statement will run. But what will happen if what will happen if I don't click here? I just write it here, just write something here, then also it will come in this component did one. Now what will happen, the previous state dot count is 12, okay, and the current state is also 12, this dot state dot count is also 12, so it will not run this thing. So this is how it works, this is how this optimization thing works in your class based thing. Now we are going to change the same thing in a hook based thing, and we're going to change the same thing in our earlier code here. So now I will have come here and do a const name and set name I'm going to do, and here also I'm going to have a console log here, console.log, and use effect updating document title is there, I'll do, and then here again I'll come and do a like this, okay, and like input type text and value equal to name, and on change equal to e set name is e dot target dot value, e dot target dot value. If I do this and we're going to go here, save it and clear it, and we are again going to have those same issue, like here I will click, it will increase it, and I'll come here and do a window, it will increase it. So same issue we are going to have. How to solve this issue, how to implement something like this here, it is very easy here, okay, in the hooks it is very easy. What to do, we have a second thing to take here, we do a comma and second parameter and do a count here. So what does this mean, this use ever first time anyways the component did not way it will run, but from the second time it should only run when the count is updated. So this is like a straightforward way, and now I will come here and refresh it and click it, so it is updating. But when I write it here, so side it. This is a very important thing in a hook based thing. Okay, if you have 5 6 state, I've used it not in a production project. I have 5 6 state and I will do a comma 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 and I'll do something, and 3 4 I have 10 states and I want it to change on 2 states only, so I will do a comma and do the other state. So this is another way of use effect. So use effect have some other things also there, so let us see those things. Okay, so now we will see the use effect only once, use effect only once, and we've seen enough of this counter thing. We're going to see a different kind of example now, means a different kind of a thing. We could have done it with a counter, but we'll do it with something else. Okay, so I'll have a class mouse.js, and here rcc I'll have, and have this port default class mouse or const I'm going to have, and here this I will going to have x is as 0 comma y is as 0. Okay, and then the render I'll come and x is this dot state dot x, and y is this dot state dot y. Okay, so that is there. Then component. So what I want to do, so there is something as through which we can get the mouse position. Okay, mouse position in it is like a window also we can use. So I want to get the mouse position displayed here. Okay, and I'll have this class mouse now. Class mouse, class mouse, and class mouse. Save it. Okay, anyways, it is showing the class mouse. So there is thing known as a client X and client Y, by which we can get the mouse position from the browser. Okay, that is there. So we will have to this event listener. So I will tell what is this event listener doing. So the event listener will fire the moment it will detect some mouse move, and it will fire only one time because I'm using it in the component in mode. The moment it detects the first mouse move, it will fire. Then I will come here and do a handle mouse equal to E like this, and this I will have a this dot set state x is e dot client I and y is e dot client y. So this client x and client y are something which the browser gives us. Through this, what will happen? The exact mouse position can be tracked. I'll save it, and now come here, see the mouse version is on. Actually, when I came here for the first time, when my mouse was detected here for the first time, this windows.add event listener was fired and handle mouse was done. Handle mouse was done. Then what was happening is x was set to e dot client x, but whatever the position was there, even the minute change. And when this is run, so the render will run. And so render is running a lot of times, like a lot of times. So, but the main concept is there. Here is that a component did not only ran once. So I want to have something like the component did mount in a hook-based approach. So let us do that. How to do the component? Again, for that we have a use effect only. Use effect is for all the lifecycle methods. Okay. So component did mount, how to run it in the component did mount way only. We don't have a component did update here. So I want only it to be running the component did mount. No component did update should be work. If you leave it like anything, like nothing will pass, it will run in the component did mount and component did update way. So we don't want that. So I'll create another component like hook mouse.js I'll do, and then RAFCE I'll do, and then here I'll go and const x comma set x will be use state, and const y comma set y equal to, because we have to do it like this, so we'll do this like this. And then here I'll have a h1 and hook x is like x comma y is like y. So these two things I will going to have, and then I will have going to have this mouse here, mouse here, mouse here. Save it. So these two things are coming. Now what I am going to do here, the same thing which we are going to do did there, we'll do that. But we don't have a component did mount or something like that. So we'll have a use effect like this. We'll have, and then here we have a console.log also. Use effect called. Now we'll have a window dot add event listener and mouse move, handle mouse move, const handle mouse move is like p, and set s and set y I'm going to do. And now what will happen? See, now if I run it like this, the component, it will run in the component did mount and the component did update. But I want to run it only with the component did update did mount way, so that event listener is ran only once. If I run it like this, event listener will run thousands of times, which is not a good thing for any project. Okay, so I'll do this comma, and here I have to pass an empty array. Totally empty array have to pass. Empty array means it will run in the component did mount way. It will, no component did update will be called. So I'll save it, and I will also open the console. Okay, I will also open the inspect and I'll go to the console. Okay, so see, cookies effect has been called only once. After that, so many times this has been done, but it is not been called. So this is how it is run. This is how it is ran. Okay, so that is there. Now we will learn about another thing. Okay, another thing we're going to learn, which is the use effect with cleanup, and this is where the component will unmount comes into picture. Component will unmount come into picture, and we have not learned about the component will unmount during the lifecycle method when we are doing that. So now we are going to learn it. Okay, so now we are going to have another component like mouse container dot js. I will have this, and REFCE here, and then here first again we are going to see it with the uh, class based first, and this mouse container will actually be called first now. Okay, instead of this all these things, I will have this mouse container being called, mouse container being called. Okay, save it. Mouse container will be called. Here I will have a variable like const display comma set display equal to use state, and it will be true. So now what I'm going to do here in the div here, I'll have a first I'll have a button as toggle display, and here I'll have a on click equal to set display is not of display. Set display is like not of display, and after this I'll come here and display, and I will call the class mouse here. So what I'm doing here, see when this function, this component will load, the display is true, so the class mouse will be shown, and the moment I click on this button, it will toggle the display, means make the display as false, so this class mouse will not be shown. And one more thing I want to do here, I want to have some log here. Okay, console log handle mouse called, I will have this. Let's show something. So I will now do it, and this mouse container will be shown. I'll go to this console. Use state, I finally forgot this thing. So use state will be called here. So see, now this button is coming from this mouse container, and this thing is coming from here. This class mouse, it is coming from there. And see this, one sec. Let me do one more thing. Again, refresh it. Handle mouse has been called. Handle mouse has been called a lot of times. Handle mouse has been called because I am changing the position. But now I'll do this toggle display. So toggle display is doing what? Toggle display is getting this component out. Toggle display, when I'm doing this component is out of here, means it is getting destroyed or whatever it is there. So it is unmounting and all. It is getting destroyed and unmounting. But what is that? It is actually not unmounting properly. Why? See, I'll show this thing. So this component has gone. No component is there. But if I come here, still the handle mouse has been called. Handle mouse has been called, which has been called from here. This console log. It means that it is still monitoring. It is still the add event listener is still running in the background. So my component is not completely gone. In this kind of case, in class-based component, what we do, there is something known as a component will unmount. Component will unmount is there. In that, what we do, windows dot remove event listener, and one more thing I'll do here, console dot log. I will do component unmount called. Okay, so let us understand that it is called unmount. So I'll refresh it, and again I'm going to do this. Okay, why this? I think it is called nowadays 2 times. Okay, so this has been done, and then I'll do this toggle display. Again, this component dismount has been called. Actually, there were a lot of changes in React 18, so maybe they did it. So, but the event listener has gone. No event listener is there anymore. No event listener is there anymore because the unmounting was done properly. So the same thing which we are going to do in the hook mouse now. Hook mouse, we have okay. I will have a console here also. Console.log of handle move. Okay, or mouse handle mouse is called. So now what I'm going to have, I'm going to have this hook mouse here instead of this class mouse. I'm going to have this hook mouse, hook mouse, hook mouse. Save it, refresh it. So hook is been displayed and this has been called, this has been called, call. Okay, this has been called. And the moment I even toggle display, this will go away, but actually it doesn't goes away and it is still been called. So how to implement this component will unmount here. So it's a bit different way to implement it here. And that is implemented by a combination of means inside this we have our use effect. Inside use effect, what we need to do here, we need to have a return here. Return, it's a different kind of a return. Okay, so it is this kind of a return I'm going to have, and this will have this hook use effect cleanup called, and remove event listener will be called here. And this code is actually, it is meant like a component will unmount. I will save it. I'll come here now and see this hook. Again, this hook is called clean. I don't know why it is happening for the first time. Okay, so this is happening here, and if I click it, hook use effect cleanup call. So see, it is gone, it is gone, it is gone. So this is how it works. Okay, so this is how it works. So that is there. And now still we are going to do one more thing in the use effect, and according to my calculation will be over by 5:30 we will be completing. Okay, 5:30 will be completing. Okay, so another thing is remaining in the use effect, which is like actually the use effect is used to do the API call in the component demand way most of the time. Okay, so we are going to do that. And this time we are not going to use the fetch API. We have already seen how to use the fetch API. This time we are going to use Access, which is a small library, which is sometimes much more better than the fetch API. So I will do a command Z and do a npm I, but this is not inbuilt in the browser. Because you have to install npm I Axios. I have to do. Okay, so this I've done, and this hook. I'll come here and do a data fetching.js and do so again this your same JSON placeholder. We are going to hit a JSON placeholder post API endpoint. We are going to hit. Okay, so I'll come here and do a first thing is that data fetching. I'll go and do a data fetching. I'll do this thing and do a const post comma set post equal to use state like this, and it will be an empty array because we are getting that as an array. So as I have told how to do it, we have to do it with the use effect. In a use effect, and we have to use it in a component did mount way. Component did mount is this thing. Okay, and empty bracket. Now I'm going to use the Axios here, not the fetch API. So import Axios from Axios I'm going to do, and I'm going to use the then and the catch block like thing, okay, in Axios. So I'll do a Axios dot get and JSON placeholder like this, and I'm going to do the then block here, okay, then here, and in the then I will have a like this. I have this set post. I don't want a slice or something. Set post as test.data I will going to get, and then the dot catch, that is console.log here. Okay. So rest of data is coming in set.post. This is how the then and catch blocks and Axios we do the API call. Then I can directly show it here, like here inside this. I will come and show it maybe in a UL. I'll do a post dot map and post like this, and li like post dot title, and I need to do a key also, key equal to post dot id, and if I save it, and it will show all my data fetching things and how the API call has been done. So we are done with the API call also. So now we will do the use context hook, and this use context hook, the logic and all exactly same. The problem is also same. From the app component I have to put something, the child component, or we'll have the grandparent and all between that. Okay, so let us quickly do that. Context API, and actually the first method is same. The second method is even easier, that we are going to see, and we're going to see one more difference thing here. So I'll come here, and in the components I'm going to create a child.js. See, this context API and refs are quite similar in both of these things. Okay, RAFCE, I'm going to do this class, this thing, and this child is okay. Then I'm going to have a parent.js, RAFCE parent. In this parent I'm going to do a child like this. I'm going to do, and here I'm going to have it get a grandparent.js, RAFCE grandparent. Okay, and in grandparent I'll call the parent parent. I'll call, save it, and then okay. So as usual I will need to pass the data. Okay, this in here I'll have a grandparent like this. Data fetching is okay. Grandparent I'll have, so grandparent will show the chat. Now as usual I want to pass some data from this app.js directly to the child.js. I don't want to pass it to grandparent and parent, so I have to use the context here again. And context I can create a different file also, or I can create here also. There in the class base we have created a user context file, but let us create here only this time, and that will create by here by export const user context equal to react.create context. Okay, so react.create context is coming. It will give me some error because there is no react is there. Okay, nowadays I don't know why they do this thing. Earlier this react was always there. Import react from react I have to do, so that is there. Now again like this I have to cover the grandparent with the provider, and the consumer will be at the other end. So I'll do a user context dot provider, and value I don't want to pass such a difficult value. I just will pass a value like this, and this user context dot provider I'll do here. Now I have done this thing here. Now I want to show this, get this thing in the child. So again here, the same thing I have to do here, and here let me remove this thing first, and I'll have a user context dot consumer. So this is the difficult way, user context dot consumer I'm going to have, and then I will have the user, and this return like this user, return like this user. I'm going to have all this context repeating I'm going to have, and see it is showing the window, it is showing it. Okay, and from I will also have child component I'll have save it, so child it is coming. But now, as you know, it's a complicated way, the render props way, so I want to show it in a easier way. Okay, so it in an easier way. So how to do that in the easier way? And it is much more easier, so I will directly show it in the parent. So this user I want to show directly in the parents. Then first thing is that I need to have something like this here also. So I'll come here and do it here also, and I will have a const user, any variable name you can take. Okay, and then use context. Use context is a hook, use context is a hook. Okay, and then I'll do this user context, and I can directly use it. You don't need anything special name, something that there's the static thing which I have told. Go through that again. In that, what is there, there are some special keywords are there. Here there is no keyword. Okay, h1 use context, or maybe I'll do a parent component and directly the user I'll do, and it will show directly the user. So this is how the context API is been used in the hook based thing. Okay, so now we are going to look into the last topic of the hook, and our last topic also I think we are going to easily get over in the next 10-15 minutes. I will give the last, okay, one more thing. I'll give the final attendance sheet, and I also tell about the completion certificate, how to get the completion certificate also after I complete this last topic. Okay, but I'm giving the mark the last attendance here. Okay, so this is the last attendance, please mark it here. Yeah, I'll also make it highlight. Okay, so yeah, so we'll see the use ref hook, which will be again similar to the ref hooks which we have seen in the ref concept which you have seen there. Okay, only the difference is that there is use ref hook is there. Okay, so I will again comment this out, and again we are going to have a file known as a focus input.js RAFCE focus input. I'll come here, and then similar to that which we have done earlier, we'll have to do something here also. I'll come here and FOCUS focus input. It is focus input, and inside this I'll have a const input ref equal to use ref. Input ref is equal to use ref. It's been done, and that will be null. Okay, and now the same thing we are going to, I'm not going to show this time all of this thing like two things. Input ref, I can do it like this directly, and if I do it, I can directly write it here, and even I can get the value here. Again, I can get the value directly as current dot value, and I want the focus also here. So for the focus, I will use the use effect like this, and then so I will use the there we have used the component did mount. So use effect in the component did mount way, and then input ref dot current dot focus I'll do, and if I refresh it, it is directly the focus is coming here. So our refs are also done. Actually, we are been done. We have done everything. Okay, one more thing I want to show. See, for what is this? I will for the completion certificate. If you all need the completion certificate, and I want a lot of people to get the completion certificate. I want all of you to get the completion certificate. Okay, for the completion certificate, you have to see this is a different form which I will post in some time, or maybe that will it will be also in the description of the video. And this completion certificate thing is valid for a long time. Means it is not like that. It is not. It is valid forever, because this is a very big thing which we have done first time in the in the history of our channel. Maybe in the first time YouTube also, a lot of people have not done so big streaming things. It is nearly means yesterday it was 9 hours, and today it is 8 hours. It is like crazy long. So, and we want a lot of people to be benefited from this. It is not like only the attendance. Anyway, those who have filled the form, they will get the certificate by tonight. We'll try for tonight. And I will also going to promote you all big time. Is those are getting participant certificate, that is also big deal. For staying for 2 days, it's a big deal. But I want all of you to get the completion certificate. So that is something which we were targeting. So for that, it is very easy. You have to only complete 3 projects. So I will see this completion certificate. It is what it is also written whatever is there. Okay, I will add something more here also. You need to fill all the attendance sheet also. All the 5 attendance sheet also you need to fill for the completion certificate. And now you'll say that I have not attended it and all. So it is not. You go and see the replay today. Means today I think it will not be available, but tomorrow you see the replay. Day after tomorrow you see the replay. The live chat will be there. In the live chat we have given the attendance sheet. Fill those attendance sheet. And the main thing is that in the meantime complete these projects and all. Okay, complete this project. And I want only one project, one from front end mentor challenges, one for JavaScript, and one from React.js project. Okay, so this is the okay, I will mention this also. For completion certificate, for completion certificate you need to complete one other project from each of the series and submit the form with the GitHub. And what is this one? Let me send this form also. Okay, and okay, so this is there, and this is the form. Okay, form for the completion certificate, form for the completion certificate, and it is already mentioned here. So form for the completion certificate, I want a lot of people. And as I've told earlier, the first 5 people, wait, first 5 people to complete this thing, I think hope I not will get a hard copy of the book. Will get the hard copy of the book sent to their addresses within India. Postal things will be taken by them. These are very high quality books. Each one of them cost 2,500 on Amazon. These are my book. Okay, I written, and your career will go like very good. Whoever got this book, they're telling me that we can complete the project in no time. These are like the notes. A lot of people are asking notes. These are like the notes. These are like the real notes. And if you go through the YouTube and complete this thing, and it will take you around 1 month. With these books, you can complete it within 10 days. Okay, so that is the power of books and all. I know that thing. So you'll get those books. Okay, so that is there. And hope I will get the 5 people soon who will complete it. I want those 5 people soon. So first 5 people only will get, because I have 5 books only. And it is not like the rest of the 5 people won't get anything. So I have mentioned that in, and I will mention that again and again, that rest of the people will get special access to me. They will get a career guidance from me, a one-to-one career guidance from me. Whoever get the completion certificate, not the participant certificate, completion certificate, because I know that you people want to be a web app developer. You people are serious about your life, serious about all those things. It is not like that child play and all, just you coming and seeing this. No, serious about your life. You're serious about becoming highly paid web app developer, and I'm going to help you with that. So those people will get special access to meet one. They will get one-to-one with me, and every Wednesday we are going to have a YouTube stream also nowadays. Earlier it was a Zoom thing. We're going to have this YouTube, and then you get a special access to that. In that you can directly come in the hot seat and can ask me any questions. So that also you'll get, and I'm planning to have a separate WhatsApp group also for them. So those things will be there, and we have done a lot, miss. Hope you all liked it. Please like and subscribe to this video if you liked all the things which you have done yesterday. Mosam have also put a lot of effort. You have done completed CSS. So please watch his videos. He have also a lot of front end mental challenges videos on our channel. So watch them out and watch him, support him. And he also takes some classes. I take some classes. He takes some classes in the on the channel. Mostly it is like that. He is our teacher at TWD. So that is like that. And with this I will end this stream. And please I would love you all to get a completion certificate. Please get the completion certificate, not only the participation certificate, get those books also. Okay, please do that and get a mentorship from me, a personal guidance from me. That is what I want. Okay, thank you all, and thank you for being there for past 2 days. It's a long time. Okay, so thank you all.